How are we doing today? It's another day of Monsters and Memories. Yay, yay, woo. What's up, everybody? How are we doing? I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. It's a Saturday. It is a Saturday. I hope you're all off of work. For those that work on Saturday, I'm very sorry. And I hope you also are having a wonderful day. But, yeah. We're going to jump in here to the old world of Monsters and Memories. And play some more and hang out. And hopefully, have some fun. Let me see here. I'm going to pull out the... My God, that's loud. That's so loud. I'm going to pop out chat for YouTube because it's been bugging out lately. Oh, shoot. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Gotta fix that. Come on, load. Load. Pop out chat. There we go. Now we can close this. Hopefully I get my Twitch or my YouTube chat in my normal chat today, but who knows? Who knows? Convert. So we're going to convert all that. We've got all that. Let's see. What else? I think we're good. We can buy 15 more food and rations and such. Wait, did I have a belt? Did I put anything on my belt? No. Let me... Belt, we have agility. Belt, we have strength. Let's go with belt strength. Yoink. Sorry if you've been spammed with the questions. What are your thoughts about Nick? Yeah, I just made a video. I just posted it on YouTube. It's going to be published here in about a minute or two. Actually, it's going to be published right now. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Nick. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. Like I mean, it's just a 5-minute video, kind of going over. You know, the short version is I don't think it's going to affect the game that much. I'm not going to speculate on what happened with Nick, anything like that. But yeah. So I know a lot of people are going to be like, it's a cop-out post, but I'm just not gonna. I don't want to get involved in the discussion too much. Good luck with the Nick situation stuff. Honestly, mean it. I like your content. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, is what it is, right? Is what it is. But yeah, I did post a video just now on YouTube about it. Happy for you guys to discuss it. I will discuss anything related to Monsters and Memories. And that's about it. That's all I'm going to discuss. Out of respect for everybody else involved, you know? Out of respect for everyone involved. All right. Let's see. What else do we need to do here today? We've got sharpening stones. So I don't need to make any more of those. Good morning, G-War. How are you, bud? Is it G-War or is it Gwar? Because I like both of those. I like both. I could just see you in the morning being like, did you ever watch the show Ted Lasso? And there's the main, what's her name? I forget what her name is now. Anyway, the owner of the team, and she does her presence thing where she's sitting in the mirror and she's like, rah, rah, and you just make yourself really big and you scream into the mirror or whatever. That's what I see you doing. You're like, rah! Kind of doing something like that. I love it. I love it. Anyway. What am I going to do? We're going to go and do a little bit of mining while we wait for, and maybe some harvesting while we wait for people to get on so we can actually go do something else. So we're gonna go do some of that. Yeah. But yeah, as far as the Nick situation is concerned, I'm gonna keep with what I was doing yesterday. You guys are welcome to chat about it however much you want. I'm not gonna be policing that too much, but I will not be getting involved in that topic personally. I will talk about anything related to Monsters and Memories and how Nick's departure from the company relates to Monsters and Memories directly, not how my thoughts on it. I'm not going to speculate on what happened or anything like that. So just kind of throwing that out there. Again, we'll probably talk about that multiple times throughout the day, but I did make a video about that this morning. So, and I just posted it. So feel free to watch that. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say about it. But let's go out here. We got to get mining up. What is our mining at? Mining is at 138. Man, this is going up so slowly. So slowly. It's kind of weird, like mining at 138, and then when you try to do smelting, you can smelt things that it takes you like 60 or 70 or whatever it is skill to mine the things, but that smelting only takes you up to like 30 or 40 of those same things. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's like you have to be much higher in mining than you do in smelting. I guess the idea there is that when you get to the higher tiers, yeah, I don't know. I would feel like they would be around the same tier, right? You need your mining to be at 40 so that you can smelt something also at 40. And they're all the same. Samesies. But that is not the case. That is not, in fact, the case. Yeah. Do 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 do. Let's get back out here. Find some mining nodes, hopefully. What's our herbalism up to as well? Herbalism is at 59. I don't know what we need to get that to. I think we need to get that to like 65, but I don't remember. It's a little bit lagging a little bit behind. And then our alchemy is only at 51. Let's get this. Let's get this. Yoink. Do you know if defense skill ups are supposed to increase your AC? They are not going to increase your AC. I skilled up from 118 to 150 and my AC didn't go up at all on my Beastmaster. Yeah. Defense skill does not affect your AC at all. How that works is your defense skill is compared to their offense skill. And that's, you know, like if they have really high defense and you have really low offense, you're probably not going to hit them very often. If you have really high, and vice versa, basically. So yeah, I feel like the lightning during overcast days shouldn't rebalance and not just gray out, or that's just high gamma. It's high gamma right now. Like I've got my gamma turned way up. We'll take it down to what's normal. This is default-ish, right around default. I turn my gamma up at night so I can see, and I turn my gamma down during the day, so it's not washed out. Try to, but I don't always do it. I need to make like a little wave, cheer, something macro. Do 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 do. I do have a lantern, though, for nighttime. I do carry around a lantern with me, so if it gets really dark, you know, we can always throw that lantern on the old belt. Turn it on. Well, usually I don't need to do that. Wow, dude's buying glinting crystallized magic for 20 silver each. Wow. Looking for an elementalist video? Yeah, I'm not doing any class videos until probably May. The reason I'm not doing that is because classes are currently being changed a good bit right now. So I don't want to do a class video, then have it be outdated for early access yet again. So I did a bunch of class videos previously. So I'm kind of waiting until May, and hopefully by then we'll have more of these classes finished so that you all know what's going on for early access. That's the idea. But I can tell you about the Elementalist if you want to have information on that topic. Elementalist right now is a wizard with a pet, basically. It does have some ways that it can work with its pet to do various effects, like a knockback or a blind by the Elementalist casting a spell and then using a wizard ability. So that is something that you can do. I think they need to get more of those interactions, more synergies between the Elementalist and its pet. Elementalist pets also add a good bit of utility to the party as far as like combat utility. So things like an additional chance to double attack, or an additional chance to attack with your main hand weapon is a better way of saying that. Mana regen, damage shields, extra armor, those kinds of things. And then they can also summon items that your friends can use. Summon bandages, summon arrows, summon thrown daggers, and then weapons as well that that people can use like a proccing weapon. And in some ways, those are, for low level, the Elementalist proccing weapons are actually really good. Especially early in the game when you don't have decent weapons. So if you don't have a weapon that is better than an Elementalist weapon, I recommend trying to get one from the Elementalist. Always have a backup though, because they do go away when you log out. So that's pretty much the Elementalist. Takes mental notes. There you go. Yeah, takes some mental notes. But yeah, that's basically it for the Elementalist. They need some love, I feel like. I think that the Rogue needs probably... Well, Rogue and Wizard probably need the most love right now. And then Elementalist is up there as a close third, I would say. Someone on Reddit told me fighters do the most damage in the entire game. Is that true? That is incorrect statement. Fighters do a good amount of damage for a tank. So out of the tanks, out of the 4 tanks in the game, you could argue that fighters do the most out of the 4 tanks. I think that Shadow Knights do very good damage, very similar to that of fighters. Fighters are, but they're very good damage for tanks, yes. A lot of people don't know because they're making assumptions. But they're just making assumptions. And the people have heard about it. And some people on Reddit just like to start debates with people because they think it's funny. But that is not a true statement, no. They are not like a top DPSer. In fact, my fighter, because somebody tried to debate this with me the other day and it was kind of funny, but my fighter does about the same amount of damage as a necromancer's pet around the same level. So like, I'm level 50 fighter, my friend is a level 50 necromancer, summons his pet, and my fighter and his pet do about the exact same amount of damage, give or take a little bit. So there you go. That means that the necromancer can also do stuff on top of that. They can cast dots and they have their utility and all of that on top of that, meaning that they're going to do more damage. But as far as like DPS classes go, the Rogue is supposed to be one of the premier DPS classes in the game, and it's just not very good DPS right now. So a lot of people are comparing the fighter to the Rogue, and the fighter and the Rogue do kind of similar damage. The Rogue still is going to do more if it has decent weapons, but you know, it's not as much more as it should be. It should be a lot more damage. People were arguing that fighters are the best class in the entire game. That is a silly statement. I won't even say they're the best tank, let alone the best class. Probably was just rage bait. I think a lot of that is rage bait. A guy came in literally, like I was saying the other day, into my channel and started saying that that charm needs to be buffed and fighters need to be nerfed because fighters are too good, etc. It's all rage bait. So I'm not taking the bait anymore on that stuff. I'm done trying to talk to people about it because you never know if people are having a good faith argument or not. And honestly, I don't think a lot of people are having a good faith argument anymore. They're just trying to start stuff. But no, fighters are good damage. They're not the best by any means. They're actually a pretty terrible class if you want to solo too. They are probably the second worst class in the game if you're trying to solo. They have 0 sustainability. You know, they require a group to do anything. like gaining XP, get items, anything like that. They require a group. Nick is no longer with Eminem. Nick is currently no longer with Monsters and Memories team. Yeah, I made a video on that this morning over on YouTube. Feel free to watch that. The short version, it's only a 5-minute video, so it's already short in itself. But the shorter version is I'm not going to be talking about any speculation. You all are welcome to chat as much as you want about Nick and the topic and whatever. Chat to your heart's content. I will not be policing that too much as long as everybody's being respectful to each other and to the team and Nick about it. I'm not gonna tolerate disrespect on anybody. You know, these are people's lives we're talking about. But outside of that, chat amongst yourselves as much as you want. As far as Monsters Memories is concerned, though, I think Monsters Memories is going to be just fine. They're going to keep moving forward and developing the game. So I'm here. I'm all in for it. No more Nick talk. Enough of that on Discord forums. Yep, exactly, Goonie. That's why I'm not talking about it anymore, because I don't want to speculate. But yeah, I can't stop other people from doing it, and you know, it's you guys talk about it as much as you want. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, Goonie, it's just like there's so much on Reddit, there's so much on Discord, there's so much in other streams. People love the drama. People love they want to capitalize on that, right? And I'm not faulting people for wanting to do that, but they're going to want to capitalize on it. You know, if you can go into a stream or if you make a video that's just like a rage bait style video, I could have made that, and then people would just come in there and start arguing and doing all sorts of stuff. You know, yeah, it'll make some money. It'll get views. And you know, I like the views, and I appreciate people watching my content, but I'm not going to lower myself to those standards. I refuse to do it. How the bleep are you fine this Saturday morning? I'm doing great this Saturday morning. We went out last night. Like, I was actually going to play a lot last night, and we were going to level some and hang out and do some fun stuff. And then my sister called. I'm still down in Florida visiting family for the passing of my stepdad and all that. So I'm still down here in Florida for another week. And my sister called and was like, hey, you guys want to go out? So I went out with my sister, my brother-in-law, my mom, and one of my eldest niece. And we all went downtown and got some dinner. There was like a music festival going on and just kind of hung out. So I'm a little tired, but I'm having a great day. Stumbling zombie. Okay, those are good. Not a moss-covered zombie. We don't like those. Florida, the suffocating heat and bugs. Yeah, but right now, this is the time of year in Florida where it feels amazing. It's like a 70 degrees outside. You breeze. It feels great. Feels fantastic. Last night, I was walking around in jeans and a t-shirt, and I was super comfortable. Listening to music, live bands. They're mostly cover bands and stuff, like nobody you've ever heard of. But there was one band, this like a School of Rock. Have you ever heard of them? They are like a high school band company, effectively. And they put people into a band and get them all set up and that kind of thing. They were absolutely phenomenal. Like, of course they're still in high school. They're still learning. They're still trying to find themselves. But they were really, really, really good. Supposed to be like 90 here today. Ooh. That's warm. I don't know what the high today is here. Does its kill speeds seem slower at 50 compared to before? Yeah, it slows down quite a bit in the 50s. I think the 50s are probably the most balanced part of the game. Like 50 to 60 is really the most balanced part of the game. And that's where you're going to be spending at least half of your XP time. So, you know, they're about halfway there. They need to do some adjustments, I think, on the lower end. They needed some adjustments everywhere, honestly. Like, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, but they need some adjustments on the lower levels, probably more so than they need at 50 plus. Bad thing about Florida is the hurricanes. I mean, that's one of the bad things, yeah. But you know, hurricanes are better than tornadoes, in my opinion. They're more devastating than tornadoes, well, not necessarily always, but hurricanes are predictable. You know they're coming. You see them coming for days ahead of time. So you can usually do something about it. They can be very devastating, and there's nothing you can do in those situations, but I'm more afraid of tornadoes. Like, a tornado, it could just be windy outside, and all of a sudden a tornado is just like, bye-bye house. That, to me, is scary. Colorado skipped winter. We had spring from October to now. Really? Wow. Good morning, Devin. How are you? Did the patch not change much with lower level TTK with the AC? I don't think it changed much. No, it probably increased it a little bit, but overall, no, I don't think that it really affected enough. Like these, so people keep thinking, and it's something that we need to get away from with the community and how they think about things. When they have an update and a change, these are like changes that are going to happen over time. The change to AC is one of many changes that they're going to be doing for the TTK changes. So it's not going to be like a huge adjustment. You know, it might be a 1 or 2 second difference. You know, if it was 20 seconds, now it's 22 seconds. And it's not going to be like a huge difference. But if they keep doing these, you know, 1 or 2 second changes, eventually they'll add up to, you know, 10 or 15 or 20 seconds added to that. So, you know, that's where the change is going to be seen. So we can't expect changes overnight. Some changes you can expect overnight to make big changes, but for the most part, give them a few days, give them some time to make all the adjustments. You know, and I'm pretty bad about that too. Like, I'll be like, oh my God, this needs to change now. This is terrible. And there are some things I feel like that, charm being one of them. It needs to just drastically change. But we're not going to get on the charm bandwagon again today either. Not gonna get on that. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it, Dwarf Lord Warfield. I love it. I was part of the Katrina cleanup and recovery. I agree tornadoes cause a totality more cumulative damage. Hurricanes are concentrated events. They are, yeah. And you can prepare for them, right? Like, I live in South Carolina, so I know a little bit about hurricanes, and I also was raised or born in Florida. And, you know, I've been around hurricanes a lot. I've seen tornadoes a lot. And, yeah. They're both bad. They're both devastating, and they both are awful. Here in Fort Myers, Florida, a couple years ago was that big hurricane down here in Fort Myers that wiped out a lot of stuff down here, and it was a devastating hurricane, you know, similar to that of Katrina. I think the biggest part about Katrina is they were like, it's not going to be bad. It's not going to be bad. Oh my God, it's crazy. I think that's what happened with Katrina. Is a lot of people just didn't realize how bad it was going to be until it literally hit. And then they're like, oh, this is bad. So they didn't prepare as much as they could have. And I think that's, you know, one of those things that's funny. It's not really funny, but that's kind of bad about hurricanes and tornadoes and stuff is people just, they don't think it's going to be bad. And then, you know, sometimes though they say, oh, it's going to be awful, and then the hurricane or tornado comes and it like knocks over a plastic chair in your backyard, and you're like, ooh, oh my gosh, you know, devastating. And then people just kind of laugh at the news people that are saying that it's going to be a bad storm, and then they're like, "Nah, you always say it's going to be a bad storm." They don't believe them. It's almost like the bad storm. The news people are constantly crying wolf. And yeah, then a bad storm comes, and they're like, "Why didn't you tell us?" You know, it's whatever. How noticeable were the stat changes? They were noticeable if you had a bunch of gear, or if you didn't have gear. If you had decent gear for your level, they probably were not noticeable at all. But if you didn't have any gear, very noticeable. And if you had really crazy good gear, very noticeable. I had a whole town wiped by a tornado when I was young in the trailer park where I lived. The tornado hit while I was asleep, took out. Oh yeah, yeah. There was a like a trailer community that was near where I lived growing up, and yeah, we had a tornado come in and just wipe out that entire community. It was very sad. It was also the reasoning for a lot of reform on how preparation and relief of hurricanes handled, which is a positive outcome for... Yeah. Are you talking about Katrina? Yeah, Katrina definitely changed a lot of things because, you know, like, people just didn't take it seriously. I actually had a friend of mine, Gith, who I play with. He was living in Louisiana at the time of Katrina. He was going to school there. At UCLA. Not University of Los Angeles. University of Lafayette or whatever it's called. I don't know. Maybe just University of Louisiana. Not UCLA. I don't know. Whatever it was. He was living in Louisiana at the time. Or somewhere in that general area. Going to whatever school is over there. And he had to evacuate. It was a whole thing. We were playing EverQuest 2 at the time. And he's like, this hurricane's coming in. He ended up going to Korea. He ended up going to Korea for like a year or two after that. Yeah, the whole thing. Beta lottery is delayed until today. If they fix the problem after the patch. Anyone know if the server issues... they seem to be better. They only took them down once that I know of yesterday, as opposed to like 7 times the day before. So they seem to be a lot better. But yeah, supposedly they're going to send out the beta lottery today, so we'll have to see what happens with that. What did folks do before... oh, yeah, before they knew it was coming? Yeah. Like, you got to think back like 100 years ago or more. You know, we didn't have these radars and satellites and all of these things happening. Like, it's crazy how much technology has changed, you know? And how the preventative measures to these events. They just had to guess, be like, "Oh, hurricane's coming," because we can smell it in the air or whatever. I can feel it in me bones. I mean, sailors knew that kind of stuff. You know, red sky at night, sailor's delight, something like that. Red sky in the morning, sailors take warning. Something along those lines. I'm not a sailor. But I play a good pirate. But no, I don't know a whole lot of that information. But server felt better yesterday, way worse today. Yeah, I don't know. I know that Encrypt was in the channel yesterday talking about it. They're working hard on getting some of those back-end things fixed. So, you know, hopefully they can continue to do that. There's a lot of things going on. You know, these are... I talked about it the other day. These are the issues that that we had in alpha, and why some of us have said previously, and some people are continuing to talk about today, that they think that June 1st might be too early because of these hiccups that they're having for an early access release date. Because, some of these issues are pretty big. I still think they can hit that June 1st release date, but they definitely need to buckle down. 100% need to buckle down and get some of these issues resolved. Because some of them are rough. McRuff, the crime dog. But yeah, hopefully they get them fixed. With losing a dev, I think they'll delay it. I don't, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I don't think that losing out on Nick is going to slow them down that much. They still had Zillith that was working on class design. So I think that Zillith is just going to have to take up more of that. They could also, hire somebody new on. They could also, have people move from one thing to the next. Like Sean has talked about it with previously, where he's like, we just have to de-scope a little bit, de-scope. And they're just going to have to say, okay, well, maybe we don't get an additional zone out. Maybe I'll stop working on this zone and I'll work on, class design or something. I don't think it's going to affect things that much at all, personally. Just don't see it. That's the best way that I can say it without going into a lot of details, about other things. So there was a stress test in, I think November, where it hit 2,000 people in Night Harbor. There was no lag. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird, isn't it? It's weird that back in November they had, 1,000 people with, and the game was running great, and then now you get 200 people in Night Harbor and it's super laggy. So yeah, it's crazy. It's the doors, I tell you. You think so? I mean, maybe they did add in a lot of doors to the to all the housing stuff. How many people are working on the game? Any idea? 40 people are working on the game. 40. They just hired a literal EQ class designer like 2 months ago who was supposed to help Nick. They hired excuse me. They hired Rich. So Rich, not hired, but yeah, hired. Yes, hired quotations is a very good way of putting it. They got Rich on the team. Rich Waters. Hang on, my throat. Okay, they got Rich Waters on the team, who is an old EQ1 and EQ2 designer as well as other games. He is working on itemization a lot. So yeah, he might have to shift over to working on class abilities and stuff some as well. But Zillith has also been working on class abilities and stuff. So that's something that I will talk about. We see, and I've seen this. I saw it in Nick's stream yesterday when people were just chatting about it. I'm not going to talk speculation on what happened there, but I did see a lot of people were like, oh my God, we're never going to get anything done. Nick was the lifeblood of this game. Yeah, Nick put in some work. He put in some time. He worked on the game. But other people were also doing the same thing. Zillith is working on it. Rich Waters was probably working on it some. Sean can work on it if he needs to. There's a lot of people that can also do what Nick was doing, and I don't think it's going to affect things nearly as much as people are thinking. People are freaking out about it, like, oh, we're never getting anything done. We're never going to be able to ship this game. Classes are not blah, 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 blah. This is not a diss towards Nick, but Nick was not the only person working on those things. If you've ever been in a business, in a company, you ever worked for somebody, or like if you've ever had a job, period, there's times when somebody can't show up. They go on vacation, whatever happens, somebody else usually picks up the slack for that person for the time being until they can fill that role with somebody else. It happens all the time. It's normal business, guys. It's normal business. I don't think losing one person outside of maybe Sean, like if Sean were to leave the company or whatever, that might be a devastating blow to the company. You know, that's like a CEO stepping down or whatever, right? That would be, but I still don't even think that Sean at this point in the process, you know, would be ultimately super devastating. It would probably change the direction of the game. But yeah. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. I don't think that it's going to slow down. I think they're fine where they're at. I agree. Delete the doors. Doors are annoying. Nice. What is his name? Rich Waters. Rich Waters, as in what a boat sits on. Water. What are you doing? Wasn't he a co-founder? He was one of the founding members. Yes, Nick was one of the founding members of Monsters and Memories, or of Niche Worlds Cult. Yes. Honestly, it's just sad to see, especially in the climate of MMOs currently. I think it's still big if a founder is no longer with the team. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? And I'm not going to speculate, but there's reasons. Clearly, there's reasons why they're no longer with the team. And I personally don't feel like it's going to affect things as much as people think. Like, you know, any team member leaves. You know, what would you all say if Nicodemus left, or Zillith left, or Swanee left, or Zukin left, or any of those people, right? I think, honestly, like, I'm going to be really, really brutally honest right now. I think if Zukin or ZBrushed left right now, was no longer on the team for whatever reason, would be a bigger blow. Because they are doing most of the art. And if they don't have art, they can't create anything. Like, art is the hardest part of building a video game, I think. So Zukin is vital. Yeah. If Zukin left, it would scare. Exactly. Like, I think that those would be a bigger issue. Not that Nick didn't work on the game, not that he didn't do anything, etc. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think it would be a bigger blow for certain people to leave. If Swanee or Encrypt were to leave, we're not going to get any of the actual programming done in the game. We're not going to be able to fix the net code. You see, like, the game could not be run without those people. It couldn't be built without those people. So I don't think it's as big of a deal as people think it is. The reason people think it's a big deal is because he streamed a bunch. He talked about the game a bunch. He was a lot of the transparency, etc. That's where I'm at with it. So that's just on the Monsters of Memory side, right? We're not talking personal side. We're not talking anything like that. I think they can keep up the work, but maybe push back EA date. I don't think they need to push back the EA date. The game is in a good position right now. Like, is class design really what is stopping you from playing the game, or think that it's going to cause the game to not be successful? Like the current class design. Now, I think the balance is a bit off on certain abilities, but Nick didn't do balance at all. Like, that wasn't his thing. I mean, he probably worked on it a little bit, but that's a Runoff and Ali side of things. It literally, from what I understanding of what Nick did, was put abilities into the game. Not that that's a small thing, but he added abilities or took away abilities from classes. And Zillith is doing that. Rich Waters can do that. So yeah. Anyway, I saw someone else suggest that it was a mount implementation. Sorry, lag. The mount implementation. It might have been. That might have been what was causing some of it, because when the patch actually went in, we saw a bunch of duplicate donkeys. Coffee had that issue where he was riding a donkey and it was just Duplicate donkeys everywhere. If Ali left, I would honestly shift over to AOA and just put Eminem on your watch list. Yeah, I mean, Ali does a lot of the development. Yeah. Ali is a big member of this game for sure. I disagree with Ali on some of his balance changes. You know, there's things that I disagree with him on, but he's an integral part of the team for sure. Absolutely. They're going to send out weekly invites. Supposedly they're going out today. I don't know, though. We were doing this for 6 years with no income. Chances are they had a conflict of interest with another company. They're still a company and allowed protect their IP. I mean, I'm not going to go into speculation on what was going on there. What's weird and attention grabbing was Nick stream for hours, Crush Can. Yeah, I mean, again, not going to go into speculation on that. You guys can talk about it all you want. I'm not going to discuss that. You didn't know anything about the team? Yeah. I can tell you a lot about the team. I've been keeping up with what's going on, who does what, who works on what. I've been keeping up with a lot of that. I've never worked in the gaming industry outside of content creation for streaming, and YouTube videos and whatnot. I've never worked in the gaming industry, but I have worked for corporations before. I've worked for small businesses before. I've worked in those settings, and I'm gonna say that the loss of one person, whether it's a manager, an owner, it doesn't matter. Like, those kind of, usually somebody can pick up the slack and move forward. Very, very rarely does the loss of one person affect the entirety of the company and the product or whatever it is that they're doing. Very, very rarely. We're talking like the Steve Jobs of the world, like those situations. Yeah, it might affect it a little bit, but you can replace even Steve Jobs, because they did. Elon Musk of the world. Everybody's replaceable for the most part. It might slow things down when you have to replace certain people, though. So there's reason to be concerned, but I don't think reason to freak out. It does feel like they are rebuilding Sony Online. Kinda, yeah. It does feel like that. I would, it's like they're bringing back all the people that made EverQuest 1 originally in the early years of EverQuest 1, and they're all friends, right? Sean is friends with a lot of those guys, and that's kind of what's bringing them back. It'd be like me calling up my buddy and be like, "Hey, man, we're working on this project. You remember working on EverQuest back in the day? I know you're retired now, but." Would you mind coming in and giving us some pointers and work with us on this? A lot of those guys are most likely retired. Or close to it, You don't think it's true in the software world? It can be very difficult to pick up works. Well, I think it's true because think about this. You had Ashes of Creation recently, go under. That put hundreds of developers out of work. They're looking for jobs. They'll take anything. I think you can find it. It's interesting to me because it's kind of immature. If there's legal things happening, let those legal things play out. If you want to tell your story, then tell your story. Yes. Well, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm not even going to speculate on it. Clearly, something happened. Right? We don't know exactly what. Something happened. And because of contracts, this is just like typical contract law, especially when you work for a company. You can't talk about it. The company can't talk about it because it starts to affect your personal lives. And that's why I won't talk about it. I'm not here to affect anybody's personal lives. Let's see. I'm reading all your comments. I promise I'll read your comments. I'm just not going to discuss some of the topics. But, you know, I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with some of your topics. I'm just not going to discuss them. But you feel free to talk about them. I'm literally playing EQ1 as I watch. Love those devs. Yeah, like the original EQ1 up to like Lucklin era. Loved it. Loved it. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good, John. Like I'm not. I just want to let everybody know that I am reading. I will read your comments. I just don't want to talk about them personally. I have a lot of thoughts on it too, right? I have a lot of thoughts, a lot of opinions. You guys know me. Anybody that's been in my stream knows I have a lot of opinions. So, you know, it's sometimes hard for me to hold my tongue or bite my tongue or whatever. But certain topics are, in my opinion, off limits for me. Anyone in a guild already in M&M? I think there's a lot of people in guilds, yeah. I joined a guild called Rampage. I joined them over in Pantheon days. They are from the P99 server, and they played a lot of EverQuest P99. Pretty big guild over there. And that's who I'm with right now on the closed beta servers. And we'll have to see where they go, what they do going forward. So. But yeah, I'm still all in on this game. I think it's going to be great. I did check out Adrulan Online Adventures a little bit. I like what they're doing with Adrulan because people ask me that a lot too. I like what they're doing with Adrulan Online. I'm not a big fan of the Minecraft graphics, to be honest. Just not a big fan. But not the graphics, but the Minecraft. The blockiness. I'm not a big fan of that. But I can usually look past graphics and that kind of thing for a fun game. And the game does look fun. It looks very fun. One thing I will say about that game are the spell effects look really cool. I can't wait till this game gets more spell effects, more animations, more of that. You know? To just really make the game pop a bit more. You ever play Anarchy Online? I did. I played Anarchy Online when it first came out. I only played it a little while. You know, one thing I have noticed about all of these MMOs, I played a bunch of them. A lot of them. Pretty much all of them. Except for like the really, really, really obscure ones. I haven't played all of those. But I try to play as many as I can because I love MMOs. But one thing that I have noticed is if I don't have a group of people to play with, I fizzle out very, very quickly. Like they're just not fun unless you find a group of people while you're playing it or you join in and play it with a group of people. So that's why I want to have that social game. I want this to be that social game so much. And so badly because I love this game. I really like what they're doing with it. But if there's not a good group of people to play it with, a good community, then it just takes so much out of the game. So, anyway. Aesthetic. Yeah, aesthetic is a good word for Adrulan Online and why I don't like it. I love Adrulan when I got to test it. Only got to like 6 on the flash test. Felt like this game, but was maybe a little less friction. Like a little less friction within the community? Is that what you mean? Or just a little less friction in what sense? I think that their community is much smaller than this one at this point. This one has just kind of exponentially grown. And, you know, with growth comes growing pains. I feel like this team right now is hitting some growing pains. I actually said this to Sean the other day in a DM. That over the past, this was maybe a week ago that I sent this DM to Sean, but I said over the past week or two, I've seen a drastic change in the team as a whole. You can tell that the team is more stressed. They're pressured. They're you can just tell in the way that they respond on streams. You can tell with the way that they respond in Discord or Reddit. I think that the pressure is starting to hit. Really, really starting to hit. Just fought those guys. The guys over there that they were just fighting. Yeah, you just fought those yesterday. The goblins. It highlighted all the phrases that would trigger the next speech bubble. Oh, yeah. Like leveling, mud mechanics. Yeah. That's one thing that people are talking about in this game. I noticed that game, Drulin Online, had chat bubbles. And I know a lot of people want chat bubbles to be in this game. I've heard quite a few people talk about that. And I don't know where I'm at with that, to be honest. Like, sometimes chat bubbles add to the game. Sometimes they take away from the game. I think with Drulin Online and their aesthetic, the way that they look at it, and the way that you play that game, I think chat bubbles work in it. I don't know that chat bubbles would work in this game as much. But maybe. They have a lot of work to do before EA. Are you talking about Monsters and Memories? I agree, yeah. Monsters and Memories has a lot of work to do before EA. They have a lot that needs to be done, for sure. I've been saying that since Alpha. And I was like, you guys are going to have 3 months of beta? Okay. I'm here for it. Let's do it. But holy moly. The pressure is on. For sure. I prefer Monster Memory graphics over Drulin by far. Me too, yeah. But I never really liked Minecraft graphics. That being said, I'm looking forward to Drulin Online as well because the game looks quite charming. It does, yeah. Absolutely. I agree with you. I think the game looks very charming. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. I think they're both going to be pretty good games. Right now, I'm in Monsters and Memories mode, Like, this game is definitely more along the lines of what I like visually. I like the style, the play style, like the way that you play, like the combat, all that. I like all that. The places where I think that Drulin Online excels are like the spell effects that I saw looked really cool. But those are things that they can add to this game very easily. So yeah, but I hope they both are successful, and I think some people are gonna like one, some people are gonna like the other, and some people are gonna like both. So we'll just have to see. I might play AOA at some point. I might play it at some point. But right now I'm super invested in Monsters and Memories, and AOA is kind of far off. So I've heard some people say that AOA is further along in development than Monsters and Memories. And in my impressions, it's not, but maybe it is. Mayhaps. Yeah, I honestly think that you guys are talking about the graphics being better for certain age audience, right? The kids that like Minecraft might gravitate more towards AOA, whereas Monsters and Memories might be a more mature, well, I'm not going to say more mature. That's a bad word to say. An older audience. Oh, shoot. I never joined my Discord channel. My friend might be, he's on. Hello. Okay. Where do y'all want to go? You want to go back to the Drakes, or are we gonna try to do something else? Yeah, there's another patch apparently. All right, if we're gonna go to the Drakes, I'll start heading that way. I'll just out doing some mining. All right, we're going to head back to town. Once they fix the lag, assuming they do, don't really know how far off M&M. It's just really a lack of content and a few class tweaks. Yeah, that's how I look at it. That's why I think that M&M's further along than AOA, because they already have a pretty big world, right? This world is massive. These zones are really, really big. And that's only going to be 25%. So they have a lot planned. And of course, you know, plans can always change. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I also think that, you know, M&M is going to continue to grow exponentially. You know, it's a lot of this stuff is right place, right time. There's a luck factor to it. And I think that's what's going on. Hang on one second. All right, sorry. I was responding to, of course, you know, I'm going to be flamed as well for comments on my very brief video on YouTube pertaining to Nick. The whole reason I'm not speculating and talking about it is because of that exact reason. People are being childish. You know, we got kids or people that are adults that are acting like kids that just want to speculate and throw stones at other people. It's silly, guys. The whole thing is silly. My issue with what happened, which is not interested in talking about too much, is that the genre is fragile. It is, yeah. when news like this hits, usually more bad news comes, and then the game ends. That's the thing. I don't think that's what's going to happen in this situation, Valkron. I don't think it's going to happen in this situation. Like, we would have to go into a lot of speculative discussions to explain why, which is why I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to make assumptions, because assumptions makes a butt out of you and me. You ever heard that definition, right? If we start going in that direction, it's bad. It's bad. It's not good for anybody. It's not healthy for anybody. It's childish behavior. We can take what the situation is, and it's kind of that kind of thing. So that's why I'm not talking about it. People can say whatever they want about me, and that's fine. I don't care. It doesn't hurt my feelings. People are going to say what they're going to say, and they're going to try to start beef with me, and I don't care. You guys plan on playing multiple classes? I'm going to play one character up to level 60 as my main, and then I'll probably play multiples. I'll probably have alts and stuff. You have alt-itis? Oh, goodness. Uh-oh, Devin. The loss of one member is not hugely sufficient. Game devs come. Yeah, exactly. Borluck. Game devs come and go, guys. They come and go. And I know it's hard for some people to understand. They want to find the the juicy bits. They gravitate to those juicy bits. And people, guys, there's going to be a stream for you somewhere. There's going to be topics on Reddit. There's going to be topics on Discord. There's going to be YouTube videos out there where anybody that wants to just speculate all day and argue with each other and all, go do that in some other, go do that wherever. I don't understand why people are trying to pull me into it. Oh my God, Criddle's not talking about it. He doesn't think it's a big deal. It is a big deal. Blah, blah, blah. Guys, this is a personal thing between what happened with Nick and the team. Like, let them go. Let them do their thing. It's like, good gosh, man. Y'all need to get your lives together if you find that much entertainment out of the grief of other people. God, it's crazy to me. You never heard that, Stearns? You never heard assumptions make a butt out of you and me? Or, whatever? You never heard that? I heard that in, 7th grade, and it makes so much sense. Because you start assuming about what happened, and then it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. Until we get an official response from somebody, it's all hearsay. Nobody knows. Hard because Fighter, Rogue, Wizard, Ranger, Shadow Knight, Hex Knight all look cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool looking classes in the game for sure. Questions, shifting topics. Pantheon, any date on the spring-summer release? I don't know anything about a date on that, Valkron. Personally, my opinions on Pantheon is that summer or spring, whatever, update is not going to be as fleshed out and where it needs to be. People are thinking, oh, it's going to be perfect and everything's just going to be, puppies and rainbows. It's not. It's not going to be that. I wish the best for Pantheon, but I've lost faith in that entire company. I'll say this in the regards to the Nick thing and Monsters of Memories. I appreciate what's happening with this company in this situation because I feel like Pantheon probably had multiple situations in which they should have done something very similar to this. And if they did do that in Pantheon, Pantheon may not have crashed and burned as hard as it did. Right? I feel like Pantheon tried to constantly, cover up and not take action where action was needed. And I feel like maybe that's what happened in Monsters and Memories. I'm not speculating on what happened. I'm just saying that, clearly something needed to happen. And it did happen. instead of just letting things continue. And that could be on either side. I don't know. Gossip like a bunch of old ladies and housewives reading celebrity gossip. Yeah, like go watch Housewives of whatever if you want that kind of garbage. I hear it's popping off lately. More servers are being locked as more people are getting into it again. You're talking about on like the forums and stuff? I'm sure there's all sorts of things being locked and all that. Yeah, that's why I say if you want to talk about it, if you guys want to have a forum to talk to each other, by all means, chat in Twitch. Go for it. Talk about it all you want. I just don't want to be involved in it, personally. The line assumption, assume, when you say but though, but me. Yeah, but you me? Yeah. Can't tell if you're trolling. No, yes. I am a very much a PG streamer, so I try to not say bad words as much as I can. You'll figure that out as you hang out in here longer. Like there could be kids listening. There's adults that don't. I just try to keep it PG. I try to keep it happy and friendly for everybody. Heard the same. It's a good game. Very slept on. Lots of content. Talking about AOA? Yeah. Camelot and Chains scammed me a lot of money. They were all legal and untouchable still today. It's normal people are sensible to this event. So wait, are you saying Corbo? Are you saying that you feel like Monsters and Memories is a scam, and you think that like this is a topic I will talk about, okay? Because this has nothing to do with personal things. It has to do with the company as a whole. If you think that Monsters and Memories is a scam and that you think that Nick was a whistleblower, I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think that Monsters and Memories is a scam. I'll talk about that, right? I'm not going to talk about what speculations of what Nick may have thought or not thought or whatever, because that's personal for Nick, right? I'm not gonna throw Nick under the bus. I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. That's petty and that's below me. I'm just not gonna do it. But I don't believe that Monsters and Memories is a scam at all. I think that they have built up a foundation of a game. I believe Sean. Now I could be completely wrong, right? In June 1st comes around, they start taking money from people. And they pull the rug, and I'm completely wrong. Come back and tell me, hey, Criddle, you were completely wrong. Ha ha, you're an idiot. That's fair. That's fair. And I will be like, I was wrong. I apologize, etc. If that happens. I don't see that happening, though. Don't see it happening. Yeah, exactly, Stearns. I don't think it's a scam at all. If that's what you're referring to, with the situation that's happening, if that's what you're referring to, I don't think it's a scam. They aren't even positioning themselves in a way for it to be a scam. They aren't taking donations they're taking literally nothing from people up to this point. Why? Like, I don't understand how they could make it a scam. This would be the worst possible scam in the history of scams. I tried to say S word the other day, and it got moderated. Nah. I won't. I'm not going to moderate people. As long as you're being respectful to each other, and as long as you're being respectful, period. Oop, did I lose you? Then, yeah. Yeah, we'll zone over. Once they introduced level sync, I felt it would go downhill. I understood the reason. Level sync? What do you mean level sync? Which game are you talking about? In Pantheon? I don't know. We're talking about like 3 different games right now, so I'm confused at what's going on some of these things. You love to rip into somebody calling Monster Memories a scam. You guys rip into each other all you want. I don't care as long as you're respectful about it. Yeah, exactly, Norse. That's the thing. Like, that's why I'm trying to avoid it, Norse, because everybody, you know, people like to get into drama. They love it. And I'm going to be avoiding it and not talking about it. So in 2013, 2017, I was thinking Camelot Unchained was not a scam, and it was. For Monster Memories, I don't know anymore. Completely neutral about it, just experience. Well, yeah, but I mean, most of these scams. All right, so let's talk about we'll talk about scams for a second in these MMOs. You know, people, when a company is asking for money up front and then telling you you're beta testing a game, they're effectively saying you are paying us to work for us. That screams scam to me. And that's what a lot of these companies are doing. They're basically saying you get the privilege of working for us by paying us. That literally, that's like the definition of a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme. Hey, if you give us money today, we're going to give you something in the future. Like, but that's not what Monsters and Memories has done. So I totally understand where people are coming from, and I you know, I get it. I get it. I just don't agree with it. So yeah, anyway, that's where I'm at with it. People are so ignorant these days. They defend people like Sharif. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, people defending. People are still defending whatever it was called, Ashes of Creation. There's still people defending that game. And I'm like, what the heck is happening here? Still hopeful for Eminem doing well. I hope Nick is doing... Yeah, I do too, Kraft. I hope... Like, I'm hopeful for Eminem. I hope Nick's doing okay with whatever happened with Nick. And we move on. Like... I don't know why that's so hard for people to do. Yeah, and exactly, Stearns. People can be curious. Curiosity is fine. Yeah, if you guys are curious, I'm curious. I'll be really, really honest. I'm curious what happened. I have a lot of thoughts on what happened. I would love to chat with you all about what I think may or may not have happened and my thoughts on Nick and on the rest of the team. I have a lot of these thoughts. Out of respect for the individual, though, that's why I don't want to talk about it. And that's where I think that the problem happens is people start attacking people. Like, there's no reason to attack somebody, you know, but that's what people are doing. People are attacking the devs and saying they're making up things to cause drama. You know, and it's they're trying to make it worse for us. The people that just want to have a good game, there's people out there that are literally doing it on purpose because they think it's funny to bring it up and make drama. So those are the people that need to be shut down, right? Those are the ones that are just like, you're not doing anybody any favors. You're just trying to stir crap up. That's literally all they're doing, is they're trying to stir the pot. And a lot of us, a lot of, I'm going to say us, because I'll throw myself in that bus. We take the bait. People come into my channel all the time. Charm is not overpowered. And I take the bait. Happens all the time. You know, I'm trying to move on from that, though. I'm trying to not do that. White knighting is worse than trolls. It is sometimes, yeah, Valkron. It is, yeah. Don't allow your employees to build a cult status out of your business. Well, that's another thing, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Kraft. I hope the best for all parties involved. I want everybody to be successful in their everyday lives. Like, you know, I that's why I don't like get involved in streamer drama. I just don't want to be involved in that streamer drama junk. Like, it's just so silly and it's so petty, and it's just like, it's honestly, it just ends up being jealousy. One person's jealous of another person. They're different sides, same coin. White knighting and negative trolling, both are just positive, negative trolling. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not, and I clearly am not a white knight of this game. I don't think. Maybe some people think I am or something. I don't know. But like, I have had plenty of negative things said about this game. But I'm also not 100% negative. Like, I'm very positive for the game. I love the game. I think it's great, and I looking forward to playing it more. So I'm on both sides. I will, you know, I'll talk about both sides of it. I just won't attack people, right? I'm not gonna make assumptions and say things about somebody that I don't know. Like, I don't know Nick. I don't know Sean. The only thing I know about them is what they say about the game. You know? Outside of that, I have no idea what's going on. It could have been a billion different things that were said and done. As far as some of the company, most companies that lose someone who's been with them, blue-collar worker for many years is more devastating to them than a management position. Yeah, I would agree with that a lot of times, Brian. Yeah, like, you know, somebody that does the grunt work oftentimes is more devastating to a company. Absolutely. Okay. It's just a guess. Why not worth? Yeah, it's all guesses. It's all guesses. I'm still hopeful Pantheon pulls it together. Yeah, I'm hopeful that Pantheon pulls something out. I hope they pull it out of, you know, whatever's going on over there. I do hope Pantheon makes an excellent game, and they make the game that they have been trying to make for 12 years or more, and the game that they're continuing to talk about, and what they're like. They have all these lofty plans for the future of Pantheon, and I mean, I really hope that they can make all of those things happen, because if they actually make the things that they are saying they want to do, it could be an amazing game. So yeah. Since you group with Gift so much, how do you feel about Shaman? I think Shaman's in a great place. It's probably one of the best, if not the best, group healer. So like, if you want to just XP, and you want to have a good group healer, Shaman is probably the best one to have. I would even say that Shaman are going to be required and in-game for their buffs and their debuffs as well. So Shaman are in a really good place, I feel like. I like the Shaman a lot. Does anybody know why the server's getting restarted? Every time I hop in, they're restarting. Yes, I do know that. Is it Karsamir? Am I saying that correctly? Yes, lag is the reason, from what Rogue is saying. But it's a netcode backend issue that they're working on. So Encrypt popped into my stream yesterday and kind of talked about it briefly. And basically, they're just trying to fix some backend issues that's causing the lag. They found several of them. They've patched several of them. And they're going to continue to have to keep doing that. So unfortunately, they have to take the server down to be able to patch some of that stuff. And then they're going to have to test it and then take the server down to patch it, test it. They can't just like test it, fix it, and then throw, like they have to take the server down to kind of reset it to make sure that it's working properly, which is unfortunate for us, but we are beta testers right now. Now, I'm hoping, my hope is that once early access starts and we're paying them, we don't necessarily need to be taking the servers down so much because you're a paying customer at that point. You know, and I think that the team knows that. Sean specifically has said that it is no longer testing phase when early access starts. That is a live game going forward. So we are no longer considered beta testers, alpha testers, or testers, period, once early access starts. That's not to say that the game will be perfectly finished and ready to go and ready to ship, because it's not to 1.0 yet, but it is a live game at that point. So, you know, take that however you want. So that's kind of where we're at with it. Can you say what you think of Elementalist? Yeah, I like the Elementalist. I think it's in a pretty good place. It just needs a little bit more love. I think that the Elementalist right now, the short version of it is a wizard with a pet. So it basically gets wizard nukes, but it has a pet. And then it can also summon some abilities and some utility that way. The summons are not really that great. They're good at low level, but as you get higher level and you start to gear up your characters, you're not really going to be using those summons much at all. However, you probably do want to make those summon weapons and put them and give them to your pet. That would be beneficial to you. But I want to see with Elementalist is more interaction with the pet. So like the summoner or the Elementalist casts a spell and the pet does an ability or whatever, and more of that synergy. They started with that, they just never finished that. So I would like to see more of that happen, and a little bit less of wizard spells. Like give them their own spell line of all 4 elements, so that they can cast different elements for different creatures to do different effects. Like wizards right now have fire for their damage, but then their cold spells do a little bit of damage, but also snare the mob. You could also have like an air or like an air nuke that has a slight knockback or a stun effect to it, or something along those lines. Maybe a earth type spell that does a stun, or maybe reduces their effectiveness in combat, or I don't know, something along those lines. I would like to see more things like that for the Elementalist. Their pets are also very, very strong in utility, because like the water pet gives mana regen to the party, the air pet gives an additional chance to attack with your main weapon, so stuff like that. Yeah. It's another step. We'll have to see what other steps they do, but I agree. That it was happening. I was wondering why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we got that. Let's see. People throw hissy fits when the game goes live once they start taking a fee. Yeah, they're gonna throw hissy fits. Exactly. That's why I'm glad that they're working on this stuff now. I think they should have been working on some of this stuff earlier. This is my negative side of things that people like to call out, my complaints, my whining. I wish that they would have been doing this earlier. Yes, we can if you want to. It's whatever. So yeah. I don't think he's fallen that far, but it's fine. It's whatever. It is what it is. Outside of Charm Shenanigans, what's the best solo class in your opinion? Any of the pet classes. Necromancer, Beast Lord, Elementalist are all good. The Archer is a pretty good solo class, although it got a little bit nerfed. Got a lot of it nerfed with its caltrops. But if you give it Sow, if you give it an Archer Sow, really good. Quad kiting druids and wizards are really good at solo. Rangers can solo. So yeah, all of that. Hey, what's up, Burl? You missed out on everything yesterday. Maybe you caught up today. I don't know, but let's see. Will players be able to dual box? Yes, players will be able to dual box on boxing servers. There's going to be no box servers and boxing servers. So if you want to multi-box, go to a boxing server. If you want to play two or more characters at the same time, no matter how you are doing it, doesn't matter what you're doing or how you're doing it, you need to play on a boxing server. Chuck Norris died. He did. Was busy all day. What happened? A lot. You'll catch wind of it as we go, as the day goes. But yeah, Chuck Norris passing was definitely a devastating blow. It's rough. McRuff. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom, grab a drink real quick. I didn't actually eat breakfast either. I might grab a banana or something. But give me 1 second, and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna go fight some drakes today, I think. So I think we're waiting for Gammy to come over. So I'll be right back. All right. I don't mourn Chuck Norris. I mourn the jokes. Oh, the jokes were good though. Jokes were good. But Monster Memories Discord turned into a daycare center. All out of lollipops. I mean, I will say that, like, you know, as far as the topic of, you know, Sean saying what he said with not kind of regulating the chat in Discord. I mean, you gotta think about that on a business standpoint, on a business side of things, right? I know that a lot of people want to talk about things, they want to speculate, they want to do all the things that they're doing, but on a business side of things, and out of respect of the people and their lives, their real lives, because we all know what happens in these situations, right? There have been death threats to game developers in the past for very silly reasons. Whether they're found, like, if whether there's any foundation to them or not. You know, maybe, like, are the death threats real threats, or are they just kind of idle threats? You know, it's hard to say, but there've been a lot of that kind of stuff happen, and I think he's trying to avoid that to anyone on any side. So yeah, I mean, I understand that people are upset about, you know, stopping the conversation before it starts, but I mean, you got to think about the other side of it. Like, it's just unnecessary. Yes, Burl, that announcement is what people are talking about. Is Performance in Phelan Draw better than Night Harbor, or is it about the same? Usually it's better, Karsamir. Usually it's better over there, and that's why people like to make characters over there. But lately, the entire game has had some lag issues because of whatever this netcode thing that's happening. Do you know with the box and no box servers will what? Will two different people be able to play on a no box server at the same household? Yes, they will. They require you to play. No. You can have two different people in the same house playing on a no box server. But just make sure it's two different people. People are already trying to find a loophole in that and be like, oh, that's my spouse's or my kid or my 15, children or whatever, and my dog and my neighbor's kid came over to play. They're already trying to do that kind of stuff. And whether they're going to be able to find out or not, the devs, that's going to be on the devs. Like, I don't know how they're going to police all that. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for them. But yes, you can definitely play with your family members in the same house. They're not going to be blocking IP address or anything like that at this time. They have not said anything about that. I just got 2 low quality pelts in a row. Time to buy a lotto ticket. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, a low quality pelts, the good ones or something, Moose knows? Having a PR figure disappear without communication looks bad, so I think it's very normal people speculate. No, it's normal for people to speculate. Absolutely. I'm speculating up here in my head. I'm not verbalizing anything because I don't know and I don't want to start rumors, If I say, here's what I think happened, that somebody's going to go to Reddit, somebody's going to go to Discord and be like, Criddle said this, therefore, maybe they're going to spin it as a true statement or whatever. I don't want to start any of that junk. Have they made statements about people having 6 separate computers? You cannot do that. The guys who get away with boxing on the no-box EQ servers. I mean, yes, they have said that, Stearns. You, on a boxing or on a no-box server, you are allowed to have one character logged in at a time. It doesn't matter if it's one computer, if it's 1,000 computers. One character at a time that you are playing. That is the idea. Now, of course, there's a million ways around this. Multiple computers, VPNs, virtual machines, etc., right? There's so many ways around it. And people are going to try to do that. Clearly, they're going to try to do that. But if you get caught doing that, your account will be actioned. I don't know what their actions are going to be. So, anyway, that's what's going on with that, and that's what's, we'll have to see. We'll see how they play it out. I have 5 dogs, and I taught them how to play. Just enough for a full group, just a coincidence? Exactly. That's what's going to happen a lot. Low quality pelts are turned into rawhide to make backpacks. I thought all the pelts could be turned into rawhide. I didn't think it was just low quality. I'm pretty sure high quality pelts can too. I think. Medium goes to hide. Oh, is that what it is? It's low quality goes into raw hide, medium goes into hide, high quality go into leather. Okay. All of which can make backpacks of varying tiers. A raw hide backpack is 10. A hide backpack is 11 slots. A leather backpack is 12 slots. It makes a better backpack. So they can all be done. Performance seems a bit better this morning. Killing Ashira. Yeah. The performance has been a bit better today than it was previously. Level 6 ain't seeing those other hides. Well, that's probably true. Yeah, it's probably true. Leatherworking probably be the fastest way to backpacks outside of hide grinding. Maybe. We need a skinning skill. It would be nice if they did a skinning skill. I agree. Like, skinning skill would be good over... like, I would rather see a skinning skill than just randomly having hides drop off of a mob. And your skinning skill dictates the skinning thing, whatever, you know, what you get. You bought a cloth satchel for 8 slot for, yeah, exactly. So, like, the satchels, the base satchels, well, I don't have any satchels on me, but I believe their base are 8 slots. I need to actually make some. I've got tailoring pretty high, so I can actually make a lot of stuff with that. My tailoring's at 192. Which is pretty dang high. I can make up to cotton, I think. Cotton satchels, backpacks, which would be, I believe a cotton satchel is going to be 10 slots, and a cotton backpack is 12 slots. You talking about Nick Pacer? Yeah, he was playing AOA 2 days ago. And then last night, it was just a stream of a can and him saying thank you. So. Is what it is. Now, let me know when you're ready to move. Okay. One in 20,000 to get a key. Well, it's 200 out of 20,000 to get a key. But yes, it is still low chances. It's about a 1% chance, though, right? If it's 200 keys that they're doing out of 20,000, it's about a 1% chance. And I would say, you know, some of those Nick streams that he used to do where he gave away a key, when he gave away like 1 or 2 keys, you know, that was about a 1% or less chance. So there's always a chance, guys. There's always a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. How do you gauge that? DPS meter? How do you gauge what? You might be really far behind, speaker, in chat, because we haven't talked about DPS in a bit. Is there no difference between skills using one hand and two-handed bludgeoning for both? So you think the damage that your skill does, like Frenzy, for example, does weapon damage, whatever. It's based, most skills, I'm not going to say all because I don't really know for sure. Most skills are based on the ratio of your weapon in your main hand. So if you have a really good ratio, it's going to do the same damage. But that's most skills. Like most skills that say weapon damage in them or whatever. Like your backstab and your, all that kind of stuff. I meant more of the skill ups and your skill levels. Oh, when you're increasing your skill chance. I mean, it's every time you use the skill, it has a chance to skill up, basically. So if you use one-handed, those are generally speaking, they're faster. So you're gonna use it more often. So it'll probably skill up faster with a one-handed weapon over a two-handed weapon. They say Chuck Norris died, but he gave Death a beating for being late. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Yeah, one second. Yeah, people just want to start drama. They, it's just a thing. I made a post or a video today on the Knicks situation, and I basically just said that I'm not going to speculate on it on the video, and of course people just want to keep bringing up drama with it. Oh my God, you don't think it's going to be a big impact on the game? No, I don't think it's going to be a big impact on the game. That's all I said. I'm not going to speculate why. I'm not going to go into all that. Anyway. No. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, people just are like they're trying to debate me into talking about stuff. That's all it is. Sorry, I'm talking to GIF in chat. Burrow rules with an iron fist. But they share categories and aren't separate. Like if I have been using my one-handed mace and I have skill, okay, then switch to a two-handed staff. I don't have to. No, you don't have to. Yeah, correct. Bludgeoning is bludgeoning. Slashing is slashing. Piercing is piercing. Yeah, sorry. They don't have separate one-handed blunt and two-handed blunt. It's all the same. Yeah. Whereas EverQuest did separate those. I don't want these to run. I'm going to pull them in this hallway. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Fog. Fog Waver. Oh, sorry, Fog Weaver. I've been trying to get a beta key for almost 2 years. If anyone has a spare friend, wish I could help you out. Hopefully they send out beta keys today, and I wish you the best of luck. I hope you get it. I heard St. Peter would retire, wanted to retire, so Chuck Norris replaced him. Nice. Be kind to people and dogs, or you're gonna get a booty whooping when you die. Oh goodness, 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 goodness. All right, this is gonna be 3. Okay. Oh my God. What is that? Holy moly, that was bright. Jeez. Yeah. Did you get a super white light when you walked up to this too? That was nuts. We gotta get that. We gotta get that fixed. Yikes. Let's see. World collision terrain. I'm gonna say that. I don't know. Line of sight issues. I don't know. Other. That was crazy. Invisor is undead. Okay, we're good. I think. Yep. We get lost in here. Yep. Okay. All right. I think we finally made it here. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways they can do it. We're just gonna see what they do. Yeah, that's the way they could do it. There's a lot of ways they could do it. Like, people have come up with like 1,000 different things that they could do, and it's just a matter of which one they come up with and what they like. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put my buffs up. Oh well, I'll do it in a second. I need to put my, what's it called? My sharpening stones. Sharpening stones up. Is crafted gear or dropped gear stronger? Generally speaking, dropped gear is going to be better. Like the rare dropped gear. But, so like it's going to basically be, there's low end gear that's dropped, slightly better gear that's crafted, and then better gear again that is rare dropped. So like your magical items that drop off of named enemies and stuff. So it depends on, you know, what you're getting. Trash drop gear, you just go kill a mob and it drops like a piece of, you know, tattered cloth boots or whatever. That's going to be really low end, and your crafted gear is going to be better than that. But if you go and kill like a named enemy, that named enemy will have better drops or better gear. Oh boy. So So we'll do this for a little bit today, and then, I don't know, we might go after some named or something later. But to see who gets on, who actually get on and do stuff today. What's the current vision for the end game? Are we getting raiding, or will there be more dungeon based? They will have some raids. In fact, there are raids currently in the game. So we'll see, what that in-game raid kind of scene is going to be. But the main focus of the game is going to still be single group content. So you will see things that are multi-group content, 2, 3, 4 groups. In the game currently, there are a few raids. There's like 4 or 5 raids at the end game at level 60 plus. There's also some level locked content at level 20, 25, and 40. That may or may not stick around in the game. Could be going away. We don't know. But there will be raiding. Now, the extent of that raiding, we don't know. We just don't know. And then the idea is that there will be best gear is going to be coming from a mixture of raids and single group content. Man, those are just not wanting to separate over there. We're going to go over here. These aren't wanting to separate either. My goodness. None of these want to separate so I can pull them. Here we go. These are separating finally. They're flying in different directions. Oh my gosh, they stopped moving. Sorry, I'm waiting for these to separate. Dual wield work in this game. Do I want a fast offhand, or is it on its own timer? So, Maddie Television, I believe they have made it at this point its own timer. So, your delay of your main hand weapon and your delay of your offhand weapon are separate. They swing at their own rate. So if you have a weapon in your offhand, it will check your dual wield. Does the dual wield trigger? If it does trigger, it swings, and then it'll wait the delay on the weapon, and then it'll check, does your dual wield trigger? And if it does or doesn't, it'll swing or not swing. Have you tried the PvP server? Does it have EQ PvP server vibes or WoW PvP server? It is very much EQ PvP server vibes. I will not play on the PvP server. It's going to be a huge grief fest. Classes are not going to be balanced with each other. It's just going to be a big mess, I feel like. So I'm not going to be playing PvP. I don't recommend anyone play PvP unless you want to have a huge headache. So totally up to you if you want to try it out or not. I think that the PvP in this game could be absolutely amazing. But it's going to be based on the community that plays it. I think the community oftentimes ruins the PvP in a game like this. They're just going to absolutely ruin the PvP. Because they're going to have people that are just griefing each other because they think it's funny. People are literally just going to be like, oh, I can kill you because you went AFK for 30 seconds. Or, oh, you just finished attacking a mob and you're at 5% health. I'm going to just come up to you and backstab you real quick. That kind of gameplay is not fun to me. Oh my gosh. Get away from each other, you silly drakes. Everyone plays a cleric on the PvP server? Do they really? What? That would be the worst class to play on PvP, I feel like. Oh my gosh, dude. It's so terrible. So maybe fast while I'm first skilling up and then swap to slow one. Yeah, if you're dual wielding, you're going to max out your skills, so I wouldn't worry about it too much, Maddie Television. It's not going to be a big deal. I haven't had any issues keeping up with my melee skills. I'm a little bit behind on bludgeoning right now because I haven't done it in a few levels. So what's my bludgeoning at? My bludgeoning is at 235 out of 250. But it's high enough to where I'm not really that concerned with it. But my others, my offense is capped. My my slashing and my piercing are both capped. Like it's not really a big deal and hard to keep up with as long as you're using different weapons and swapping them around. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. My favorite cell of the PvP server is taking the camp you want with murder. Yeah, too hardcore for me. Yeah, exactly. If you want to be able to like have camp disputes, you don't want to deal with petitioning and you don't want to deal with the play nice policy, all you have to do is just be like, PvP server, I'm going to kill you. Solves that problem. So that's, I guess, the good side of PvP. I don't like it, though. Joke? Okay, joke. Gotcha. Yeah. I was going to say, Cleric seems like the worst class to play. Are dots slave to server ticks or independent timers? You know, that's something that I haven't checked recently, Fogweaver. I believe dots are going to be independent timers because it's whenever they hit. They're not based on server ticks. I'm pretty sure. They're going to be like hots. Hots are also separate timers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works too. Now, if you get a regeneration spell, that's going to based on the server ticks. But like a hot, like a heal over time spell is going to be, and a dot are going to be based on when they land on the target, and then 6 seconds later they do damage. Can you train people in PvP server? Is it still considered griefing? You know, I don't know. Again, I don't want to play on the PvP server. I probably will not play on the PvP. I'm not going to be playing on the PvP server. Almost nothing will entice me to play on the PvP server. Training people is going to happen on the PvE server and on the PvP server. So, you know, it's just going to be worse on there. Training is top complaint currently on the PvP server, I believe. Makes sense. Isn't a server tick when you're at a restaurant and your server just kind of twitches while walking? Yes. Yes. That is a server tick. Absolutely. PvP going to be one-shots? No, I doubt it's going to be one-shots. I mean, a high-level wizard can absolutely one-shot other players, yes. 100%. A high-level wizard will be able to go up to a lot of classes and one-shot them. So you're going to have to basically stack stamina and stack health on the PvP server. Because like a wizard at level 60 wizard can do upwards of 3,000 damage in a single hit. My tank, my level 60 tank in the alpha base without any buffs had about 3,000 health. So effectively, yes, a wizard will be able to one-shot people. But you're not going to see a lot of that. But like a wizard that's invisible could potentially just come up to you, nuke your tank while you're fighting something, kill your tank, and then watch the mob just kind of kill everybody else. And it's going to, I'm telling you guys, it's not going to be pretty. PvP is going to be a disaster. I feel like PvP is going to be one of those things where a lot of people jump into it thinking it's going to work one way. they're going to be like, I can't wait for PvP. And then they're going to get into it. And within a month, the PvP servers are all going to be completely dead. The only people that are going to be left on the PvP server are going to be griefers, griefing griefers. And then eventually they're going to get bored and leave as well. But that's just my opinion on it. Like, there's PvPers that are out there. They're like, no, I'm going to stick to it. Blah, 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 blah. I don't believe them. I just don't believe them. They're not going to stick to it. They're going to get to a point where they're griefing people so much that those people are going to quit the game. And literally all it's going to be left are other people that are doing the same thing that they are. And they're just going to be griefing each other back and forth. But, you know, whatever. We'll see. I love the idea of Inquisitor class. Do you think they bring to the group made redundant by dedicated CC classes? I don't think so, because right now, Enchanters are really the only true CC class in the game. And then Inquisitors, right? So I don't think that it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be bad. I think having the Inquisitor is a good idea. I think they bring a lot to the game and bring a lot to the party. Since they have a lot of the Enchanter spells. What's your feelings about the mob control, Mez, Placate, Charm for Bard and Enchanter? Are there areas of mob density where one class is needed compared to another? I'm wondering if Bard can control well enough in tight dungeon spaces. They can, Bly. I would recommend in those situations to bring a monk to pull. Monks are the best pullers in the game. They can split camps up much easier than anybody else. Now, you can try to placate on a Bard or on any other class that can placate. However, one resist and you're probably all dead. So it can work. Absolutely, it can work. But one resist is bad for the party. So as you get to higher level, it's a matter of do you want to chance that or not. If you have like 5 mobs in a room and you're an enchanter, you know, you try to go in and placate. If it doesn't work, you're pulling 5 mobs and you start to mez them. You can still control the situation. A Bard is going to have a little bit of control of the situation, but not as much as an Enchanter. Enchanter is definitely going to be better. A Rogue can also try to split pull, but it's going to have a longer cooldown with its Vanish ability or whatever it is, where it can like drop aggro. So you know, a Monk is just going to make it a lot easier for you. You could also try with a Shadow Knight or a Necromancer with their Feigned Death, but their Feigned Death has a timer to it. So it's a 1.5 second cast time. So yeah, wouldn't recommend it as a main puller, but they are better than a lot of other classes. But Monk is still by far the best. PvP doesn't exist in video games anymore. It's just in its traditional definition. I agree with that. Yeah, PvP is really, it's all about just min-max players griefing non-min-max players. Like, it just doesn't really exist. And in this game, it's just going to be worse. It's going to be the sweaty players griefing the non-sweaty players until the non-sweaty players quit the game. And then the griefers are only there with other sweaty players. EQ PvP lasted a long time before it was a total mess. EQ PvP was a different animal because that was 26 years ago, right? So, you know, like, EQ PvP back then had players that were like, hey, I'm going to role play and I'm going to, you know, I want to create a guild that protects the innocent, and it was more about the role play aspect and being able to PvP. And when you had these griefer players, which were the minority players back then, they would you know, they would take care of those situations. They would basically say, oh, we know the griefing player, we're going to go after them, we're going to make their life miserable. Now, though, on these PvP servers, you have a much larger group of these griefers and these sweaty players that are just trying to ruin the game for everybody else, and they think it's funny, so they're going to continue to do it. And you have fewer of those role-play White Knight type players that are trying to make it better for everybody else. So there's a big difference in the community over the last 26 or 27 years. That's why I just don't think it's going to happen in this game. Now, it could. You might get those PvP guilds from way back in EverQuest days that come back and they're like, hey, we're gonna make an amazing guild and we're going to protect the innocent, and we like the PvP for the roleplay aspect of it. I just honestly don't see that happening. Like, that's a pessimistic view, I understand, but I just don't see it happening. There's too many sweaty players that just want to grief other people. You know, it's sad. It's sad. I worry to roll in PvP server because I eventually die. Yeah, you're definitely going to die on a PvP server. Doesn't matter how good you are, you will definitely die. Like, there's no way you're going to never be attacked by another player and just, like, in a bad situation. You're XPing, somebody's going to come up and kill you. You know, you AFK for a second, you have a lag spike, something's going to happen and somebody's going to kill you. It's going to happen. Will there be extra hard dungeons here? Not dungeons, no. There is content in the game that is much more difficult than other content in the game. But there's not like, it's not like your World of Warcraft where you know, have hard mode. Like, you have normal dungeons and you have hard mode dungeons and you have mythic dungeons. It's nothing like that. Bard can CC 5 mobs. They can CC 5 mobs, yes. But they don't do it as well as an enchanter, because the enchanter CC lasts for like 60 seconds. So a bard, their spell lasts for 18 seconds. If it gets resisted, you got to recast the spell, and you got to keep 5 mobs. You can't get any resists if you want to maintain CC on 5 mobs. 0 resist, and you have to do it perfectly, without a missed note, without any lag in the game, nothing. Like, literally 0 lag. An enchanter can CC something for up to like 2 minutes, I think, with their Mez spell. So they theoretically could, they could get lag, they could get resisted, all sorts of things that could happen, and they can still CC a bunch of mobs. An enchanter can effectively CC like 20 mobs. So, enchanter's going to be better at CC. It's going to be the best class at CC, by far. PvP classes were changed due to their PvP abilities. Had no bearing on PvE. They can do that, but they're not going to do a lot of that. Let charm work 100% as intended on PvP server. I mean, I think it'd be funny charming other players and sending them to their death. I'm going to charm you, and I'm going to send you into the dragon over there. Oh, you're dead. Sorry. Is the PvP full drop in Monsters and Memories? Right now, it's coin only. But I think the idea is maybe eventually they might do like 1 item drop where you can loot items. But I don't know. We'll see. Pessimistic, baby, but realistic for sure on PvP topic. Yeah, Todd. I think it's a pessimistic view, but I think it's also a very realistic view. Like, I know it sounds doom and gloom on PvP servers, but I honestly think that's what's going to happen. Bard also can't buff when it's CCing, but enchanter buffs last an hour. Yep, that's another thing. I hope charm becomes more reasonable. It's not in a good place right now. I agree, Grim. Yeah. Yeah, charm right now is still not in a great place. Again, I'm not going to discuss things like that. I'm not taking the rage bait anymore on charm. I will give you my opinion on it, and we're going to move on from the topic as far as I'm concerned. If you guys want to debate that stuff, the forums are a great place. There are multiple threads talking about charm and its power or non-power. So many threads. So many people's opinions out there. Like, people that agree with me and people that disagree with me. So, to your heart's content, go and debate all you want on the forums. But you can debate here in chat too if you want to. Charm command? Yeah, I haven't made a charm command yet. But yeah, you guys can debate amongst yourselves as much as you want. Maybe higher ranks have higher AoE and Mez, and it's capped at 4 targets. Maybe higher ranks have higher target cap. I think it's capped at 4 targets even at the higher ranks. But You could AoE mez, get 4 of them, and then you could single target mez a couple, and then you could go back and single target mez the ones you AoE mez. Yeah, the CC capabilities on an enchanter are very, very good. They're very good. Have to gear for it. We balance charm, I think. Yeah. Will help balance charm. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Can you take a boat from Night Harbor to the Wood Elf starting city and vice versa? You can take a boat from Night Harbor, like inside the city of Night Harbor at the docks, and it'll take you over to Keeper's Bite. Keeper's Bite is 1 zone away from the Phalandraw city. So you'd have to zone from Keeper's Bite over into Evershade Weld, and then in Evershade, Weld, whatever. What do you guys call it? Do you call it weld or wield? Because I guess it could be either depending on where you're from and how you pronounce it. I always say Evershade Weld. But anyway, you'd have to zone over and then find the city within there. It's up in the trees. You should be able to see it once you zone in pretty easily. It's not hard to find. How's it spelled? W-E-A-L-D is how it's spelled. Evershade, E-V-E-R-S-H-A-D-E, W-E-A-L-D. You say wield? Yeah. My answer for pronunciation. Yeah, I say weld, but it could be wield. I could see it both ways. But, you know, I also know people that say it's a dishwasher and a dishwasher. Right? They add in R's and stuff. I like wield. Evershade wield. Yeah. Wood. You would say weld. So you're saying weld, Burl? I don't know. It's like the whole Kinos. It's like that debate all over again, right? I say it like wield as well. Yeah, I can see it both ways. But yeah, it's just like it's just like Kinos, Kinos, all of those all over again. The bandage was wound. The bandage was wound around the wound. Yes. Exactly. It's pronounced like wield in England and US. Yeah. I think it could be a lot of different ways. The soldier decided to desert his desert in the desert. Wait, the soldier decided to desert his dessert in the desert? I like the read and read, but then lead and led. Like, crazy to me. I read a book, but I can also read a book that are literally spelled the exact same. But then you have lead and you have led. I'm going to lead a group of people to the lead mine. What? Like what? What is happening here? Afternoon. English class in session, I see? Yes. Yes. So confusing, man. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Yeah, 8 times is a grammatically correct sentence. I led a group to the lead mine. Same exact pronunciation. That's worse. Oh, you led a group to the lead mine, and you lead a group to the lead mine. It's like, what are we talking about now? English is the worst language. It's so confusing. But yeah, it would be spelled lead. Yeah, if you led a group, it would be led, L-E-D. You would have to lead a group to a lead mine to make them spelled the same. I before C, unless you're 8 weird neighbors seizing freight from the sleigh. You mean, oh yeah, I before E? Yeah, exactly. The whole I before, it's so, oh. That's what we were talking about yesterday with Family Matters, right? The TV show. Was it Family Matters or was it Family Matters? Like, what was the point of the show? Was it matters that happen to a family? Or was it that your family matters to each other? Like, they actually matter? Which one was it? I much prefer this conversation. Yes, delusion. Yes, that is correct. The show was about family matters, but that family felt that their family matters. Right? Like, what is happening? Yes, it's a noun or an adverb. That is correct. Yeah, the freaking English language. You know, the issue, honestly, the issue is because the English language is made up of like 5 other languages. It's like a bunch of languages kind of put together. New Quest text designer, right? Oh my gosh, dude. Like, that's one thing that it's hard. Like, I'm not a grammatical person. I'm not like an English major or anything like that. So when I read text, I'm not going to sit there and like nitpick the text that is in the game, because it can be read in many different ways. You know, if the text is written, is it written from a person that is describing something? As a designer, I am describing something in the game, or is the text written from the perspective of my character in the game? Those are 2 completely different ways that you would write the sentence. Like, you could say there's a crack in the wall. Like, if I say /look, there's a crack in the wall. But my character might be like, there's some sort of crack in the wall. You know, like, that's just, they're going to look at it differently. And they're going to think about it differently. But a very intelligent character might be like, ah, there's a crack here in the wall. There's a crevasse within the... Like, they could say it in many different ways. So it's like, I'm not going to be grammatically correcting the devs in what they're saying. Like, that's just like a silly thing. 2/3 French, and then a ton of other stuff. I mean, English it's got German roots, it's got French roots, it's got Spanish roots, it's got Latin roots, Greek roots. Although I believe Greek people would say that all language comes from Greek in some way. I don't know. Oh, I got 2 coming. Get on that mezzanine. They're called heteronyms. Is that how you pronounce that? Word with the same spelling? Yeah. Make an NPC that only speaks heteronyms. Put Latin in your resume. See who calls you out for literally like 100 people in the world speak fluent Latin. It's dead. Yeah, it is a dead language. The game is invite only? Yes, currently it's invite only to beta. Exclamation point beta for more info. Are Beastmaster pets different in any other way than how they look? Yes, the moose knows. And if they're not, they will be eventually. It's going to be more like a hunter in World of Warcraft where you tame a pet and it gets certain abilities based on the type of pet that it is. That is the idea. I want to see somebody go and tame one of the beetles because there is a beetle in the game that can cast Mesmerize and other types of abilities. Has anybody tamed one of those in Sungreet Strand? When I grouped as Enchanter and EQ, the early had a lot of folks didn't understand Mez much. SKs and Necros would dot the Mez mobs. Yeah. I played an Enchanter early days of EverQuest as well. Nobody understood Mesmerize. Nobody understood Charm. It was like it's a whole thing. I only really has Anglo-Saxon roots. The spice, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where all the stuff comes from. Don't know. Have you guys seen the guy with the shark named Swimmer? Yeah, you can actually charm a shark and then take it out on land. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I don't know if I'm okay with it or if I'm not okay with it. I think it's kind of silly you can take a shark out of water. But, yeah. You have to wait till next Friday to try. They might send out more beta invites today. Maybe. I don't know for sure though. Weld is what I used to do at the time. Welding pipe. Yeah, welding a pipe. But like I don't know. I've heard it's a weld as in like a W-E-A-L-D. It's a weld, like wilderness kind of thing. But I don't know. Tamed a fire beetle to use its light source, but then it had no taunt or attack skill. Yeah, the fire beetle is different than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the Cinder Sentinels, I think. Cinder Sentinels might have abilities. I don't know. I think it'd be too much to program to make that realistic. To make what realistic? The sharks coming out of water? Or not coming out of water? I don't know. Maybe. You hope so? Yeah. I'm hoping they send out the more beta invites today. Supposedly, we are getting more beta invites today. At some point. But they have not said when. That was more a general pet thing, like the bear I charmed on Wood Elf. Had no taunt or attack. Okay. I'm wondering, like, I know Nick previously said that the idea was that tamed pets would eventually have abilities, like CC abilities and stuff. Now, with Nick not being part of the dev team anymore, how is that going to change? I do think that's going to affect things, of course, because his direction, like Nick's direction on the game, and as far as class abilities and that kind of stuff, will definitely have an effect on the end of the game. But yeah, like when I say things like, you know, I don't think it's going to have an effect on the game as a whole. I think it's more as a whole, like as everything all together. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, going to change with how the abilities work and that kind of stuff. So I think that taming a pet now, who knows what's going to end up happening. I don't know. Some beetles and basilisks are not considered beasts in some sense. They can be feared but not charmed with beasts. Not sure how this would affect Beastmaster. That's interesting, Bly. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see if I can get a high-level Beastmaster to go like tame one of those pets or try it out. So this camp is for something specific or just XP? This is just for XP. That's all we're doing right now. There is a camp around the corner. I'll show it. Well, it's right around this corner, whatever, that that has named mobs in it. I wouldn't mind going to camp that. I don't know what those named mobs have anymore, like I used to know, but I'm sure a lot of that's been changed. It's kind of a challenging place to pull, though. Without having a monk, it can be tough. There's not many high-level monks in the game. FD is such a great skill. It is, yeah. Feign Death is... People are going to realize very quickly that Bard pullers and Rogue pullers and pretty much any class other than a Monk, they can pull, sure. But they are not the best pullers. I know there's a lot of debate on whether Bard should be able to pull because they were in EverQuest. They could. But, yeah. But that's because they had that Fading Memories spell, or whatever it was called, where you could de-aggro. Bards are great pullers before Fading Memories, though. I mean, no, Bards can pull, right? They have lull. They have a lot of capability to pull. But if a Bard gets a resist on a lull and they pull 5 mobs, what are they going to do? You know? They can't do a whole lot. They can run around and mez things, you know, if they have enough room to kite. But if you're in a dungeon and a Bard gets a resist on a lull, it's probably a dead Bard. Yeah, like go into a dungeon. Yeah, the dungeon would take away the run speed, Arc Hunter, and you can't kite things around without run speed. Sure, they could charm, but like, let's say you go into a room, there's 5 mobs, and the very first one you try to lull, resist. Now you have 5 mobs on you as a Bard in a dungeon without run speed. What are you gonna do? All right, you're probably going to die. Like, you could try to run and start charming and lulling or charming and mezzing. You could try. But chances are you're not going to be able to do that. It's going to be a very bad situation. Charm 1, stick it on the pack, start mez. Yeah, if you can live that long. Exactly. It's It's possible, but it's not going to be easy. Whereas a monk goes in and is like, oops, I pulled 5. Feign death. You know? Now, that feign death could fail as well, but they can stand back up, hit a defensive stance, run around a corner, feign death again. So that, you know, the chances of a monk living are much higher. Much, much higher. Not to mention, you know, the monk can feign death and just prevent things from coming to the rest of the party. Whereas the bard is basically like, well, I've got a charm mob, I've got a bunch of mez mobs, deal with it, guys. And then the entire party's got to get involved. So, what zone is this? We are in Fallen Pass. FD can fail here too. Yeah, it can fail. Feign death can fail. What's the cooldown on feign death? I think it's like 10 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that. I don't know the exact cooldown on it. It's not super long. They broke it at one point to where when you use feign death, the timer did not restart until you stood back up. That was bad. That was really bad. I didn't know Fallen Pass had mobs above level 50. Fallen Pass goes all the way up to level 60. There's a named mob actually level 60. There's a couple of them. Fallen Pass has raid content as well. 60 plus content. I recommend exploring around, see what you find. Be careful, though. Be very, very careful. Yeah. How's XP moving at level 50 but slow? It's actually not bad. 50 is not bad. 49 seems slower than 50. I feel like 49 is technically a hell level. It just isn't a flaming... It's not flaming like the other hell levels. But yeah, 50 seems okay. Is Black Tide worth the trip when I've been XPing in Fallen Pass? Black Tide has a lot of content in it. It's a big dungeon. It's got a lot of named in it. It's worth going to if you can get a group together. It's dangerous though, so be careful. It's kind of like going into like a Black Burrow or something, or Split Paw. There's a lot of stuff happening inside that dungeon. So just be careful. What loot do you get from these mobs? Just coin. They only drop coin. Nothing else. They're not the best mobs to kill, but they give XP and they're easy. I like to do this when we're like duoing or whatever. Right now, you know, we got a trio going, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing this to most people outside of just, you know, like a duo or trio XP group, just to get some XP to get to your next level or whatever. I always recommend trying, if you can, to have a camp of a named mob while you're XPing. It overall is better if you can do that. Can you solo one? I probably can't solo one, no, but there are classes that can solo them, yes. Very easily. There was a enchanter over here the other day soloing them. Necromancers can solo them very well. Like, a lot of classes can solo them. They're very, very easy to solo. if you can find the room to do it. Like this area right here where I'm standing, no mob spawns down this ramp. Like 3 of them spawn over here where that one in the distance is going, and then 1 of them spawns over here. Excuse me, over here around this big rock, and it kind of goes around this big rock. But you can use all this area in here a bunch. So, good morning, Westmort. How you doing? But yeah, I can't solo anything on a fighter. Like, fighter solo ability is terrible. It's awful. Like, you can kill like low blue stuff, but then you're gonna have a lot of downtime. Fighter is one of the worst solo classes in the game. I've been itching to play this game, yeah? I'm itching for you to play this game too. Sent you a DM in Discord if you don't mind taking a look. Sure, I'll take a look at it. I don't see a DM coming through yet. Let's see here. Oh, I see it. I see it. Do you think this... yeah, I think they're aware of that, Vor. You could bug report it, let them know. They're aware of that issue. It's kind of been around for a while, but yeah, all you have to do is move though, and it kind of resolves the issue. Because like it's just there's an issue when you're standing on top of something. Like sometimes in wolf form, I've seen wolves that are like up on the side of walls and stuff. It's just a way that does that. But yeah, you could absolutely do that. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a lot of DMs here. I have a lot of messages, apparently, DMs. I'm very bad about responding to DMs. I gotta look at that a little bit more. Where are these mobs? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These things are all like just pathing right next to each other. There we go. Boink. Got it. Going through DMs as a public figure, I would hate to bad you. I very rarely actually like look at them, but yeah, I'm gonna try to start doing that more. So if you guys send me DMs, I'll try to look at them. I'm avoiding that topic. Send to me. I'll be the receptionist. Yeah. There you go. Send them to Burl. Burl can filter them for me. No, I'm kind of going through them right now. Oh, see, this one was back in February. Yeah, some of these were way back, like way back. Any news on the weekend beta keys? We don't know. They said that the beta keys would go out sometime today. That's all we really know. Yeah, unfortunately. Golly, dude. I got to go back and read so many DMs. So many. Oh, all right. I'm going to do that later. I can't do that right now. But I apologize. If you guys have sent me a DM in the past and I haven't responded to it, I'll be looking over them and check them later. I think the community of this game, for the most part, is awesome. They're always Karens, griefers, but mostly wonderful. Yeah, I'd agree. I would agree with that, Vor. For the most part, you have that. The issue is, you know, there's always the loud minority, you know. The people that go to Reddit, people that go to Discord and read and comment, people that go to Twitch streams. honestly, they're a small subset of the overall population and people that are watching this game. There's a lot of people that do none of those things. They just want to play the game, and they just enjoy the game. Unfortunately, then, you know, we see a lot of that. The things that we see all the time are on Reddit and Discord and on streams. Or YouTube. No, you guys are fine. I'm only kind of half listening to you guys. Can you please show off your current gear? Yeah, I can show it to you. It's not great anymore. It was pretty good a few levels ago. I need to upgrade it. Let me pull another mob, though. So yeah, I've just got like typical gold jewelry. Whoops. Typical gold jewelry here. I need to get like whatever the next tier is, steel or platinum jewelry. I should have that at this point. I just haven't done it. Gold necklace. I still have an enchanted copper plate helm. This could definitely be upgraded. It's pretty old. We've got this blessed Veil of the Blessed Crossing, which is pretty good. You know, 9 AC, 5 stamina, good for tanking. Gold jewelry here. Weatherproof cloak, which is, you know, okay. This could probably be upgraded. There's a couple of cloaks in the game. Pauldrons are decent for the AC, but they're int based. So I would like to get new pauldrons that have strength or stamina, agility, dexterity, something like that on them. Onyx Van Bracers, these are pretty good. High AC for these with strength and stamina and HP. So overall, these are a really good piece. We've got the Thirstbound Grips. These are also a very good piece. Although there might be better now in the game, but these were basically best in slot in the alpha. So very good piece there. Again, more jewelry here. We've got these boots, which are the highest AC with some stats, some good stats for tanking on there. These are the best boots that I found so far, so I don't know of any boots that are better for tanking. Weapons, I've got the Debt Carver, which is a really good weapon. Get that around level 30. I would recommend that to anybody that is around level 30 to go get that. The Eclipse Cleaver is a really good weapon that you can get around level 40. It's a guaranteed drop. Definitely recommend getting that if you don't have better at that point. Again, there are some better weapons out there, but you know that weapon's not bad. We got these Greaves right here, which are pretty good. They've got strength and HP, which is always good for a tank with high AC on them. We've got the best belt in the game. Yes, I know everybody's going to want to know where this is, but it's literally the best belt in the game because it's got 20 haste on it. This bracer is okay. I would rather have a second one of these Onyx bracers than this bracer here because this is just going to all around be better. But I didn't get a second one of those. And then I've got this breastplate, which comes off of a named orc in the Veil of Zintar. I think there's a slightly better breastplate. It's got more AC on it and about the same strength. So yeah, you know, some pieces really good, some pieces not so good and could be upgraded. So kind of mediocre, mid-tier gear right now, I would say. I do check on Twitch and Discord. Avoid Reddit like the plague. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Reddit is it's a cesspool. You got to be able to filter through some of that stuff. It can be rough. I still read through Reddit. I read on Discord. I pop into streams and I try to listen to everybody. I try to get a feel for everything in the community. And then I come back and I either put it into YouTube videos or I talk to you guys about it here on Twitch. I'm hoping to make this Twitch community and my YouTube people that watch there, I don't want to get involved in the drama side of things. I want to give you the news of the game, what's going on with the game without the drama. The drama to me is something that I can easily get sucked into, and I do get sucked into sometimes, and I don't want to be part of it. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Agreed, probably should have specified. I was referring to in-game at the moment. For what? Oh, the community? Yeah, the community in the game is great, yeah. What sounds good for lunch? I don't know. What does sound good for lunch? I've got some leftover steak in the fridge. I might heat that up at some point. You know, slice it up and pop that in the microwave for a few seconds. Air fryer, whatever. I always put it in the microwave. It works for me. How are Rangers looking at the moment? Rangers are looking pretty good, I think. They're a very high utility DPS class, so decent DPS, like mid A tier DPS, but very, very high utility with a little bit of heals and the ability to off tank. So they can kind of do a lot of things, but they're not going to be exceptional at a lot of things. But very, very high utility class. Very high utility DPS class. Are they actually able to fill the role at higher levels, or are they just relegated to being bad damage dealers after level 20? Yeah, I wouldn't say they're bad damage dealers. They're, you know, mid A tier damage dealers. So as far as a DPS class, you definitely have classes that can do more damage than a ranger. But in a party, it's not all about the DPS. You need to have that utility. Rangers have an aura that gives them, I believe, offense, like +5 to offense. Maybe it's not offense. +5 to slashing, bludgeoning, archery, piercing. I think it's those skills. So +5 to those to allow you to hit more often, and do more damage more often. So it's a really good class. The enchanted items enchanted by crafters to the crafting system. Yes, they are DM tip. Yeah, all the enchanted copper, enchanted whatever they're made through. So you take enchanted bars or enchanted cloth or enchanted leather or whatever, and then you make the gear from that. I'm one of the people who jumps into Discord forums a lot, but I do it in a constructive way. Post like Archer design intent, my perspective. Yeah, that's what those forums should be. What ends up happening though is you post a productive comment or a productive thread or whatever, and then somebody just comes in and flames you for it. Well, you're wrong because of this and this and this and this and this. And it's like, well, that was my opinion. Opinions can't be wrong, so, you know. And it usually sparks some sort of debate. Almost every time it sparks some sort of debate. And people just go back and forth, you know, for hours about why you're wrong, why I'm right, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, technically, both of you are right and both of you are wrong, you know? It's just a difference of opinion and a difference of direction that you want to see. Have you made a YouTube video of where to find some decent gear as you level? I've made a couple of videos on where to do quests and find some decent gear. Yeah, there's two videos in particular. One for around level 20 and another one for around level 30 of where you can get, the first one at level 20, where you can get rings and a necklace that are really good if you don't have jewelry. Right now, jewel crafting is the best place you're going to find jewelry, though. So rings, necklaces, and earrings. But then at level 30, you can get good leather gear for pretty much anybody that could use it. But like, you've got some bracers that are good for wisdom. You have legs, I believe, that are good for wisdom. You have a chest piece and the weapon that are good for melee classes. So those are kind of things that I've posted so far. I make it a rule to not feed the trolls. Yeah, I try not to feed the trolls, and that's literally my stance on the Nick situation and, you know, his departure from the company. I don't want to feed the trolls. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. You know, I love to talk about it and I want to discuss it, but unfortunately, if you talk about it, it's gonna lead to a bunch of trolls that are saying, you know, all sorts of rumors. All sorts of rumors and stuff about why he left and all. And I don't care about all that. Like, that doesn't matter. Now, how is it going to affect the game? Absolutely, let's talk about that. But if I bring it up in any way, it always leads to, well, what do you think you left for? What blah? And it's just, I don't care about that. That's just a bunch of drama-filled garbage, and we don't need to get involved in all that. Nice. I'm thinking of some Mexican. Ooh, we had Mexican last night. It was delicious. Woodland Ranger, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, go read the Dead Zone post about Archer. I've heard about that. It's a cesspool. Yeah, I jumped out of that quickly. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I've heard about that, like the whole Dead Zone with archers. You know, I think there should be a Dead Zone there because you should be either at range or in melee and not be able to really... I mean, they could make a class that jumps in and out of both of those. They could build that class, but I don't know. I think that would be too high of an APM for this game. Hey, what's going on, Rising Raven? How you doing, bud? Did you mention where you got that belt? I got the belt in Fallen Pass. You need to be about level 50 plus really to go get it. About all I'm going to say about that one. That's a high-end drop item that a lot of people are going to go after. Luckily, I got the rare. It's the rare off of that mob, and I got it, and I can move on. But it's around level 50. It's not an easy camp. You're going to want to go in with a group. At level 50, you're going to definitely want a group. Unfortunately, Criddle, with the Nick thing, I agree with you. Yeah. I think a lot of people agree with me, and the only people that disagree with what I'm saying on the Nick situation are honestly people that want to start drama. If you don't understand where I'm coming from and why I'm not talking about Nick, and I'm not talking about the situation with Nick, if you don't understand that, I don't know how to help you, but clearly I am not the right content creator for you because I don't want to be involved in the drama. Now, how the Nick situation affects Monsters and Memories, yes, we can talk about that. Absolutely, I'll talk about that. But why Nick left, why he was, if he was fired, why he was fired, if he left on his own volition, all of those things, I don't care. I don't care. Just don't care. That's got nothing to do with me. Agree with you. Find yourself in. It gets annoying, yeah. Particularly in dungeons. In dungeons for the... Something else? I don't know what you're talking about, the dungeons thing, Westmore. I wonder if they will fill Nick's spot, or is there a drop in the development? I say that's not really knowing what he did. So basically what Nick worked on, his main goal of the game, and it was building class abilities. That's what he did, is he gave classes their toolkit to be able to do their role in the game. He wasn't the only one that did that. He was just the one in the spotlight because he streamed it and he talked about it a lot, and he was a founding member of Niche World's cult. So it's a big deal that Nick is no longer with the company, but his role has already been filled, basically. Zillith has already been doing that role with Nick for a while. So we're not going to see like a huge amount of productivity loss with Nick gone. You're going to just see Zillith take up that role. Rich Waters also was working with Nick on that same thing. So Rich Waters is probably also going to be working on the skills and the builds and the abilities and all that of classes. That's all that's going to happen. You know, Nick isn't going to be the one focused on doing it, and it's his ideas that are going into the game. Basically, Nick's ideas are going to be gone, right? His opinion is going to be gone. But his opinion was already in with the devs. They already knew what his opinion was, and they agreed or disagreed with whatever those opinions were, and they were building the game in that direction. So how it's going to affect the game going forward is it's going to be less Nick's opinion on things and more someone else's opinion on things and how they want to build it. But ultimately, the game is not changing from what it was previously, right? It always has been a group-focused game, and I don't think any of that is going to change. So, like, what abilities get added to the game or taken away from the game may change. Nick, for example, took away the Koth ability. That, I'm pretty sure, was his idea. He didn't want it in the game, and he took it out. Will they put it back? Who knows? Nick might have put it back. Somebody else in the company might put it back. We don't know what's going to happen with that. That may or may not have changed with or without Nick, right? So I don't think a lot of these things are going to change that much. But the direction of the classes ultimately is not going to change. Just maybe minute things like a specific ability may change. Which, you know, could completely change the way that you play the game, maybe. I don't know. And some people agreed and some people disagreed with Nick's direction. You know, I mean, there was a lot of things that I didn't like that Nick was doing, and there were other things that I did like that Nick was doing. Clearly, I didn't like Charm. I didn't like his direction on Charm. Very clearly. I made that very apparent. But is that going to change with whoever takes over? Is it? I mean, it may or may not change. I don't know. Is there hell levels in this game like EQ? Yes. They start at level 20. So at level 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 51 through 59 are all hell levels. I also think that 49 is a hell level, but it doesn't show as a hell level. If the intent is to have it end, then the argument for range equals utility goes away, in my opinion. If the thing is that it's fluid, then range as utility has some merit. Yeah. I got you, Bestmort. Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, some people say that the archer. So what Westmore's talking about there, and what I just read, is the archer. Nick was saying that the archer does a little bit less damage than a rogue because they have the ability to do it from range as kind of a utility, right? Because it's ranged, makes it do a little bit less damage. You know, that's an argument that people can have on both sides. I can see it going both ways. Well, Burl, people want to know about it. Like, I don't mind. I don't mind, you know, giving a brief reasoning for things, because people are curious, and that's fine. I mean, we're all a bit curious. I mean, I'm extremely curious of why Nick is no longer with the team. I got two. These were not wanting to separate. What I'm honestly concerned about is the class vision, and are they going to stick to class statement vision that's on the website? Yes, Westmore. They absolutely will stick to that class vision. That's more of a Sean thing too, right? That's just a vision for the company as a whole. So I don't see the class vision changing because Nick is gone. The overall vision I don't see is changing. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Now, specific abilities, maybe. You know, I'll be very frank on that standpoint. I disagreed with a lot of what Nick was doing lately on the class front. You know, but I'm just a random dude playing a video game. Like, what do I know? But I disagreed with a lot of his direction on things. So I'm kind of hopeful in some ways that maybe we'll get some different changes. Not to say that what Nick was doing was wrong. I just didn't agree with it. But you know, whatever. Is what it is. It's a loss, but they can have a good team. Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing. Yeah, that I'll get behind, Justin. It's always a loss to lose somebody in your team, guys. Always a loss. I'm just not going to debate or talk about why, the whys and all that. That's just silly. That's just silly. None of our business. I know this may be harsh, but I feel this may be a positive thing. I feel like the class design was one of the weakest elements in M&M. Some very odd decisions across the board. I would agree with that. Yeah, that's where I'm at with the whole topic, right? Nick aside, I think that the direction of some of the classes was going in the wrong direction. I did not like a lot of the class changes and a lot of the class design. And I think that the balance of the game was out of whack. And I think that there was too much homogenization between the classes, all of that happening. And I hope that they continue to make some changes away from those things. Hopefully. You didn't realize hell levels are in? Yeah, they're in. I'll be in one as soon as I level up. I'll be in hell levels from level 51 all the way up to level 60. What happened to Nick? The short version is Nick is no longer with Monsters and Memories. That's literally all we know. Outside of that, that's it. That like nobody knows. So anything you hear outside of something coming from Sean directly, I probably wouldn't believe. I would just take it with a grain of salt and move on. Nobody knows. It's all hearsay from this point on. Until probably Sean says something. Right. Drama Drew. Oh, geez. Thank you so much for the follow, Drama Drew. So much for opinionated fence sitter. Yes, I'm joking. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm not talking like that. These enemies look awesome. They are pretty awesome. Yeah, I love these drakes. They look very cool. Looks like Nick's with Adrenaline. That's one of the conversations I don't know, Chaos. Like that's all hearsay. I'm not gonna even. Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at that. Saw the classes moving away from that vision. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. So what classes are you grouped with right now? We have myself as a fighter. We have a shaman and a bard in this group. I got a level 19 fighter. Do you feel the fighter is worth leveling up to the cap? My gear is met at 19. I think that the fighter is in a pretty good place. Yeah, I think it's going to be the best overall. It is the best overall physical mitigation tank. And since physical damage is the majority of damage in this game, it is overall probably the best overall tank in the game. But some people say that Shadow Knight is a better tank. And I would say that that's probably true in group situations. For XP groups and stuff, I think the Shadow Knight is by far the best overall tank. How much of the homogeneity across classes owes to keeping EQ roots? Well, that's the thing. That's the issue that I keep running into is I want them to get away from the EQ roots. I feel like this game is too much. Hey, it's an EQ clone. Because it was in EQ, you have to put it in Monsters and Memories. I don't like that. I hope they get away from that more and more and more. That kind of bothers me. Also, hi, first time here. Welcome. Yeah. What class design direction did you not like? Well, the charm is probably the biggest one in my book. Like, I feel like charm is too strong and it overshadows a lot of other abilities in the game. And it makes, if you play a charm class, it makes you people expect you to charm. And if you're not charming, then you're not doing your job. And I don't think any ability should be that powerful to where everyone expects you to do it. Like charm became the meta, and I think that was one of the biggest issues. But other things as well, like I feel like they gave Shaman this whole Oh. Oops. They gave Shaman a cold nuke line. They gave, which I don't think needed. They gave Rangers a fire nuke line all the way up to level 60, which I don't think it needed. There's a lot of abilities like that were being added into the game. Those are the things that I disagree with. It's just like they were abilities that were unnecessary for the classes, and they were just put in for whatever reasons. Who knows why, but they were just stuck into the game. And it's like, well, how about we get a good foundation for these classes? Then you can add in those spells that are kind of fun or fluff spells like that. Like trying to force in meme spells. That's something that was being done quite a bit, and I disagreed with it. I don't understand why we were wasting time adding in meme spells like that. I know that they were easy to add in, etc. That's fine. But there's a lot of other things that are also easy to add in or could be balanced and all that. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Hey, thank you so much for the... is that a gifted sub? Community, it says... yeah, thank you so much for the subs, guys. Epidemic, Woodland Ranger, appreciate it. EQ early was great because classes weren't made to be all the same. Yeah, exactly. I don't want classes to feel very samey. That's what the homogenizing is, right? It makes... there's too much overlap from one class to another class. And I hope that they get away from that. I don't even like the hybrid classes. I want to see like a Ranger be its own class, a Paladin be its own class, Shadow Knight its own class. Not like a Paladin is a cleric fighter. It's like some fighter abilities with some cleric spells and then a couple of unique things to the Paladin. I would like to see a lot of unique things to the Paladin. They can share a few spells, sure, but a lot of unique stuff for the Paladin itself and the Shadow Knight. That's what I'm hoping for. And there was a few places they were doing that. There was a few. But I want to see more of that. I would like to see more of that. I agree. I feel like sometimes it's less inspired by EQ and more flat out copying it. Yeah, Ninja Law. I think a lot of times it is nearly a copy, one-to-one copy of EQ. And I think that's causing problems in the community because somebody might have played EverQuest and then they're like, oh, well, EverQuest has this. Why doesn't Monsters and Memories have it? Add it into the game. It's clearly something that's needed in the game because EverQuest had it. Let's get away from that, you know? EverQuest didn't do everything perfect, right? Monsters and Memories is not going to do everything perfect. So, but we can inspire by EverQuest and still make a really good game that's different enough, you know? I don't have any loyalty to EQ, so I share in your general view. Let Eminem be its own. Yeah. Do you think maybe they overreacted with having 16 starting? There's 18 starting classes, but yes, I think they may have bit off more than they can chew with the 18 starting classes. I think that they maybe should have started out with fewer and then kind of built on it later on. That to me, that would have been a better way to go. But here, I don't want to get that actually right now. Let me go this way. I do think that there's too many classes and there's too much overlap in those classes. Can I pull this one? I don't know. Ah, here we go. Oh, now I can pull this one. Is it coming my way? No, it's not coming my way. We're going to pull this one. I was looking to see game be higher APM. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like there should be some higher APM classes and some lower APM classes to give people a variety of different things that they can do. And I feel like it has that. Like Bard, very high APM. Cleric, very low APM. And then every other class is somewhere between those two. So, like, I feel like if you're, like an ADD gamer and you just got to be doing something all the time, then play one of the higher APM classes. If you are more of somebody that just likes to be casual, play the game, at your own rate, etc., then play a lower APM class. I like having the difference. Overall, though, the gameplay is much slower than modern games. So some people are going to like that, and some people are not going to like that. There's a lot of people who just want P99 again, EQ for classes as well. I mean, yeah, but play a TLP server. You know, EverQuest is already there. They do TLP servers every once in a while. If you want EverQuest, then go play EverQuest. Like, you don't need to remake EverQuest. It's already a thing. That's how I feel about it. There's areas I have high disagreement with EQ Clone. Yeah, I do too. I think it messes with expectations using the same names for classes too sometimes. Well, yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, nobody owns a wizard, right? Nobody owns the name of a shaman, or nobody owns the name of a druid. You know, these are in EverQuest, they're in Dungeons and Dragons, they're in World of Warcraft, they're in a bunch of other games. So they're just, it's, you know, they could change it, you know, like Witch Doctor or whatever. But if you do that, Witch Doctors, which are basically shaman, kind of in a sense, and they're in Diablo. You know, it's just, you know, what are you going to call a spellcaster? A wizard, a sorcerer, spell slinger? You know, like, these have all been used before in some way. So, I don't know. I've said it before, and it's basically like reinventing the wheel. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to improve on the wheel, right? The wheel is already a perfect thing. But we can improve on it. We can add rubber to it, add air inside of it, make, you know, all sorts of different improvements to the wheel to make it better. The original wheel was just probably a piece of stone that was cut into a circle, or a piece of wood. It didn't have shocks. It didn't have, you know, any type. So you improve on it over time. And I think that's to me what I would like to see out of this game. Take EverQuest as its base, and then create your own game and improve upon what EverQuest was. Keep the same aspects that were really good, and then improve upon it. How long did it take you to get to level 50? About 10 days played or so. So about 200, or it's around 200, 250 hours, something around there to get to level 50, depending on your class, depending on the group that you play with. Are you soloing? Are you grouping? There's a lot of factors there. But it took me about 240, 250 hours. They need a high APM damage healer, in my opinion. That would be cool, but would it be overpowered? Maybe, I don't know. Magic Murder Man for Wizard. Magic Murder Man. Okay, okay. Rule out Fighter and Paladin. That would be ideal. Tanky class to partner with Cleric. Fighter would be better with a Cleric than the Paladin, because your Paladin and your Cleric are going to overlap too much. So a Fighter-Cleric combo is overall probably a better option. But I will say that a shaman or a druid is better than a cleric for leveling. A cleric is going to be very good for like in-game or very challenging content because of its capabilities, of its healing capabilities. So I would, you know, leveling up a cleric is still going to be very, very beneficial in the end. Quite a few of those old EQ. Let's see. Yeah. The EQ. There's a lot of stuff coming from EQ. Absolutely. They're changing some of it though as they go. Yeah, like the sitting to meditate. They've changed meditate already, so you don't sit on server ticks anymore. It's now you sit down and you wait. You know, the longer you sit, the more you get meditation-wise. So if you only sit for half the meditate tick, so like a meditate tick is 6 seconds. If I sit down for 3 seconds and then get the meditate tick, I get half the meditation. Is basically how they have it set up now. Yeah, it's still themed to sitting. Absolutely, yeah. Inquisitor for CC, SK for damage. Yeah, Inquisitor is going to be your CC tank and a very good caster mitigation tank and the ability to prevent spellcasters from casting spells. So overall a very strong tank. What are your thoughts on the monk right now? Need honest opinion. I always give my honest opinion. Monk right now needs more DPS, maybe a little bit more utility. It's the best puller in the game, so it works there. But its DPS is a little bit low, I think. And then, maybe adding a little bit more utility through its stances or something. So we'll have to see what happens there. Like, Nick had some ideas for the stances that he was working on. Those apparently are going to probably go away. But I don't know what, like, Zillith or Rich or anybody else may be doing in that regard. But I think that the monk needs a little bit of love. A monk dueling with a shaman is actually really good, really strong. That's a good change, but still themed as sitting. Yes. Are there enough spellcaster mobs to make the Inquisitor anti-caster abilities worthwhile? Yes. At the higher end, there is Ninja Law. However, people like to go the easy route, so they try to not fight spellcasters. So an Inquisitor in your party will just open up what your party can do because they're going to be able to deal with the spellcasters a lot easier. So, like, if you have a normal party in this game, everybody's going to want to go after, like, these types of mobs that do 0 abilities, makes them very easy to fight, very chill camps. But when you're going up against a named, almost every named in the game has some sort of ability that they use. And the Inquisitor is going to be able to stop them from doing it through stuns or interrupts or silence or whatever. So, yeah, Inquisitor tanks are definitely going to be wanted at the higher level, for sure. Got to run. Have a good one. Yeah, take care. Appreciate you coming by. Thanks for the follow. Server's coming down in 10 minutes. Bummer. They're still working on the back end, guys. That's why the servers keep coming down. They're still trying to fix some issues there. I don't think they did yet. Just a heads up. Server's going down in 15 minutes. They're applying a patch. Yeah. We just got a announcement in game. Appreciate them working on weekend to improve stability. What champs? Yeah, right? Like, I think that is so important right now. Like, way more important than getting classes in and getting abilities in the game and all that. I think that adding in, or getting the stability of the servers is very important. Very, very important. And they're working hard to do that. So props to Encrypt and Ali and probably Swanee. I'm assuming those three are probably who's working on this the most. I really don't know. I know Encrypt is working on it for sure because he popped in yesterday in chat and talked to us about it briefly. So yeah. What's on the bar on the right side? All these over here, those are my abilities. Excuse me, sorry. Those are my abilities on the right-hand side. What do the colors mean? So the red are like combat abilities. They affect your target. The bluish purple ability, whatever you want to call that, I would say purple probably. Those are going to be group buffs. So this is a group buff that increases the strength of my party. And then yellow is a self buff that just improves me in some way. Defense is going to increase my damage reduction, my physical damage reduction. And the Merciless Assault down here at the bottom is going to increase or give me more damage. It's going to give me crit chance, or not crit chance. It's 100% chance to crit for 12 seconds and 50% increase in damage. Personally, I think that that ability should go away. That's another one of the abilities where I'm like, I don't know why this ability is in the game. I like it. I'll use it. It's very strong, but it gives fighters a bunch of damage that they don't necessarily need. That is cool. They actually gave skills that can be buffs or melees. Yeah. There's definitely some skills like that. Pull one more and then probably stop. Until they, bring servers down or whatever. Sorry, I got something in my throat. Hey, Criddle, how are the mob changes feeling? Health, armor, TTK? Haven't played much since they went in. I think that there's been a little change. I don't feel like they've changed a lot from what I've seen. So they basically increased the armor of mobs, which effectively makes spellcasters a little bit stronger, is really what it did. It wasn't really a nerf to anybody. It was more like a buff to spellcasters. So I think overall that's probably a good change. The health increase, maybe a little bit. It's hard to tell. but the overall TTK probably went up a little bit, maybe 10% or so. So if it was 20-second kills or 22-second kills, 30-second kills, 33-second kills. So a couple seconds per kill, which overall is going to add up. But I think these are going to be a lot of changes over time. So you're going to have a little increase here, a little increase there, until we ultimately have where they want it to be. So I think these overall, I would say they're positive changes and going in the right direction. So I like those changes so far. Does everyone start with a backpack? No. No one starts with a backpack. You can start with some items. So when you start out in the game, you have these inventory slots here, but no bags unless you choose certain traits, like trade skill traits. Like if I choose enchanting, you start with an enchanting book, which is this book right here. If you start with jewel crafting or leatherworking or tailoring, you'll start with a kit to use that. But outside of that, no, they do not. You do not start with any bags. So your inventory is only going to be this row right here of inventory. You have to actually get all of the other bags in somehow. You can craft them. You can buy them off of merchants. There are drop bags in the game from NPCs, but you're not going to see those. That it's going to take a long time before you see any of the drop bags, but there are some out there. Would you rather a monk be more of a tank or more of a DPS? I would rather be more of a DPS, and I'm glad, like, that's where I want it to be. I think a monk could be a good off tank, like a temporary tank for when the poo hits the fan, right? Then they taunt the mob, they pop a cooldown, they can off tank limited duration until things get CC'd or, you heal the tank back up or whatever, that kind of thing. A nuke was dropped? I did not know that. Wow, dude. Somebody actually dropped a nuke? Oh my gosh, dude. That's terrible. That is terrible. That is bad. Very, very bad news. Wow. I don't even know how to segue to that to more questions. I really don't. Yikes. Hang on one second. I'm trying to read something. Okay. That dude's trolling? Is he trolling? Okay. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm not looking at the news right now. Do you group up with other players? Yes, I do group up with other players. Oftentimes I play with my set group. But if my set group is not available, I will absolutely group up with other players. But, I've been playing with these guys for 20 years, Why would I not play a game that is a group-based game with my friends? I think that that's a big part of the reason I love this game and I want this game to succeed is because it brings those friendships together. And yeah, we do add in, people to our party sometimes. Right now we have like 4 or 5 of us that are usually on at the same time, and sometimes we bring in random people to the group. I have joined a couple of pugs. I usually do that in the evenings when other people are not around or not on. So, I do that, but it just all depends. It really all depends. Feel like Monk should be a DPS puller? Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. DPS puller for sure. All right, we're going to give this a second. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll try to log back in. Usually the server's only down for like a minute or two. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Actually, give me more than a second. I'm going to just go ahead and make my lunch real quick while we're waiting for the servers. Alrighty, we're back. I'm gonna eat a little bit of lunch. I'm back, Isar. All right, you ready? Okay, I'm just kind of eating lunch a little bit, so. No, it's all good. Okay. Thought you were set on playing an ogre fighter, but the dwarves look great in plate armor. Stone form seems so strong for tanking. Yeah, the reason I chose dwarf is because of the stone form. But I also, somebody the other day pointed out that dwarves in plate armor look like trash cans, like basically like a trash can kind of tank. And that fits my Oscar the Grouch theme, right? These mobs are such a pain to split. Yeah, Kevin. I agree. The pet situation is a little bit out of control. Paladin pets are temporary. You know, they're not like always up, like a Shadow Knight or Shaman or whatever. But they do have a pet. Same thing with Spellblades. They have a pet at level 50 or 55 that they get. Again, you know, do we need every single class having some sort of pet, even temporary pets? It's a bit much. I hope they get away from that as well. Alrighty. Sorry, I was eating my lunch. It was delicious. Let's see. What healer would you recommend a duo for Beastmaster Elementalist? Thanks in advance. Yeah, that's a tough one to say. I would probably go with a Druid for the Beastmaster because right now you're going to have a lot of overlap with the Shaman. However, a Shaman is generally speaking your better duo healer. But since there's, you know, overlap with the Beastmaster Shaman, Beastmaster Shaman abilities, Druid would probably be better. For the Elementalist, kind of the same thing. I would say Shaman over anybody else, but a Druid could also work well. But there would be some overlap because of damage shield. So I would go probably Shaman with the Elementalist. But Shaman is just generally speaking your best overall duo class. Paladin pet is it's called an Ancient Guardian, and it's a long cooldown. It spawns. I know I'm not Kevin, but it spawns after a long cooldown. You can use it, and it creates a golden armored figure that can then be used to heal your party members or yourself. Thank you so much for the follow, Blowfish. Appreciate it, bud. I feel like we need to make the font bigger still on the follows and stuff. It's still kind of small, isn't it? What do you all think? Bigger font? So it's situational pet spell? Yeah, it's a very situational pet spell. That's why, like, I don't talk about that spell when I talk about pets in general in the game, because it's a very long cooldown, and very, very situational. Bigger font, go big or go home. Yeah, I tried to increase it a bunch. I thought I increased it enough, but apparently I did not. Oops, which one is it? I mean, on my end, it shows like it's coming outside of the graphic. So, like, the font is... The font is, like, looks terrible on the actual thing when I change it. I don't know. I'll make it a little bit bigger and we'll see what happens. All right, I made it a little bit bigger. We'll see how that goes. I keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it like doesn't seem like it's changing on the actual stream. It's weird. How's the grind? It's going. It's going, Sean. How are you? Why do you think those 3 classes it listed should not have pet types? Oh, you're talking to Kevin again? I mean, I'll give you my reasoning. I don't know why Kevin doesn't think so. I think there's too many pet classes in the game. That's the problem. Too many classes have pets. Way too many classes have pets. There's 7 classes in this game that have permanent pets. And then you have 2 additional classes that have some form of pet. I'm fresh to P99 in Monster Memories. I think my main gripe is there's a bunch of pet classes. Well, you know. Yeah. I don't know what Kevin's response would be. I'm not going to try to speak for other people, but yeah. Glad to hear it. Wanted to ask if anyone in your guild has attempted to see what the use of enchanted leather cloth in the bags recipe has produced. I don't know of anybody that's tried that, but that's a very good question. You know, making enchanted bags. That would be a cool thing to do. An enchanted bag that reduces weight of the items in it by, you know, 10%, or maybe adds an additional item slot in it or something like that would be really cool. But I don't, to my knowledge, nobody has tried that, Sean. If it's a build you can do with a pet, that's cool. But when it becomes a main feature, it loses me. Personal opinion. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. LOL, cat. Like, it's just like you have 7 classes that just have a pet that's out, and you just pet attack with every single mob. Pet attack, and it's like I don't know. I don't like it. Like it makes those classes less unique. And I like uniqueness in classes. I want the classes to be more unique, so they stand out and they feel special. Oh, those are far enough apart. I got 2. They were definitely far enough apart. I don't know what happened there. Oh, crap. There's this roamer now, too. Ugh. I broke it. I'm going to pull it. I'm going to broke it to pull it back so we don't get 3. Yeah, we're gonna have to run these off probably. Like it just, yeah, we're not gonna be able to kill these. Okay. I mean, I'm probably not gonna make it to town, but we'll see. Be too many mobs are gonna just hit me for like one time on the way. Oh, there's a bunch coming for you. Hope you're camping already. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Hang on a second. I gotta focus here. Got an extra mob that I didn't expect to get, and then it just kind of fell apart. Yep. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I got a huge train right now, so. Okay. Yeah, big choo-choo. Big choo-choo. Having too many pet classes just feels weird. I can't believe it won't make lag issues, everyone. Yeah. Alright, alright, I'm gonna go to Vale? Okay, I'll go to Vale. From time to time playing EQ, Star Wars Galaxy, and WoW, I always thought it'd be interesting. Only a few classes had pets. Yeah, I think that there should only be 3 classes with pets in this game. 3. 4 at most, but 3. Well, Enchanter, kinda. Like, can the Enchanter have a pet? Yeah. But, I think it should be kind of a little bit limited. Okay, you're going to aggro some of the ones that are at the Vale zone lines. Just be careful. Oh, okay. Agree on the pets? Yeah. I think a lot of us agree on it. Did I miss the Nick speculation? Yeah, I'm not doing any speculation on Nick. I'll talk about the Nick situation and how it affects Monsters and Memories, but I'm not going to talk about the speculation on what may or may not have happened. Not asking for spoilers, but I was looking for a big dungeon after Black Tide, but couldn't find one from 30 to 40. Does such a dungeon exist? So Black Tide, and then after Black Tide, I mean, you can go into Telekir. There are places in Telekir that are higher level, like in that 30 to 40 range. So you could definitely do that if you wanted to. You can also go to a smaller dungeon. It's not going to be like it's not going to be like Black Tide dungeon. But at level 30-ish, you can go into the Grain Cellar. It's a pretty cool little dungeon. And then there's some areas. There's some areas within. What are they called? Areas within some other places that you can go to. Like Fallen Pass has some stuff. There's some stuff in Vale of Zentar. You know, like dungeon type areas. I would say maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Orc area, high 20s, low 30s. You can go down into Orcs in the Vale of Zentar. I also think pets should have more control mechanics. Yeah, I would love to see that. What if they remove charm from the game? How would you fill the gap for the classes that rely on it? The only class that relies on charm is Enchanter. Yeah, that's fine. Meditate for a minute. Really, the only one to be Enchanter that would be really affected if Charm is removed. Enchanter and maybe the solo capabilities of a Bard would be affected. But they could always increase the Bard capabilities on their dots and their attacks and increase their effectiveness. So I think Bard would end up being okay. Enchanter would need something. They could just, Enchanters have pets as well. So they could leave Enchanters with their pets. But, I mean, I don't think it really ruins those classes at all. Because those classes are meant to be utility classes in a group. Removing Charm from the game is just going to make fewer classes able to solo very effectively. It brings them down to the level of a rogue or a fighter or an inquisitor or a cleric with their solo ability. They still will want to be used. They will be wanted in groups. So it doesn't really affect them. It just makes them wanted in groups, which is what the game is meant to be anyway. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect it. Charm is the strongest ability in EverQuest. This game is based on that. I wouldn't expect it to change. That's a whole other conversation I'm not going to have. You could take that comment to Discord and let people flame you over there. Just you go back and forth. All right, sounds good. You can go back and forth and debate that to your heart's content over on Discord. I'm tired of that conversation. I can tell you 1,000 different reasons why Charm should be removed from the game, including the EverQuest reason. It's not a valid argument in my opinion. This game's not EverQuest being the main one. It's a different game. Give me 1 second. I need to throw some trash away. I guess you guys heard my whole conversation, huh? About key lime pie. I forgot to mute the stream, but I got a piece of key lime pie, and it's delicious. What is this? Yum, yum, yum. Key lime pie. So good. Who relies on charm? Well, there's several classes right now. It's not that people necessarily rely on charm, but the charm is just like the best overall spell in the game. And it makes it better, right? Like, you don't have to charm, but people that do charm are clearly at an advantage. And the game is quickly turning into a meta of bring as many charm classes as you can into your party, or play a charm class to solo. And that's kind of where it's at right now. So that's where the debate is. I'm just choosing to not have that debate anymore because I've had that debate over and over and over and over and over, and nobody's been able to change my mind. If you think you can change my mind, go ahead and post a comment. I'm not going to debate it anymore. But if you post something that I think is worthy of changing my mind, then I may comment on that. But there's nothing that anybody can say about Charm right now that's going to fix that's going to make me change my mind. Yeah, I agree, Westmort. Like, the game is designed to be a group-focused game, and we have a lot of people that are just soloing. They're like, no, I want a solo. I think soloing should be the best possible way for everything. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a group-focused game. Should grouping not be the best? With the viability of solo. I'm fine with the viability of solo, but just not solo is the best, right? Like, I'm absolutely fine with being able to solo. I think necromancers are in a pretty good place. They can solo really well. I think wizards quad kiting can solo really well. I think that archers can solo really well if they have speed of the wild. You know, there's classes out there that can solo really well, and I'm fine with that. Absolutely fine with that. You don't know if any of them rely on it? Well, what I mean by rely on it, and what people generally mean when they say that those classes rely on it, let's say you're playing an enchanter. Why does somebody invite you to the party? They're inviting you to the party so that you'll charm mobs and help them kill faster. They're not inviting you to the party for your buffs, for your mez. They're not inviting you for those reasons. They're inviting you. Oh, and I'm not saying everyone is doing this, right? But the min-maxers are doing this. The people that want to level the fastest way, the meta players, all of that, it's just better to do it all around in many, many ways. So, you know, that's where the issue comes in. It's not every single player doing it. You can have an enchanter that doesn't charm at all and uses their pet, uses enchant ally, mezzes mobs, buffs the party, etc. And those are really good enchanters, and there's nothing wrong with them. However, an enchanter that charms a mob is better for the group. That's where the issue is. So it's like we're getting to that point. It's kind of like if they added in a DPS meter into the game, and then people are now going, oh, well, you're not doing the best thing that you could possibly do. You're 10 DPS lower than what you should be. Your rotation is wrong because of this. Blah, 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 blah. It's that mentality that is in the game on certain situations. And that's what I don't want to see. I want to get away from that if we can. You have mixed feelings. You're talking about Nick, Fantasy Freak? On one hand, the guy's been volunteering for years, leaving, being removed right before EA. It's pretty bad look for Eminem. On the other hand, I found the game class. Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't know why, right? Fantasy Freak, that's the thing. We don't know why Nick was removed, and that's the speculation that I don't want to be involved in. We just don't know why. There could be a very valid reason why he left or was removed, but we don't know. So people to go into all these speculation about, well, why? Well, why? Well, why? It doesn't matter. Like, that's between them. You know, does it have an effect on the game? Yeah, it's got an effect on the game, sure. In some ways. I don't think it's going to overall stop the game from being developed. I don't think it's just going to halt the progress. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. But, you know, if I stop streaming the game, right? If I stop playing the game, will that affect the game? No. You know, of course, I'm not Nick, but will it have an effect on the game? Maybe. Will it have an effect on the community? Maybe. But will it stop the game from being developed? No. So like, granted, again, I'm not Nick. It's a very different situation. I get that. And I'm not trying to compare myself with him, but I'm just trying to say, like, one person, for the most part, it's not going to affect anything. Pets are annoying. They constantly run outside, then jump to the fence. Oh, yeah. Pets are super annoying in this game. They break all the time. Pets will, like, accidentally just change targets. I've heard of a lot of people that are complaining about the pets and the way that they function. And it causes a bunch of issues. So, yeah. I had the key lime pie in Key West and it sucked. I prefer Costco. I have a Publix key lime pie. Have you tried this simple recipe of mixing a can of frozen key lime in a container of Cool Whip? I have not tried that, no. It sounds delicious, though. Here's how you change your mind. You play an enchanter. You cast charm person. You change Criddle's mind. Oh, yes. Play an enchanter and charm me to change my mind. That will work. That'll probably work. No, I'm willing to listen to arguments. If you have a valid argument on why charm should stay the same or be changed or whatever, by all means, let me know. I'll read it. I will ignore it if I disagree with it or if I've already covered the topic in a previous stream or whatever. I'm just going to ignore it because I'm just tired of talking about it. Yeah, ready whenever. I'm at the Stable Master. But if I hear new evidence, new things that I've not heard before that give me a reason to talk about it, we'll talk about it. But if you don't have anything new to say, I'm going to ignore it. I think Channer would get groups just fine for the buff CC, even if they remove charm completely. I agree with that, Tor. I 100% agree with that. Enchanters do not need charm because they have so much other utility and so many other reasons to be added to a group. Absolutely. There's so many reasons to add an enchanter to a group. Yeah, I agree, Adventure. There's a lot of things in this game that they did not add because it was an EQ. I'm tired of hearing it was in EQ, therefore it has to be in Monsters and Memories. Tired of that. Yeah, that's what it seems like. You see the outline and you see their name in parentheses. Oh, watch out. There's an undead coming down. Somebody's training it. I guess we bugged a couple of the rats there, huh? Whoopsies. Probably soon, yeah. Isn't good gear mostly gated behind grouping? Well, yeah, we could talk about that too. They're getting there, but gear is not the only reason to group. People try to say that gear, like, oh, you group up for gear and then you solo for XP. Well, the problem with that statement is what stops somebody from grouping to get gear, and then they get their drop, they get their item that they want from that particular camp, and then immediately leave. And then go back to soloing until they need gear again, and then coming back into a group, getting their gear, and immediately leaving. Like, it doesn't encourage people to stay in groups in a group-focused game. It encourages people to be greedy, get what they want, and then immediately leave. So that's my argument, I guess, against the, well, group to get items and then solo for XP. Because it doesn't promote grouping. It just promotes greed a little bit. So that would be my biggest argument against that. And that's why I don't like it. I think that grouping should be good for items and it should be good for XP. It should just be the overall best way to play the game as a group focused game, not one of the possible options. I think soloing should be an option. I'm absolutely, yes, absolutely. You can play a solo class and you can level with that solo class if you want to, but that is your choice to do, whereas some classes do not have that choice. They just don't. They have to group up for XP, and that kind of it ruins it for those players. Hang on a second. I'll read in a minute. I don't want to die here. Yeah, works for me. I think it can last up to like 10 or 20 minutes or something. It just rarely does. All right. Will people get banned? Bloop. Will people get banned in this game if there's a tank shortage and the tanks start asking money to tank? Just like what's happening in TBC? I mean, I don't think they're going to get banned. Like, if they're asking for out-of-game money or in-game money. If you're asking for coin in-game, hey, I'll come tank for your group if you pay me. I mean, just don't invite him to your group. Get a different tank. But I get it. That's not necessarily always easy to do. I don't think they're going to get banned, though. Soloing is boring. Yeah, I get that. Grouping can also be boring. Depends on your class. It really depends on your class. It depends on your group. It depends on what you're doing. Soloing can also be very not boring, depending on your class, depending on what you're fighting. So there's a lot of, like, you can't just say all soloing is boring, all grouping is boring. It depends on a lot of other factors. Take care, Woodland. Have a good one, bud. Sorry, I'm eating my key lime pie. I'm sorry. I agree with you, Fantasy Freak. Yeah, I agree. Removing Charm is the lazy fix, right? I don't want him to remove Charm. I think Charm has its place in the game, for sure. I don't want him to remove it. I just want it to be kind of balanced a little bit more. Just logged in. Can you tell me if there's any way to get into the beta now? Exclamation point beta. If you want to try to get into the beta, there's lotteries that they do. That's the best way. I think the game health overall would improve if Charm was removed, but it would upset a small minority of vocal players. Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, maybe. It's kind of like removing Koth, right? When they removed Koth from the game, is Koth being removed good or bad for the game? I mean, it depends on how you look at it. But yeah, it's definitely going to make certain people unhappy because they liked using Koth for whatever reasons they used it for. But is it going to completely ruin the game if they don't have Koth in it? No. Is it going to completely ruin the game if they keep Koth? No. It's just kind of an opinion thing. All right. Yeah, I agree with that, Brian. Like, if you want to play a solo game, there's so many solo RPGs out there. So many of them. There's even MMORPGs that have a lot more solo ability to them. I think one of the things that makes this game stand out is the fact that it is a group-focused game. Like the majority of content is focused on being in a group and working together as a team. That's what I love about it. Sadly, WoW ruined this mentality. So many mental unfit people in the community these days. I miss early 2000s. Yeah, it was totally different. It was a different world back then, wasn't it? I prefer gaming back 20 years ago. 20 plus years ago. I like to solo just to test how far I could push my class, and it's a fun challenge. Yeah, I think that's great, Kevin. I think that's a fantastic reason to solo. You know, see how far you can go solo. It's a challenge for yourself, right? It doesn't affect other players at all. And that's just, you know, you challenging yourself. I think it's great. Yeah, I agree, Westmore. I agree with your assessment on charm, like with the stipulations, but a class that can solo good is usually good for a group. That's true as well. Yeah, usually speaking, not always, but usually speaking, a class that is good at solo is also good in a group setting. Usually, and I think that is the case in this game. Every single class that can solo well, except for maybe the Necromancer, is just as good in a group setting. The Necromancer is the one exception to that, but they're still good in a group setting. But they're I don't know. They're probably better solo or in a smaller group. Yeah, we can do that. Zild Gaming. Hang on. So Zild Gaming, I'm totally with you on that and giving numbers. And since you're asking for numbers, I'll talk about it. A lot of people don't care about the numbers. They only care about, like, I don't know, so a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, talking about the numbers, soloing on some of these solo classes, if they're gaining, let's say, 1,000 XP per hour solo, you put them into a group with a bunch of other solo classes, they could gain 1,300 XP per hour. So it's a net gain with a bunch of solo classes. But if you build the group, 6-player group, with a non-solo classes, now that group is getting 900 XP per hour. So they're actually getting less XP per hour in a group. Right now, the way that this game is, in an average, standard, everyday group, you're going to gain less XP per hour in a party of 6 than some of the solo classes in this game. There are some solo classes, specifically ones that can use charm, that are going to gain XP faster while solo. Hopefully I explained that well, but you know, it depends on the class, it depends on the group makeup, and it depends on what you're fighting. So there are many different factors there that people have to consider when we're talking about solo or small groups versus larger groups. But in general, your general random pickup group, the solo classes would prefer to solo because they're going to gain more XP per hour than join a group of 6 players. 6 players is honestly a very slow way to XP. 5 players is probably the worst. 4 and 6 players in a party is good for like non-solo classes. So if you're a fighter or a cleric or a rogue or an inquisitor, paladin, You know, those classes are going to get more XP in a duo. You like take a fighter and put it in with a shaman in a duo. I get more XP per hour when it's just me and Gith in a party. Fighter, shaman, and that's it. Every time we add a new person, our XP goes down per hour. Unless we add in like 4 charm classes, then it goes back up. Like, it's just the way that the game is built and the math behind it and all that is just, it's just not good. It's not conducive to larger groups. Paladin solo in this game is very weak. Yeah, it's not the worst tank, but it's not good soloing because it's very low DPS, very, very low damage. With regard to Koth, they could simply make it a recipe for the spell crafting. And yeah, they could do a lot with Koth. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why the idea was just remove it from the game rather than come up with other solutions. But they wanted it out of the game, so they took it out of the game. You know, whatever their reasoning may be. Well, that's what they did, Freaky, Fantasy Freak. Koth, so it was in the game at like a 20-second cooldown or 10-second cooldown or whatever it was. Then they removed it from the game and added another spell that was a 20-minute cooldown. 20-minute cooldown seemed a bit excessive. Or maybe it was a 30-minute cooldown. It was a ridiculously long cooldown. That seemed a bit excessive. You know, I think they could have gone with a 5-minute cooldown, left it in the game, and probably been done with it, and just never talked about it again. But also, thematically, it's an elementalist, not a summoner class or a magician from EverQuest. It's a completely different name. We don't necessarily need to have the same spells, you know? So I'm okay with them taking Koth out. You know, if they don't want you to be able to summon players, then they don't want you to be able to summon players, and that's fine. But, yeah. But they didn't think through the whole process is the problem. They didn't think, okay, well, if we take Koth out, what a player is going to do? Well, they're just going to invis and IVU like I just did from the town to get all the way up here. Right? I literally just ran all the way up here from town because of invis and IVU. Like, what? Why take Koth out when I just literally circumvented all of that content with another spell? For raids, how they're going to do it for raids is just train in and die, and then have a cleric resurrect your character. It summons you to the location. Problem solved. You don't need Koth. So, like, the whole idea was they don't want to be able to muster for raids. That's literally the reason given for removing Koth, was they don't want you to be able to muster for raids very quickly using Koth. So what they're going to do is they're literally just going to train in, die, and resurrect their character. Because once you hit level 60, your XP doesn't matter anymore. Literally doesn't matter. So they don't care about deaths. So yeah, anyway, IVU, Invis versus Undead. That's IVU. Full groups, you get an XP bonus. They do get an XP bonus, Brian. It's not big enough. Plus, when you don't have time to get a group going is fun. Being able to solo a bit. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Kevin. When you can't get a group, being able to solo has its own benefits. So why not make it to where grouping is better, but soloing is viable for some classes? Because you already have a benefit over every other class that can't solo. Because you're able to solo, get a little bit of XP while waiting for a group. On a fighter, cleric, rogue, inquisitor, they're really not able to solo very well. They're the worst soloing classes in the game. So they're not doing anything while waiting for a group. They're just LFG for 2 hours, sitting in town, bored out of their minds, waiting for somebody to be like, hey, you want a group? Then you finally get a group together. You spend an hour getting everybody to the same location. You finally get there, and then somebody's like, oh, I gotta go. Now the group's dead again. And nobody, like, everybody's got to go find another group and deal with all that. And it's like, dude, grouping is just so freaking annoying and tedious like people are not going to want to do it because the benefit to grouping is not there. Like there's not a big enough benefit to grouping to go through the hassle of creating a group.
Yeah.
So why would they do it? They're going to open up beta anytime? Yeah, there's going to be an open beta next weekend. So this coming Friday, there's going to be an open beta that anybody can play. Every exploit for skipping content and EQ resolved around cough. Well, yeah, because that was the easiest way to go with it, Bob. But there's a lot of other ways you could do it. A lot of other ways. I agree it would be ideal to be able to have a balanced large group. What type of XP rates would you want? Like 6-man gets 2K XP, solo gets 1K. You know, something like that. I don't know exact numbers. I couldn't say. But yeah, like I think that a 6-player party, when you kill a mob as a 6-player party, you should get around 50%, like 33 to 50% of the XP of that mob. So let's say you kill a mob and it's worth 100 experience. Well, we'll make it even easier math-wise. 120 experience. It's worth 120. You kill a mob by yourself. 2 players, it'll give you 60 experience each, right? Just to make the math easy there. 3 players, you know, it might be like a little bit of a bonus. But when you get up to 6 players in a party, it should be like around 45 to 60 XP that you get. Almost like if you were to try to solo 3 mobs, 2 or 3 mobs, right? It should be a very big bonus to encourage people to be a full party. The more people you have in a party, the better, in my opinion. But, you know, the numbers could change. They could vary. A lot of that depends on kill speed, too. Like, I can't say the exact numbers because how much does kill speed increase when you have a full party of 6? You know, if you go from from a solo person killing a mob and it takes them 60 seconds and you put 6 people in a party and now it's 10 seconds per mob, that means you can kill 6 mobs to their 1 mob. So if you give them, you know, if you divide the XP that way, that works. But let's say 6-player party makes that kill speed down to 5 seconds. So now you're killing faster than if you were to solo. That factors in as well. There's too many factors to really say this is how much XP you should get. There's too many factors. There needs to be you got to look at a lot of different things. But overall, 6-player party should be, in my opinion, the best XP. Should be. Assuming standard groups, right? If you take 5 clerics and put them in a group together, that's going to be terrible XP. Right? But if you have a tank, a healer, a couple DPS, a utility, standard group, good XP. So, again, more factors. Yeah, they could just make the component expensive, Sean. That's another way to do it, yeah. One problem is how unwilling devs are on their fundamentals, holy cow issues. Yeah, that is a problem with this game, I would agree. They have like here's our fundamentals. We don't want to stray from this, and we will not stray from this. And it's like, maybe you should stray from it a little bit. You know, maybe we should take some notes from some of these other games. But they don't want to, and that's okay. You know, that's okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, my God. This is going to pull an ad. Behind. Oh, never mind. It didn't pull. Thank gosh. It was roaming in, but it didn't roam the right way, so it worked out. All right. Sorry about that. I thought we were going to get an ad. I'm okay with some jobs being able to solo, but a lot of players struggle to understand that if you are not killing yellows, reds, you are actively wasting your time versus duo. Yes, that's true as well. Yeah, like I said, and I've said it 1,000 times. People think that I just hate soloing and I hate charm and I don't want either one to be in the game. That is not the case. I like charm. I like soloing. I think they should be in the game. They should just not be the best possible way. Like the meta of both of those things is just too good. And I think they need to bring them down some to encourage people to be in standard, normal groups and every class be welcome in a group. Like right now, you don't really want a wizard in your group. You don't really want a rogue in your group, a low-level spellblade in your group. You just don't want those classes because there's better options out there. Clearly better options out there. You know, and that feels bad for those classes. I'm trying to help those classes and boost them up and make them better. Now, another option they could do instead of nerfing charm or something is increasing the rogue, increasing the spellblade, increasing the wizard, making them stronger. Sure, we could go that route. If we do that, TTK ultimately will come down more, which it's already too low. So then we would have to adjust the NPCs across the entire game to fix that problem. So you see where the issue comes in. If we start buffing everybody, we have to fix everything else. Or we can just nerf or reduce the problem areas and solve the problem. So that's kind of the issue that I see. There's multiple ways to go about resolving some of these issues. Paladin 5 DPS. I mean, that's a possibility. You could go Paladin 5 DPS. You could try it. Probably wouldn't work out very well. I think we're also still learning where the places are to group. Back in the day, just go to Seb, hang out, hoping to find something. Some hang out in Night Harbor. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, trying to learn where to go, what to kill, what, you know, zone experience modifiers, and all of that kind of stuff is definitely a thing. Open beta is only during week. Yeah, open beta is going to be all next weekend. All next weekend. How much money drops from this mob on average? 10 silver, 9 silver, 11 silver, 8 silver, 9 silver, 10 silver, 8 silver, 11 silver on the last few mobs that we killed. And then that split. It's 10 silver and then split between the people in the party. Like making sure hybrid jobs don't get things like gate. Yeah, I don't think any of the... I hate calling them hybrids, but they technically are hybrids right now, so we're going to keep using that term until they change it. But yeah, I think that the hybrid classes need to change a lot. I don't like where they're at. So sick of people asking for gate on Spellblade. Yeah, I am too. You know, it's a special ability. 7 classes have gate. Like, it's kind of funny because people think that I'm calling for nerfs all the time. I'm playing one of the weakest classes in the game as far as soloing. I don't have gate. I have 0 utility on a fighter. 0. Like, I think I have a fear spell or a fear ability that I don't use because I can't fit it on my bar. So, like, I really don't have utility. You know, like, and I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not trying to say buff fighters. They're weak. No, fighters are good at what they do, but they're very weak in other areas, and I'm okay with that. Congrats to level up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, only 9 more to go. Holy moly. Hard to disagree about Rogue. Rogue is one of the best DPS, but yeah, Wizard is garbage. Rogue is not one of the best DPS. It's not. Rogue is a very good DPS if you can get really good weapons. They're very, very, very gear dependent. They really need a very good ratio weapon, and then they need a lot of strength and some dexterity to be able to hit the mobs. But if you compare them to other classes, they are very, very weak. They might be good DPS, but they're supposed to be top tier DPS, and they are not currently doing that. Poor wizard can never catch a break. It really can't. Open beta this weekend. That's neat. Yeah, lizard monks are in. Lizard monks probably won't be in for a while. A long while. Power creep across classes in a classic MMO. Yeah, there is some power creep across the classes, and it's okay. You know, there should be some, you know, some imbalances. That makes the game fun. A little bit of imbalances here and there. What are your thoughts on Shaman in current state, specifically in upper levels? Shaman is in a really good place. I think Shaman throughout the entire game is in a really good place. I have no issues with where the Shaman's at. I don't think they need some of the abilities that they have, like their cold nukes. They have a whole cold nuke line. Is just like, why do you have this? Like, it makes no sense why they have this cold nuke line, but they have it. But outside of that, they're in a really good place. If you buff some of the must group DPS classes and buffing mobs, you actually slow solo XP. Of course, charm needs to be nerfed. Mob your charm, yeah. Like, yeah, there's a couple different ways you can go. Yeah, if you keep buffing the classes and buffing the mobs, then yes, that will effectively nerf solo XP. That is another way to go about it. But you can't always just constantly be buffing things. Like, nerfs are going to have to happen. Buffs are going to have to happen. It's going to have to go, like, kind of all together. That's just a major misconception that people have, is that there is a singular fix to any of these issues. Most of these issues are not easily fixed with one or two tweaks. TTK, for example, increasing the armor class of the mobs, giving them more health, is one of many fixes. If they increase the armor class too much, then they're effectively nerfing all melee DPS in the game. Can't really do that. Like, you can nerf them some, sure, but you can't just increase armor class exponentially, and then all you're doing is buffing just the spellcasters. So you have to do a lot of different tweaks to make this all work. They have no arms to do similar DPS to Ranger. Yeah, and Ranger is not supposed to be top DPS in the game. Rogue is supposed to be top DPS. Ranger is supposed to be like mid A tier DPS with lots of utility. But right now, a Rogue is doing about what a Ranger is doing, which is good DPS. It's not bad, but it should be higher. So that's where I'm getting with it. Where I mean by that. Rogue offers scouting, corpse retrieval, pulling, splitting. Monk does pulling and splitting better. Anybody can cast Invis and kind of do scouting and corpse retrieval. Like, you're not pulling anything that a rogue is not doing as much as it could be doing. Okay, and honestly, like, the scouting, sure, you could throw it in there, but that's more of a role play thing. You know, it's more of a role play. People aren't really going, oh, I need to get a rogue in my party so I can scout out what's ahead. No, they know what's ahead. They know what's around the corner. I'm trying to help rogues here, guys. Like, I'm trying to buff them up. I don't know why anybody would be against that right now. You know how Ellies are? I like elementalists, but they need a little bit of love. Been happy with mine up 26, just don't know how it is back half. They start to fall off in the back half. Their pets become a little too weak, I would say, as far as like being able to take hits, and I don't know. It's tough to say. I think the elementalist needs more synergy with their pets, and that would help them tremendously. Outside of that, it's hard to say. I'm hoping once poisons get implemented, the rogue will be better. Yes. Once poisons are added, then we'll have to reevaluate rogues. I mean, that's part of the reason why rogues are weak right now is because poisons aren't added in the game. Well, there's like the one snare poison or whatever. But there's not, all the poisons are not in the game. So once they add those, it's only going to be a net positive for rogues and bring them up. So if rogues are like here right now, adding poisons brings them up here, that might be exactly where they need to be. It might be perfect for them. I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens when they add it. You can compare stealth versus invis. Invis, you're correct. Invis does have a chance to drop. Did you know there's a greater invis spell that does not drop? There are invis spells that are guaranteed to last for like 10 minutes. Like, there's a lot of knowledge in this game. There's a lot of things that we're missing out on. Like, you have to know a lot of things, right? Before you can say rogues are good, rogues are bad. You can't just play a rogue and be like, oh man, stealth is really good. Well, yeah. So is invis in certain cases. So is IVU in certain cases. So is, you know, being able to cast resurrection. Like, you have to factor in a lot of other things. You know, just because a rogue has the stealth ability doesn't make up for its lack of everything else. Or, sorry, it has stealth. Doesn't make up for its lack of everything else. Between Elementus and Necro, who's better at soloing? Necromancer's probably better at soloing. Elementals will be better in a group. Just to give you a very short answer, it would be that. We all want rogues to have more consistent backstab and feel better to play. Yes. In combat, rogues in combat need more. Is probably a better way of saying what I've been saying. They're just lackluster in combat they are supposed to be an S tier DPS class. They are currently not that. How do you know what's around the corner if you haven't played hours and hours of beta? Well, you don't, but you learn those things. You know, you peek your head around the corner, right? I'm peeking my head around the corner. Like, I'm looking over here. I can see what's over there. You know, I can peek around this corner. What you do is you go wide. Like, it's not hard to look around things. Or if you're in a dungeon or something, you move the camera angle. Like, you know, like we can't base the strength of a class based on being able to just maneuver the camera around. You have a lot of classes that can cast invisibility and all that kind of stuff too. A monk can literally just run out in the middle of the hall and hit feign death. I scouted the entire hallway by hitting feign death. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's just a lot of ways to scout the game. So I wouldn't put that up there as a main reason to play a rogue. I mean, you can if you want to, but your rogue is going to end up not wanted in parties. I'm trying to come up with reasons that you want to put a rogue into a group. Very few people are going to be like, oh, we need to invite a rogue to a group so that it can scout around the corner. I don't know of many people that are going to want to do that. I'm giving you Pantheon PTSD. Don't worry, this game is much better than Pantheon. I promise. I promise. Once rogues get their poisons, they'll likely be top S tier DPS. I hope so, Nova. I think they will. The rogues have access to their poisons? A little bit, yeah. You think that Beastmaster is probably the best melee DPS at the moment? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, yes, I would agree with that for the most part. Spellblade at high level is probably the best melee DPS. But you need to have a lot of gear. You need to have dex gear. You know, and fast weapons. And then you add those procs, and the procs add up very quickly. but it's also RNG based. So, you know, it could also be the worst DPS. So it just depends. But yeah, Spellblades are really good. But Beastmasters are very, very good DPS right now for melee classes. I agree. Don't mean to be that guy, but wasn't Nick one that was doing poison for rogues? But actually, no. That is not true. Nick was waiting for poisons to be implemented into the game properly so that he then could add them to the rogue. Nick made abilities. He did not create the code for those abilities to work. So that's what we're waiting on now is creating more of the code. That, from my understanding, I may be completely wrong on this, but my understanding is that they're waiting for the coding of poison to function the way they want it to function. And then once that's in, they'll be able to just add in the abilities. Worst part about Monster Memories right now, I say, is constructively is balance patches week to week. I feel like very whiplash. They do, yeah. I would agree with that. Like you put in a patch and then like a lot of things can go wrong very quickly. I'm doing a duo and they're going Beastmaster or Rogue, and my solo class is a Druid. So you're gonna go Beastmaster or Rogue in a duo? I'd go Beastmaster in a duo. I wouldn't put a Rogue in a duo. And then your solo class being Druid. Druid is a very good solo class. Even if they get rid of Charm or nerf Charm or whatever they do with Charm, it's still going to be a pretty good solo class. Necro and SK needing Charisma to fear. Like that is insane. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the Charisma. The Charisma fear changes. I think that the Charisma changes hurt the Necromancer more than it hurt anybody. To be honest. On stealths behind you, nothing personal, right? Sorry, man, but some of your views come off as finite and know-it-all. I'm sure they do, Rising. They do, Rising Raven. I'm very opinionated. Very, very opinionated on the game. But, you know, and I understand that I do come off as a know-it-all. But the thing is, I do have a lot of information for this game. And I'm not trying to say that other people don't have that information, but oftentimes when people say, well, this will work, or this will work, or this will work, well, they're not thinking about something that they just don't know about. They don't understand that there's other things in the game that completely counter their argument. They just don't realize they're in the game. So it's hard to have some of these debates and some of these, like, talk about some of these things when you only have half the information, right? And it's, so I have to explain, here's the other side of it. Now we can have a conversation about it. You know, like the stealth conversation. Yes, rogues can stealth and they can go scout. Sure, that is a bonus to that class. However, there are many other abilities in the game that allow other classes to also stealth and scout. So, knowing that, does that now change your argument that rogue is in an okay place because they can stealth and scout? But if you didn't know that there's invisibility or IVU or feign death or, you know, all these other ways to go scout, you know, it makes you think that rogues have this huge advantage over other classes. But in fact, a lot of classes have those abilities. So I get how it comes across, and I don't mean for it to come across that way. You know, I try to make it more of an educational thing. Like, sure, let's talk about that. Let's talk about why I don't think that stealth is really that big of a deal. Elemental versus Necro for group. Yeah, Elementalist is better group. Necro is better solo. Moose knows. In my opinion. Right? Everything that I say is clearly my opinion. You know, and I could be wrong on a lot of this stuff, sure. But it's I have evidence and I have knowledge to back me up on it. And I can talk about that. but I can also not talk about it, I guess. I can just tell you, I can just say what it is, and then people will just be like, I disagree because of this, 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 this. And sure, you can tell me a bunch of things, but I don't know. I don't know how to deal with it. It's tough. Beta is time for all this system error stuff. Yeah, I agree, Nova. I agree. Maniac, your views are on point, in my opinion. I appreciate that. And I totally know that I do come across as somebody that just, hey, I know more than you do. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo. I know that it sounds like that sometimes. And I apologize if I sound like that. I really do. This is more of alpha behavior than closed beta behavior. Which one? Wait, what? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I must have missed something there. Opinions I disagree with equals know-it-all. Well, that too, Fantasy Freak. Yeah, that too. Like, I don't like those debates where people come in and they're like, "You're wrong," and they give me zero reason why I'm wrong. Right? Zero reason. They're just, for example, the guy that came in the other day and said that fighters are 25% more damage than all other tanks. Okay? Based on what? Like, just tell me. Based on what? They have zero reasoning for it. None whatsoever. I disagree that fighters are 25% more. I don't think that fighters are really any more than Shadow Knights. Until level 55, then they might be a little bit higher than Shadow Knights. Maybe. Maybe. But Shadow Knights have a ton of extra utility that fighters don't get. So, does it make up for it? I think yes. Right? So that's my argument. And then, you know, the counter argument is, you're wrong. Okay, why? How am I wrong? Why am I wrong? Tell me. Like, I'm happy to listen to it. I'd love to hear it. I love when people prove me wrong. Because then I learn something. If you prove me wrong, I learn something. And I love to learn. Learning is one of my favorite things to do. Love it. SK pulling is pretty insane. It used to be really insane, Fantasy Freak. When they used to have an ability, their grip ability. So they could grip a mob and it would pull it to them, which they still have the ability. But it used to not cause threat. So like you could grip a mob from a group of mobs and it would just pull it to them. They did nerf it, yes. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. If you grip a mob in the middle of a bunch of mobs, it'll aggro all of those mobs. Yeah, there's social aggro now to grip. But they still have good pulling capabilities, right? They can grip a mob, and then they can feign death. If they do it quickly enough, then now that mob is farther away from the other mobs, and then they could stand up from feign death and pull that mob separately. So they can still do a really good job of pulling. It's just not as easy as it was. I think the game feels like an alpha still. Well, I mean, it kind of is. It's only 3 weeks into beta, right? So it's still going to kind of feel like alpha. But yes, I see where you're coming with that. It does. A lot of things do still feel a little janky at times. I would agree. That's why we're so passionate about it. Yeah, I'm super passionate about the game. Super passionate about it. And that's why, like, it's kind of funny. People say that I'm really negative towards the game, but then people are also like, I overly defend the game. And I'm like, well, how could I can't be both of those things. Right? Can you? Maybe you can be both of those things. Can I be super negative but defend it as well? Is that like a possibility? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh my gosh, where's that thing going? There we go. I'm extremely critical of the game. I will say that. I'm extremely critical because I want it to be successful. Like, I really want it to be successful. So I'm very critical of it. Every single thing that the devs do, I'm like, why are we doing that? Should we do that? Is that a good idea? Is that a bad idea? I don't know. What's your reasoning? Like, I want to know all that information. Are enchanters still good as in EQ? Yes. Yeah, enchanters are very, very good and sought after in this game. Absolutely. Whether they change charm or not, they're still very good. I really enjoy your gameplay on Fighter at these later levels. TTK is what I'm looking forward to. I hope that they adjust TTK. Like, TTK in this trio, I think it's about okay. But when you get into like 6 players in your party, TTK it drops down very, very quickly. So I don't know. It's going to be hard for them to adjust because like solo TTK and duo TTK seems about okay. And if they make it too much slower for those classes, then soloing and duo is going to feel really, really bad. And I don't want solo and duo to feel bad. I just want full groups to be better. So it's a tough thing for them to have to adjust. Very tough. We can feel its potential, yeah. Is there a date for open beta? Yeah, next weekend, 27th. Lawful evil alignment? Yes, maybe that's it. Skagzilla, maybe I have a lawful evil alignment. I like to think that I have a chaotic good alignment. That's my favorite class or favorite alignment in D&D is chaotic good. I can literally do anything I want so long as it benefits the greater good. Right? That's what I love about that alignment. If I can justify it in my head to be a good thing, I can do it. All right, one of these needs to turn around. This one needs to turn around and go that way. No, not you. There you go. That'll work too. You can go that way. I'm okay with that. I love lawful evil. There's boundaries you won't cross for morally gray situations, morally complex characters. Yeah, that's a fun class or a fun alignment to play for sure. Because you have to stay within the law, but you're evil, right? But you do things within legality, within legal. I think that lawyers are lawful evil. Like in real life, I would say a lawyer is a lawful evil person. They stay within the law, but they are malicious as all get out. They will go after you for everything you own. They are evil people. A lot of them are. Not all lawyers are bad, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, they're going to go after you, dude, but they're going to do it within the law. They're enchanters? They kind of are, yeah. Chaotic good is peak alignment. That's my favorite, yeah. Chaotic good is so much fun, dude. So much fun. I like to play like a chaotic good, pretty much anything, but chaotic good paladin is a lot of fun for me. I played a chaotic good druid. That one's fun because they just have so many things that they can do. But yeah, like, I don't know. Chaotic good is my go-to. I don't ever have to justify why I'm doing something to the DM. I'm chaotic. As long as I can say it's because I'm trying to help somebody, the DM's like, okay. I'm trying to help this little girl across the street. I stab this guy and throw him down into the road so the little girl can walk across his body so she doesn't step in a puddle. Chaotic good. Ultimately, I did something good for somebody, but I killed somebody to do it. I think it's hilarious. You can come up with some crazy scenarios as chaotic good. C1 and C2 stances. Yes, that's my offensive stance and defensive stance. So C1 is offense and C2 is defense. My buddy passed the bar and everything and quit because he couldn't handle how evil it was to be a lawyer. Right? It's terrible, man. I used to be a realtor. And I will tell you that I cannot stand realtors because they are evil people. all they care about, well, not all. I mean, that's a very, anyway, a lot of realtors only care about putting money in their pocket. They don't care about their clients. Like, they don't care at all. They're greedy. And I couldn't handle it anymore. I kind of stopped being a realtor for one of those reasons. Druid or Necro as a first character? It depends. Do you want to be a healer? Do you want to, like, what do you want to do? What's your goals? They're both good classes, though. Assuredly is not chaotic good? You don't think that's chaotic good? I don't know. I feel like I can justify it as being chaotic good. You pretty much do whatever you want as long as it's good. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess killing somebody, you could say that that's evil, but if you have good intentions for it, it's good. So, I don't know, it's tough. It's a tough one. Sales is not an ethical job, at least when I was about profits versus the right product for the right person. Yeah, exactly. And I think real estate sales is ultimately that. When I some of the real estate deals that I was part of, like, there's ethics when it comes to selling real estate. You're supposed to, there's a lot of laws in there. There's a lot of things that you have to abide by. And one of them is, once you have signed a contract, you have to follow through with that contract. And if somebody else gives you a better offer after that contract is signed, you can't just be like, oh, I got a better offer, I'm going to cancel the contract. A lot of agents would try to do everything they can to do that. In fact, when I was selling my house to move, I had an offer. I accepted the offer. I was representing myself as an agent, and I had another agent call me, ask me what the other offer was so that they could beat it. I can't tell you what the other offer is. Legally, as a realtor, I am not allowed to tell you what the other offer is. I can't give you that information. That's their offer to me, right? So, like, but they were like, well, what's the offer? We're gonna beat it by however much money, or tell me what I need to give you to beat the offer. I can't do that legally. And if I did that and they sent me in to, like, whatever, the board or whatever, then I could get in trouble. I could lose my real estate license, all of that. So, like, they're just shady people. Like, they'll do anything that they can to make the deal happen. I couldn't get behind it. I bet most criminals think they're chaotic good. I mean, maybe. They might. You know, like, I think a chaotic good person is somebody that steals food to feed their kids, right? They're doing it for good reasons, but they're stealing. So that would be an unlawful act, which would fall under the chaotic or neutral. You know, it wouldn't be lawful good for sure. It would be either neutral or chaotic. You know, like, but ultimately that's a good thing, but you're stealing from somebody else. You know, which is a bad thing. So, used house salesman equals used car salesman. They're not the exact same, but they're close in some ways, yeah. Legally, you can cough when they make an offer. That's close to the current one. There's a lot of ways around it, yes. Fantasy Freak. There's a lot of ways around it. But, yeah. I just went back and forth selling my current home with a counter offer. After counter offer, the buying agent countered with 3% closing cost at one point. I said 2. He went back up to 2.5. Yeah, you just go back and forth all day long. A lot of times what I did with my real estate, so like 3% commission is usually what is paid to each agent. So it's a 6%. That is actually, we're not allowed to talk about that between agents. That's colluding, and it's illegal. But everybody knows, generally speaking, it's a 6% total commission that's split between the two agents that are buyer's agent and seller's agent. Generally speaking, right? Now, it could go up or down from there. And in fact, it does go up and down from there depending on certain reasons. But a lot of times I would cut my commission to make the deal happen. And I'm allowed to do that as much as I want. There's nothing illegal about that. I cut my commission. I can't cut the other agent's commission because that's their choice of what they want to take. But if it was a matter of a 0.5% or something, I'd cut my commission. Just be like, no, I'll take it out of my commission to make this deal go through. Does that make everybody happy? Cool. Let's move on with the sale. It made it so much easier, and just move on and let's get this deal done. But yeah, a lot of people will argue over $500. It's crazy. When you're talking about, a $500,000 house and somebody goes, nah, you need to give me $500. What? Are you kidding me? Like, that's pocket change when you're talking about these, some houses. Nuts. I see a lot of good in real estate, and I see some of the grossest things. You can only really control your own actions, though. Exactly. Cool, Jim. You can only control your actions, and that's why I got out of it, because I couldn't control what other people were doing. And not that I need to be in control, but I couldn't sit by and allow and just watch people gouge other people. I did not like it. Plus, sometimes you have a wonderful client who makes the process painless and great. I've had that happen too, yeah. I have had several clients in real estate where it was the easiest process ever. And like buyers and sellers. So I'm like, okay, they want $200,000 for the house. Are you willing to pay $200,000? Yeah, we'll pay $200,000. Cool. Here's your paperwork. I've literally had those deals, and it was the easiest thing in the world. Super easy. In that situation, I cut my commission usually. I'm like, guys, you made this so easy. I appreciate that. I'll cut my commission, and I'll split. The money basically gets split between the buyer and the seller effectively. Because the overall deal just works out better. But I prefer that. It's so much easier. But that doesn't happen very often. I work with one client in cybersecurity that's an angel. Takes all my considerations and recommendations seriously. I would charge them less because they make an effort to manage the risk. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like when you go to an auto mechanic, same kind of thing. I'll go to the same auto mechanic over and over and over and over if they tell me what's wrong with my car without telling me things that I don't need to do. Right? They're going to get more business out of me in the long run and make more money in the long run than if they try to gouge me today. Oh, you need to do this and this and this and this. It's going to be $1,500 to fix your car today. Or they could charge me $500, fix whatever it is, and I'll come back to them 20 more times, and they can keep charging me $500 every time. Like, so much better. What do you work with currently? Right now I'm streaming full-time. Streaming content creation full-time. If I need extra money, I do rideshare, Uber and Lyft rideshare. It's also awesome when companies like Zillow buys a bunch of houses only to turn around and resell them up the market. Yeah, that's also shady as poop. I don't like that. Or you have a bunch of companies that buy out a bunch of properties and then they rent them out and they price gouge. They like increase the rent in the neighborhood. We're going to buy all of these houses for cash because we know we can. And then, the average rent in the neighborhood might be $1,500. We're going to start charging $2,000 for all of these houses now. And they're going to make money by doing that. And then years later, they're going to sell the houses. And it's like they're just making money twice. Oh my gosh, dude. That drives me up the wall. Golly, I just hate it. Sippy. What's up, Nick? How you doing, bud? Sippy is a friend of mine that I've known since college. Hasn't popped in the channel in a while. But how you doing, bud? I hope you're doing all right. I hope the kid's doing well. You guys still playing Fortnite? Still looking for that YouTube membership button. What? Is it not there? I added it in, Devin. I set it up the other day, and it said that it worked. Well, I added it in the other day, and I had to wait for the approval, and I got approved. Maybe I now have to click on another button. No on Fortnite? You're not playing Fortnite anymore? Oh, my goodness. What's the kid playing now? I'm going to look at it real quick, Devin, if I can. If I can remember how to get into it again. Click on this. Memberships. Finish setup. Ready to launch. Oh, launch. Congratulations, you've launched memberships. Got it. There you go. I now have memberships set up. Yeah, I just had to click another button, Devin. I hope I set it up correctly. But I currently don't have any memberships. So if you do get a membership, Devin, let me know. I don't have it set up to for it to notify me of memberships, but I should be able to see it on my end. I've never set it up before, so I literally had no idea how to do that. Wait, did you say you need to go, Isar? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Well, I just pulled one. Let's kill this one. And then take a break after this one. Sorry, I wasn't 100% paying attention. It's showing now? Cool. I appreciate you guys. I mean, no need to become a member of the community or anything like that. If you want to, it definitely helps me out, and I do appreciate it. He's grinding GTA and Helldivers. Uh-oh. I guess he's getting a little older. So GTA and Helldivers now, huh? Yikes. Yikes. Helldivers seems like a really fun game. I didn't play it. I enjoy GTA to some extent. Same reason you're not here exactly why Nick is no longer with Monster Mirror. Legally, they cannot say. Well, yeah, that's 100% why, guys. Like, I mean, I'm not going to go into speculation, but the reason they're not talking about it is for legal reasons. Nick's not allowed to talk about it, and Niche World's Cult is not allowed to talk about it. I guarantee you it's a part of their contract. Like, people that are just like, oh, they're not talking about it because of this and this and this and this. All the speculation, that's childish, guys. Actually understand what's happening, and you understand why they're not talking about it. If either side talks about it, there's legal repercussions that happen, right? One or the other side could sue the other one if either side talks about it. So that's why it's not being talked about. And it won't be talked about. So we're probably never going to know. All right, let me know when you're ready. You stop talking about it? I'm not going to stop talking about it, Burl. People want to know. People are curious. I'm not going to go into details of why. I'm not going to go into that. But, well, people don't understand, Burl. That's the thing. People literally don't understand. Why won't you talk about it? Why won't you do these things? That's why. There's a reason. You know, there's a reason. Go, like, Google it. Why wouldn't a company or an employee talk about why an employee quit or was fired? Google it. There's legal reasons. In your RE experience, real estate experience, you pick up that most of other agents really do not understand how the contracts work. It's wild seeing 20+ year agents that know. Yes, that happens a lot. Cool Jim Twitch. People that don't understand they don't understand like the legal terms and stuff. All they know is here's the paperwork, have the client sign this, you know, whatever, and then turn it in. And that's really all they know. They don't understand what it is, and they can't explain all those legal reasons. That happens quite a bit in real estate. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm talking. No, Burl. No, you're getting it confused, Burl. I'm talking about why I won't talk about rumors and all of that stuff. I'm not talking about that. I will absolutely talk about Nick leaving for whatever reason, Monsters and Memories, and how that affects the game. I will talk about that. I will not talk about why Nick left or why Nick may have perhaps been fired. I will not talk about that. There's two separate conversations. You will hear things a year from now, especially if this becomes big. Yeah, you're going to be hearing things for a long time. And, whatever. I'm hoping there can be a reconciliation. I know that's unlikely, but I hate conflict. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of conflict either, even though I get in conflict all the time with people. But I'm not a big fan of it. Who knows? Maybe there could be reconciliation, maybe not. I don't know. Again, not something that I, care to talk about. But yeah, I will absolutely talk about all day, how it may or may not affect the game. Because it does affect the game, right? Like, it absolutely affects the game. They have 3 engines of a plane, lead engineer or lead designers. One of them is out. The plane is fine, sure, but we don't have account for engine failure. Yeah, exactly. One engine goes out. The plane still can fly. It can get to its destination, and it may end up, everything may end up fine. Who knows? It may not. We'll see what happens. Curious if EA will be delayed. I don't know. I don't think EA is going to get delayed, but it might. There's always that chance that it can get delayed for various reasons. Unforeseen reasons, like this one that just happened yesterday. There's always those unforeseen reasons. You good? Another one is the war that's happening right now in Bahrain. Like, that could affect Ali. Right? Like, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that at all. I hope nothing happens over there. Like, the whole war situation is bad. Oh, funny. I thought it was a chick named Ali. I mean, I'm assuming guy, but I mean, I could be wrong. But it's Ali. You thought it was Ali? Oh, you thought it was Ali. No, it's Ali. Ali. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a guy. But I could also be wrong. But no, it is definitely not Ali. Like is in Allison or whatever. That is not it. I go with premise other guys on the internet. Keeps me out of trouble. Yeah. Oh, you go with the premise that there's only guys on the internet. I see what you say. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely ladies out there. And I appreciate the ladies that are out there too. Old school. What? To think that there's only women or men on the internet? Yeah, like I don't know. I've learned. And like I don't know how to. I don't want it to sound sexist of me or anything, but yeah, like I've generally speaking, a lot of us we assume based on on certain situations what your gender may be, and it happens quite a bit. I hope as a society we're getting away from that, but who knows? Of course there is, but if you treat the entire internet as if it's only guys out there, it keeps everyone even. Kinda. I treat them as other people. Like I don't like to assume that they're girls or boys or other. I'm just like, they're just people out on the internet. You're all the same to me. Guy every time. I mean, that works. If that works for you, go for it. Ali is referenced as a male on the Monster Memory website. There you go. Only bards? Uh-oh. That could be a guild. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Nobody? It's true. I could just be a cat. I could be a cat with memes. That's me. Just a cat with memes. You're 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Nice. Well, be careful. My girlfriend would call you a trash panda. You're 3 trash pandas in a trench coat. But to assume that all raccoons are trashy? I don't know. I don't know. Seems kind of mean. I'm sure some raccoons are nice people too. Recent member activity, Devin. Thank you, Devin, for becoming a member of my YouTube. I see it pop up. So apparently it's working. Good to know. Good to know. I'll have to set up a a thing for that in YouTube. I don't know how to set that up for it to display down here, but I will try to set that up soon. I'm sure there's a way to do that. I'm developing carpal tunnel syndrome from refreshing my email today. No, don't do that, Uncle Joe. Yeah, I don't know if did they send it out. Anybody check to see if they've actually sent it out? Have the devs announced anything? I haven't heard anything yet. Did I just gain 100 health? No, I was at... Anybody remember what health I was? Before I leveled to 51? I think I was at 250 buffed. So I went up 70 health in one level? Seems like a lot. This week's lottery continues to delay until we can confirm our recent fixes to the build. We'll update you tomorrow on Sunday on our status. If all goes well, we'll let you know as soon as possible and get lottery fired off. There you go. I just went to the bank in Night Harbor and it's feeling much more responsive. Good, 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 good. That's awesome news. Yeah, the banking and inventory in Night Harbor was so bad. It was so bad. So I'm glad to hear that it is getting better. For sure. Did they fix the problem they were having with the delay, the keys in the first place? Yeah, that's what they're working on. That's what they are currently working on. Hopefully they continue working on it and get it fixed. I feel like I have the hardest job in this group. I don't know. Sometimes Isar or Gith has the hardest job if I pull 2. But as long as I don't pull 2, I feel like I have the hardest job. And it's not a hard job. But I have to go out, get a mob, bring it back, and then stand here. I hated on P99 when we didn't have a puller and the warrior, had to do it. Let me be lazy. Yeah. But normally, like, that's the thing. Like, Gith will probably play Monk in the early access. And if he does, well, I'm sure he will. He's going to be pulling a lot. And I'm just going to sit in camp and just taunt off of him and then beat on mobs. It'll be super easy on my end. So he's going to have a harder job throughout all of early access. I'll probably pull some, like if he's being lazy or something, or has to work or whatever, I'll probably pull, but otherwise he'll be pulling. Funny enough, I main Monk on OG EQ, Lost Dungeon Norath, okay, and then pulling a class was a dream, yeah. I enjoy it, like, I would totally play a Monk. If Isar didn't play a Monk, I'd be down for playing a Monk and being a puller. Absolutely. I played Bard in Final Fantasy XI and always tried to kill my group for good XP. Yeah, there you go. Pull everything. Go nuts. I feel like that's what Bards do in this game. They're like, uh-oh, lull resist. They didn't have a lull resist. They just pulled the entire camp. They're totally lying to you. Yeah, rogues need their poison, lockpick. I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to even add a lockpick. I would love to see that, though. Lockpick and disarm trap. And put traps throughout the game in different areas. I'd totally be down for that. Lol, what is that? Just AE nuke? Exactly. Go in there with your wizard and do an AE nuke. And be like, incoming. Good luck, everybody. That's what the incoming message should be, right? Incoming message in this game should just be like, good luck, have fun. And then just come run into the group. That would be terrible. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Zindak, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I appreciate it. Keeping in the know until EA and after, hopefully. I will absolutely keep you in the know up to EA. Hopefully after that. I got my fingers crossed. I've got that hopium on high. I'm really, really, really looking forward to what they're doing in this game. You know, even if I don't agree with all of their decisions, I still want this game to be successful. And you know, ultimately I agree. Clearly, I agree with at least most of their decisions. So far, there's nothing that they've done that I'm like, nope, I do not want to play the game, and I will not play the game. There's a few decisions where I'm like, I don't really feel like playing the game. Like, I don't know how I feel about this right now. But, and as long as I have my team here, my team backing me up. We got Gith and Gammy and Kaz and Stein. And then I have some other people that are going to be playing the game. I probably have about a good 10 or so friends of mine from back in the day, at least 10, maybe more, that are going to be playing this game in early access. And as long as we have those guys around and I'm playing with them and having fun, yeah, I plan to play this game for a long time. Maybe I'll meet new people. Maybe we'll continue it going for a very, very long time. We need to get one of those things from Starship Troopers. Would you like to know more? Help out with our fight against the bugs. I haven't watched Starship Troopers in a long time. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm doing my part. Oh my goodness. Such a good movie. Such a fun movie. The second one wasn't so great though. Oops. It wasn't the same. I'll play Necro, played Enchanter too much, would again, but don't want to play a class that would be nerfed bad. I don't think it's going to be nerfed badly. The only thing you're going to lose out of the Enchanter, I think, is going to be Charm, if it's even changed. I don't think that Charm is going to change that much, to be honest. Well, it depends. I don't know. It could be changed a lot now that now that Nick is no longer on the team. Who knows what's going to happen with Charm? But, yeah, I wouldn't worry about Enchanter much. Just if you play an Enchanter, expect to be in a group as much as possible. Enchanters are a very, very group-friendly class, and everyone will want an Enchanter eventually. If they don't put an Enchanter in their group from the very beginning, they will quickly learn why an Enchanter is worth having. Enchanters reduce downtime. They increase, or they reduce downtime. They reduce CTK, so they just increase the effectiveness of the group exponentially. It's just like every time you add a new person in the party, it increases the effectiveness of the group a lot. So enchanters are absolutely going to be a good class for sure. Been lurking here a while, following now. Really like your M&M streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for being part of the community and coming in. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully I continue to do that. I know we get a lot of lurkers in here, and that's okay. Lurkers are also appreciated. I know a lot of people, like, they go to work, they work and lurk. That's a very common thing in this day and age. Sean's message 15 minutes ago. Was it about the beta keys going out or not going out, or something else? This week's lottery continues to be delayed until we can confirm the recent fixes. Yeah, I did see that, yes. Yeah, lottery, yep, yep. Criddle, have you commented all on Nick's stuff? I have, yeah. I've commented on it a bunch. I made a video about it. You know, happy to talk about things and how they affect monsters and memories. I will not be talking about things and how they would, or like why Nick is no longer with the game. I'm not gonna speculate or start rumors or anything like that. But I'll absolutely talk about how I think it'll affect the game. Nicobar, is that correct? Did I pronounce that right? Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it, bud. I've seen a lot of popular M&M guys give their opinions. Haven't heard yours yet. Good to see you're in the 50s. Yeah. Yeah, so my opinion on it is I think the game's still going to be made. I think it's still going to continue in the same direction that it was going. And I think we're in a good place still. I don't think that losing Nick is going to be all doom and gloom at all. I think that Zillith is going to take up the reins of building out the character abilities and the toolkits and all that stuff that the characters have. I think Rich Waters can also jump on that and take some of the load off as well. And I think Sean could also jump over and probably do some of that as well. So yeah, I don't see a major change there. It's just that Nick is no longer going to be doing it himself, and we're just going to have fewer streams, right? You're not going to have Nick streaming for 5 or 10 hours, which I already kind of disagreed with anyway. But that's a whole other thing. But we kind of talked about that previously in other streams before this whole thing happened. But I stuff like that is more of a personal preference, and that has nothing to do with the game. So it's a talented team, 40 people. Yeah. His job is basically done, and I think it can be argued that his class balance swings for the best. I would agree with that, Bob. Yeah, like on that side of things, I was disagreeing a lot with some of the changes that Nick wanted to put into the game. I think I made that very clear that I didn't like some of the changes. You know, ultimately, there's going to be a lot of things about this game that I'm not going to be a fan of. But I don't, you know, I'm not going to speculate on why he did or didn't leave. I think there's also a lot of feedback that was taken that was not good nor helpful in some of those streams. Yeah, same. So yeah. I didn't think the streams were the best avenue to go for certain things. I think that I made that clear previously. Maybe I didn't make that clear. But you know, I didn't think that was the best way of going about things. But, you know, I'm not going to... I wouldn't stop somebody from streaming if that's what they want to do. Like, that's how they want to develop a game, then that's how they're going to develop a game. Wasn't looking for you to speculate. Yeah, I definitely won't speculate. Just wondering if you thought it would change the direction of the game. No, I don't think it's going to change the direction of the game in the least. I think that the direction of the game is going to continue going exactly where it was going. I don't think that Nick's ideas for the direction of the game were ever what the game was going to do. I think that he added to the ideas of what the game was going to be, right? I think ultimately Sean has a direction that he wants to go, and I disagree with some of the things that Sean wants to do. And I'm happy to talk about those. You know, like I disagree with a few of the things where he just will not pivot and will not change. And that's okay, you know, like that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I don't think that the vision of the game is going to change at all. Not at all. I think it's fairly obvious after years with the game, just telling us all he's gone and not allowing him a chance to say goodbye speaks volumes. Well, that's a legality issue, most likely. A lot of his changes weren't the best anyway. Yeah. Like I said, I didn't agree with a lot of the things. A lot of his takes on the game I didn't agree with. But again, he's a developer. I was not. But yeah, the reason that neither side's talking about it is most likely legality issues, contract issues. Neither side can say anything. That's just contract law. It's like contracts 101. You know, they even if they are volunteer for the game. Everybody, to my knowledge, that is a volunteer person on the team has signed some sort of NDA/contract situation, whatever it is, that protects both sides, right? Protects both sides. So I don't think we're going to hear anything, and honestly, I'm okay with that. You know, that's something that happened behind closed doors, and I'm not going to speculate on it because it's none of our business. Who knows what happened? Who knows? I think that people will never like the game from the beginning are coming out now and spreading negative. It's okay. Those people were never Eminem fans anyway. Yes, I think that's happening a lot. People are trying to use this situation as a negative to the game. They're using it as a catalyst to attack the game. I absolutely believe that. You know, they're trying to stir stuff up. Like, they're not here to side with Nick. They're not here to side with Eminem. They're not here on anybody's side other than their own side to stir some stuff up and cause discourse in the community. And that's where I think we need to draw the line. You know, let's not give them that leverage. Don't give it to them. Just ignore and move on. Ignore and move on. Your take on that, just a preference to have it be more behind closed doors? Yeah. Exactly. It needs to be behind closed doors because, honestly, we don't know what happened. And the best policy is to keep it behind closed doors. Like, I look at it, what was that guy that got called out at the Coldplay concert? And he was out there with his co-worker, and they were fraternizing or whatever was going on with that. The whole thing, like, that got blown up so much because people are just nosy and they snoopy. Like, they just get out of it, dude. You know, like, let the company deal with that. That whole thing blew up and it ruined so many lives. whether you agree or disagree with him or the company or whatever, with anybody, it doesn't matter. So many lives were ruined because of that. Like, I feel for anybody involved in those situations. And I'm not saying that's what happened with this situation. I have no idea what happened in this situation. Frankly, I don't care. You know, don't care. You're 100% correct. They take this moment to attack the genre at the same time. Yep. Oh, well, Ashes of Creation failed because of blah, 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 blah. Therefore, Monsters of Memories are going to fail because of blah, 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 blah. They're completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. Whole thing is just silly, blown out of proportion. Hi. What? Why are you sneaking over here? You don't want anybody to see you? They don't see you until you're like right here. But every time you go back there, they'll see you. Every time you come in and out of the garage. Every time you get in the pantry. I told you multiple times. Yeah. I'm visiting my mom right now. For those that don't know, I haven't been here. My stepdad passed away a week and a half ago now. And long story short, I came down to visit and be here for all of that. And luckily, fortunately, I'm able to stream and do that while I'm down here. But I'm with my mom right now, and she doesn't realize every time she walks behind me, she's on the candid camera. Sorry to hear that. It's all, yeah, it's it is what it is. It's been a. I appreciate your condolences and everything. I do appreciate that. It's been rough on the family and everything. He's had bad health for a long time, and it's been rough, but we're getting through. Everybody's getting through it. I confirm I have never seen anyone on camera but me. What? I've seen her on the camera. I'm watching you, Devin. Yeah, appreciate all the condolences, guys. I very much appreciate it. Lag's getting bad in Night Harbor. Uh-oh. Hope she pops up every now and again. Yeah, she'll every once in a while. There's a pantry right here behind me, right here, because I'm literally in the kitchen streaming. There's a pantry right here that she gets into sometimes, and then our garage door, or the door that goes into our garage, is right over here. So you'll see her every once in a while. Not very often, but it does happen. And she was just coming over here to pin something to. There's like a little bulletin board thing that we have over here that she likes to pin things to for reminders and whatnot. So she was coming to pin something. She thought she was going to get on the camera. I'm like, you're not getting on the camera over there. You want to come say hi? Okay. She don't want to come say hi. She's embarrassed. She's being shy. Mom's shy. Aww. Regrowth journal page. I don't know if I've seen that. Well, maybe I have seen that one. I don't know. Mayhaps. You guys look like you're whacking on bony feet. We are. These bony feet right here. But we're whacking on this Plagueborn Drake. Which is hard to see because I'm so close to it. Let's see if I can get a more full image of it here. But yeah, we're just whacking on these bony feet. Tell a roll of cleric for you? My mom and video games, nope. That is a big nope. The closest thing I got her to play in a video game is my son can get her to play Monopoly, the video game. She got her to play that a couple of times. All she has to do is hold down one button to roll the dice. And that was super easy. Uh-oh, they're going to see you. Wait a minute. When she comes out, you'll see her. There, right there. There she is. Yeah, right there. That little blue thing that keeps popping up. Like a little blueberry. Love you, Mom. Her mom played, what class would she be? Yeah. She'd be the sit in town and chat with you class. Pedicure, Monsters of Memory style. She'll go get a pedicure. Whatever my mom played, as it would get called. Oh, Nintendo? Yeah. Everything's a Nintendo. I always find that funny with that generation. With just really any generation these days. You know, oh, I'm getting the kid a new Nintendo. Which one should I get? It's not a Coke. It's like getting a Coke product. Anybody want a Coke? Yeah, what kind do you have? Well, we got Dr. Pepper, we got Mr. Pibb, we got root beer, they're all Cokes. I'm from Georgia, and they're all Cokes. All right, these two will definitely aggro. I learned that last time. These two will probably aggro. Oh, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Boop. Thank you. In the South? Yeah, in the South, all sodas are Coke. It's crazy. I went to school in Chicago, and they call it pop. Yeah. Everything in Chicago is pop. And then in Minnesota, it's all soda. Anybody want a soda? Because I'm from Minnesota. Is body pulling less likely to get ads than attack? Yes, it is. Body pulling is definitely a thing, but it's a little unreliable. I wouldn't recommend using it, but you can try. I have used body pulling in the past successfully, but I would not recommend it. I've been away from the South so long, I call it soda now. I say soda, and I've lived in the South my whole life. But I like to use soda rather than Coke or pop or anything like that. I say soda. What's that? Oh. That's very nice. I married a girl from Michigan, so it's pop. Uh-oh. What happens in a house? Is that like a house divided when that kind of situation happens? Like if you, if you guys don't know what a house divided is, for those like have different sports teams, for example, like you might be a Georgia sports team versus a Florida sports team or whatever. So it's a house divided. But how does that work with Coke and Pepsi? Do you have a house divided situation? I would love to live in the South. The last bastion of civilization to the north. Oh, no. Living in the South isn't always what it's made out to be. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You spend your honeymoon drinking wrong drinks. Any recommendation on a good duo? Initially played SK Shaman. That's a good duo. Looking to try something new. Yeah, good duos. I mean, any melee with Shaman is always a good duo. You could do like a Beastmaster Elementalist duo. That could be good. You know, any two solo classes together would make a really good duo in this game. You may just have to find unique ways to play them, but they would make a good duo. Yes, yeah, you can rename pets. So to rename a pet is //pet space rename space and then the name of the pet, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's 2 words. Pet rename is 2 words. Which confused me at first because I thought it needed to be /pet rename all 1 word, but I'm pretty sure it's 2. Yeah, you can rename it pretty much. Oh, there you go. Gullstone. Okay. It's an interesting name. All right. Gith is a doctor. So. That's probably what he was reading. My wife just diagnosed with those? Oh, no. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Devin. Does he get to do general surgery consults? No, I believe he's a radiologist. So he doesn't do any of that stuff. I'm pretty sure he sits in a room and stares at a computer screen all day. Which is what I do too. But I'm paid far, far less. I stare at a computer for a living. That's what I do. I'm doing it right now. I guess technically what I do for a living is I talk. You know, I stare at a computer screen, but really that's playing the game. I talk for a living. My aunt was here recently, again, because of the passing of my stepdad. She came down to visit with my mom. And, yeah, she came down. She was like, you need to quit doing that and just become a radio host. And I was like, I don't want to be a radio host. But I guess I could do that. just talking. I would have to be like on NPR or something. I'd have to be on like a very political radio and just speak my mind. You know, I would pick a side politically and just start talking about it. I would either be very popular or very unpopular, depending on who agreed with me. You're a smart guy? I don't know if I'd go with that. Just go to school for another 7 years, right? Yeah, let me go to school for another 7 years. No thanks. I did my 4 years of college. That took me more like 8 years to finish, but I got it done. But I did my 4-year degree. I am done with school. I never want to go back to school. Like, I don't mind going back to school. I like to learn things, but I like to learn things that I want to learn. School made me learn things that I did not care about. So, yeah. Are these Drakes higher level than the ones at the bottom? They're higher level. Yeah, these are level like 48 to 50. Oh, yeah, Easter said. Yeah, these are 48 to 50. Basically internet radio. It kind of is. It is internet radio. Is this like streaming killed the radio star? I mean, somebody should make a streaming killed the TV star. You know, and content creators killed the TV star, because it's kind of like, you know, internet killed the radio star or whatever. What's that song? No, TV killed radio. What is the song? I can't even remember how it goes now. Video killed the radio star. That's what it is, right? Video killed the radio star. Ding 50 and a celebrate. Here's Cardi B with WAP, right? Oh my gosh. I would totally be like a Robin Williams, like the Good Morning USA, or not, yeah, or Good Morning Vietnam, whatever he did. I would be like that. I love the learning aspect, but the grading sucked. Yeah, I love learning things, but I don't want to have to take a test. I don't want to have to memorize a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. Yeah, I love learning, though. I'm probably like the worst student. Never want to read another technical manual again, right? Like, golly. So instead, I will learn about monsters and memories, and then I will talk to you guys about it. That's what I'll do. Oops, wrong button. The South is more expensive than Indiana. Moved to Savannah, Georgia a long time ago when I was in Ranger Battalion. Insurance was higher. Food cost was higher. Crime in the area was much higher. Really? Crime in Savannah, Georgia was higher than Indiana. Savannah, Georgia? Really? People say that Savannah... I live in Charleston now. Charleston, South Carolina. And people say that Savannah, Georgia is basically a small town Charleston. And I could definitely see that. I could see that. I've been to Savannah a few times. I only live like 2 hours from Savannah. Like Charleston's only about 2 hours away. Hey man, do you like this trio? Trying to figure out if I want to fighter, shaman, bard, or ranger. This trio works, yes. Gam is only kind of halfway there right now. He's kind of there, kind of not there. And Gith is working right now. So he's kind of there, kind of not there. So it's really like a... It's like a duo, because the two of them are kind of a half, like a half-seat. No, but this is a pretty good trio. I mean, we've got the haste and the debuffs and the healing from Gith and the buffs. You've got the tanking with some decent DPS from the fighter. And then you have the bard, which gives you mana regen, a little extra damage. I think personally, like, you'll probably do better. You'll probably end up doing better with like a ranger in your party, because the ranger is going to be more DPS than a bard, at least right now it is. So might be a little bit better on you, but the bard having the mana regen song is pretty beneficial, because then it allows Gith to not have to worry about mana as much, so we can just constantly chain pull mobs. We don't ever have to stop. So it depends on which way you want to go with it. Technically, we don't really have to stop pulling mobs when it's just me and Gith, and we don't have Gammy there. But Gammy adds in a little bit of extra with the mana, and then the ability to charm, or not charm, but to mez mobs. But as a ranger, you could root mobs, which is very similar. And then you also have the added benefit of the snare, which Bard has a snare, but it's an AoE snare. But the snare from the ranger, the damage shield that a ranger can give. What else can a ranger do? They get like plus to your combat skills with their aura. You know, so it's a little bit more damage, but a little less in some other aspects. They're just, yeah, they're all or both of those would be good. Typical bards, yeah. This Gammy's pretty lazy bard. He's literally singing one song. I think he's only halfway there right now. Like, he's literally singing one song, and when I pull a mob, he's turning on auto attack. That's literally all he's doing right now. When he's fully there and able to pay attention, he sings 4 songs, and he's charming, and he's mezzing, and doing a lot of other stuff. But I think there's something going on with him and his family right now. They're doing something, I don't know. So he's just kind of working on some stuff. Effectively, both Gith and Gammy are working right now, is the best way to explain what's happening. So I'm just pulling to them, and you know, we're all getting XP. You know, the thing is about this game, like, I might say that charm is the best way, and like everybody's gonna want to charm for meta reasons, etc., etc. But clearly, I don't play the game that way. This is the XP I'm getting right now is definitely slower than what I could be getting if I joined the correct meta. But I don't mind being a little slower XP to keep up with, you know, friends, because once we get to level 60, if my friends are all like level 40 or 50 still, like, it kind of defeats the purpose. I can't do much with them. But if we're all level 60 together, we can do a lot more. So anyway, since they're not giving clerics complete heal, do you think people would just power level clerics for the XP res? That's what I'm gonna do, Cross. That's what, well, it's what it looks like we're gonna do. Is we're probably gonna go druid in our party. Somebody playing a druid in our party as a healer to level up with, and then power level a cleric later on. Is what it seems like is gonna happen. Which is kind of a bummer. I think clerics need a little bit more. They need something to bring like a draw to having the cleric. Not just resurrect. Like, some utility being... classes need combat utility to put them into a group. Out of combat utility, like resurrect, is, you know, it's nice to have and nice to know a cleric, but why would you want to put one in your party? You know? I mean, they are good healers. They're not bad healers by any means, and you could definitely have a cleric in your party to be the main healer. They're fantastic healers. But the benefit of a shaman or a druid just far outweighs the benefit of a cleric. So yeah, power leveling them later probably the better way to go. So I might do that. Like, I might level up my fighter to 60 and then level up a cleric power leveled to 60 after that or something. We'll see. The pocket reser, they won't be used other than that. Yeah, exactly. Unity is nice when outside. Unity is huge, yeah. For the druid, it's huge. Pipe welder in Indiana was making $24 an hour when I was making 13. Oh my goodness! So they made nearly twice the amount of money, and quality of life was higher. less. Yeah, I would definitely go to Indiana as well. I think Cleric should be able to drop shield abilities and AoE hot abilities, so in a reasonable mana cost. Yeah, they have one like cone, AoE cone in front of them, which is pretty strong. But Shaman, this is something that Nick was actually wrong on the other day when he was streaming and talking about some stuff. Shaman also have an AoE spell, an AoE heal, right? They can't use, they can only use it once every 10 minutes, but they have an AoE heal. But clerics do have one. It's a frontal cone heal that they can use. And then druids, he was saying, and I don't know what's going to happen now, but he was saying that druids were going to get like an area effect, you know, point blank AoE heal. So they would be able to put down like a rain spell in an area, and it heals everybody in that area. So we'll have to see. I don't think a complete heal is necessary for the cleric, because then you're going to end up with complete heal rotations, and that's going to be basically the in-game kind of stuff. But the shield abilities, like the absorption shields that they can do, are really strong and very, very good. Definitely worth having. So, highly recommend having a cleric around if you can get one. For in-game content, you're going to want a cleric. You're definitely going to want a cleric. Ah, crap. I'm gonna have two. One spawned behind me. Oh, never mind. I snuck past it. Is this open beta? No, it's currently in closed beta. Exclamation point beta for more information on that. But it is currently in closed beta. Oh wait, you're on YouTube, not Twitch. I have to figure out how to make YouTube, how to make those things work on YouTube. But yeah, you go to monstersmemories.com and you can opt in for the beta there. So go to monstersmemories.com, click on play at the top, log in, and then you can opt in from the menu there. You thought you signed up? You may have signed up. It's just a lotto. So yeah, it's a lottery to get into the beta. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Almost level 40 rogue. Nice. Keep pushing. You're playing one of the hardest classes to level in the game, so once they buff it, you're going to be one of the few people that have a high level rogue. So think about it that way. Let's see how many people have a rogue. Who all rogue? There are 25 rogues being played. You must be this one right here. Daysil, maybe. Then there's a 35 rogue. Another 35 rogue. There is a 45 rogue in Rampage. Now, there's a few higher level rogues, but there's not going to be a bunch. Not going to be a bunch. Is the XP up there good for level 40? No, this is too high. This would be too high for it. It would be very good for level 40, but these are level 50 mobs. They'd be too tough for you. Shout out to you on your 13 Shadow Knight Ogre. Big shout out to you on your 13 Shadow Knight Ogre. Keep pushing. You got this. I have faith. Can you still find leveling groups with it being closed beta? The weekend playtest wasn't great for finding groups typically on Sunday. Yeah, you can still find leveling groups. Like right now, there's, let's see, who all. There's 556 people online currently. And if you go to social and you go to group finder, there's currently 2 groups that are looking for more players. And if you go to LFG list, all of these people right here are looking for a group. So you go through this list, find people around your level, and invite them to your group. Even this guy right here, who's level 0 with error unknown. So yeah, there's definitely people that are looking for group, and you know, you may have to look. You may actually have to go like search for these people, but. You didn't even know it was a group finder? Just using chat? Group finder definitely helps out quite a bit. Not enough people usually know about the group finder. Yeah. Maybe I should make a video on that or something. I mean, it would be a really short video. Hey, hit I, click on social, click on find group. There you go. End of video. I guess I could use that clip. Somebody should clip the clip that and just we'll put it out there. How to find a group. You didn't know about that for a long time? Yeah. There's a lot of little things that you just learn over time in this game. You need 5 minutes of intro? Yeah. That's something that I don't do. And I hope that you all appreciate it. Because, like, I don't do like this. Hey, guys, today in the video, we're going to talk about blah, 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 and we're sponsored by blah, 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 blah. Without further ado, let's get into it. But before we do that, like, what the heck, dude? Like, shut up and tell me what you're doing. Like, I do start out with a little bit of an intro. Hey, everybody, you know, it's Skriddle. Today, we're going to talk about finding a group. And then here's the information. Like, it's no more than about 10 or 15 seconds. I try to be quick. I try. Holy moly. Smash that like button. I say that at the very end. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, follow, all that kind of stuff. Appreciate it. Bye. And I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, I don't try to do any of that. If a video is under 10 minutes long, it's under 10 minutes long. You know? The algorithm wants you to have a 10-minute long video for YouTube. That's what they prefer. But if it's under 10 minutes, it's under 10 minutes. I don't care. You can do a 10 things most people don't know about Eminem. I could do that, yeah. I can't think of 10 things that people don't know about Eminem, though. No, I did like a video like getting started in Eminem a while back. I did not put that in there, though. I didn't put that as part of it. Drama farm for clicks? Yeah, I could do that, too. I could do that, too. Yeah, I try to limit my content to actual content. You know. But I don't know, maybe it'd be better if I just make a bunch of fluff videos all the time. Pad my pockets a little bit. If you want content, do starter quests in the cities. There's no guide on the wiki. I thought there was a starter quest. I thought there was a starter quest on the wiki for all the classes. I'm pretty sure they have it. On like a walkthrough to get through the first 2 or 3. Maybe not over in the Phalandraw side of the world. There's not. Should do more production. What needs work videos? Yeah, I could do that. I'm doing the Archer one as an example. Only one in Night Harbor. Yeah, I mean, those could be needed for sure. Giggity. Look at all them monsters. All them monsters. Oh boy. What's your slash played on this character? About 10 days, give or take. So we'll probably hit 60 before the end of the beta if people want to keep leveling. But we'll see. Did you guys see the WoW streamer is checking out Eminem? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's huge for advertisement and exposure. Yeah, it's fantastic. I love seeing these bigger streamers get in on the game. As long as, like, what I don't want to see are the big content creators get in on the game and just start pulling everybody away from the people that have been playing the game for a long time. You know, like myself, of course, you know, I don't want to see that. But people that are, you know, dedicated to the game, and then you have a big streamer come in, and clearly they're going to have more numbers just because they're a big streamer, a big content creator or whatever. And then everybody gravitates to their stream, and then, you know, it's just, it what is the word for it? It pushes everybody else out, you know, which happens quite often on Twitch, unfortunately. You could have people that are fantastic streamers and content creators, and nobody ever sees them because, you know, some bigger content creator is just, you know, showing off the game or whatever. I've always hated that. I've streamed a lot of like AAA games on release, and I end up getting like 2, 3, 4, 5 viewers or whatever, and it's like, yeah, but I'm no different than somebody that's got 1,000, 10,000. So I don't know. I feel bad for the little guy sometimes. Well, yeah, exactly. The big streamers' audience don't stick to these games. They don't, and neither do the big streamers. They go and play whatever's big and whatever's hot a lot of times, and then they'll move on to something else. They have to continue to make something new and relevant. So, it's just a bummer. Should I do a video why Archer should be S tier DPS and strip all utility? I could do that, yeah. I think Archer should be pretty close to S tier DPS. Yeah, I absolutely think that Archer should be S tier or close to it. And they're going to be close. Like when we talk A tier or S tier DPS versus A tier DPS versus B tier, you're talking like a 10 or 15 DPS difference. Like 10 or 15% difference. Right? It's not going to be a huge difference. I mean, 10 or 15% sounds like a lot, but in this kind of game, it's really not that much. I see high A tier because they can damage from range and take less risk. Yeah, that was the reasoning given. Previously was their range. They're a range class, and Rogue is not a range class. But some people argue that that's not a valid reason. So I don't know. Maybe it's not a valid reason. Yeah. (98 or 89% of folks in Georgia live in Atlanta or around it. Wait, what? I mean, that might be true. I mean, they definitely live in or around Atlanta, depending on how far around Atlanta you want to say, since Atlanta's like right in the middle of the, well, kind of northern middle of the state. Make the same reasoning with Wizard then. Well, Wizard should be high A tier DPS or high DPS because it's also limited to mana. So like the Archer is range DPS versus a melee DPS, and they can do it pretty much without a limited amount. They have to have arrows, but outside of the arrows, they can constantly do that. Whereas a wizard has a limited resource, being mana. So they literally can't just get more mana. You can carry around bazillions of arrows. So I think that's the big reason. Martial should be limited to endurance. I think that a lot of martial abilities should use endurance. I would agree with that. Even tanks. Like having tanks use endurance. And having stamina increase endurance. As well as HP. Yeah, I would totally be on board with that. Hey, what's up, Overbit? How you doing, bud? Everything, and I mean everything, should have a cost. Maybe to some extent, yeah. I don't know if everything should have a cost. But I think that anything worth using, like big ticket items, I guess, should definitely have more of a cost to them. Like Merciless Assault down here. Like, I think that this ability should be like, it should just drain your stamina, your endurance. While you have endurance, and it drains, let's say, 10 endurance per second, and it gives you increased physical damage mitigation. That would be a way to do it. Cooldowns are a cost. They are, yeah. Cooldowns are a cost. Sometimes it's nice to have something for free. I wish I could have a lot of things for free. Like $1 million. I'll take $1 million for free, please. Who wants to give it to me? Be right back after this one real quick. Use the restroom real quick. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Free things should things light up in the area temporarily. Give things like that. Fluff. Yeah. I mean, that's another way to do it. Yeah. Give them like, but I think the light spell should be a spell in the game, first and foremost, and it should be a free spell to cast. And give it to just a few classes. Like they could give a light spell to like druid and wizards, elementalists, and they can just cast a light spell. Cost like 1 mana. That would be a way to go. It's pretty terrible. Yeah, you should just make your character glow temporarily, like for an hour or whatever. Yeah, that's probably where I would say, like, I disagree with the direction from like Sean, for example, what he likes to do and what he wants from the game. I don't understand the need or the want to make everything so dark in the game. Like having certain areas be super dark, awesome. I like that idea. But I just don't understand, like, you're just running around at level 60 outside in the evening time and you can't see something that's 2 feet away from you. Like, that makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I just don't understand why. Like, why are we going that hard into it? We're wizards and we're fighting dragons and casting magic missiles and we're healing each other with spells. But we can't cast the light. It's just like, wow, okay, sure, sounds good. Hey, what's going on, Sterian? How are you doing, bud? Demon bombs remind me of OSRS dragons. Yeah, they do. They're kind of dragon-esque. They're dragon-esque. Drakes, dragons, Explain to me this, please. Why can't a level 50 have a light spell? Exactly. They have the ability to nuke from the heavens, but can't light a candle for themselves. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Do we know if the team plans to implement more level-locked raids in the 40-50 brackets? I hope they take away the current level-locked raids, Let's Play. That's my hope. And, honestly, like, I'm not going to say this is going to happen or not going to happen, but Nick was one of the biggest proponents of having a level-locked raid system. Like, actually having level-locked raids in the game. He's the one that added those and wanted those there. I disagreed with those wholeheartedly. So I don't know if those are going to continue to stay in the game or not. It seemed like from when Sean found out about those, he probably knew about them but didn't really know about them. I don't know. But Sean found out about those and he's like, what? We have level lock stuff in the game? He didn't even realize it was a thing. So I don't know if those are going to stick around, to be honest. They were a hot topic for a while, apparently. I personally think they should go. They need to go. Level locked raids in this game are not in a good place. So that's my 2 cents on it. I don't understand the need and direction. However, I think there needs to be class abilities. Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand why you would want to make it dark. I just don't understand why you can't have a light spell. Like, it just seems silly. Fighters should not have any ability to have a light source except torches. And that's fine, yeah. But another class should be able to cast a light spell on the fighter and they have a light spell. They glow. I don't get it. Doing good? Did you make home all right? No, I'm not home yet. I'm going to be going home next weekend. So next weekend we'll be driving home. Next Friday morning. I will probably stream on Thursday morning, and then in my stream Thursday afternoon, pack up all of my stuff Thursday afternoon, go to sleep, wake up at super early in the morning on Friday morning, probably like 5 a.m., and then drive home and hopefully get my goal is to be home by the time my son gets out of school on Friday next week. And then I'm going to spend all Friday and Saturday and Sunday hanging out with him, my girlfriend, my girlfriend's daughter. It looks like we're going to do some fun stuff around town. So that's going to be next weekend. Looking forward to it. I like the idea of darkness as an element of a dungeon, like underwater dungeon or raid have lava. Yeah, absolutely. I'm okay with having darkness in the game. I just think that you should be able to combat the darkness with, I don't know, a light spell. Like, but you're the sorcerer of light. I cast magic missile into the darkness. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's one of Sean's decisions I agree with for a while. The campfire brings people together. It does bring people together, yeah. Would then a 60 be able to come solo Bone Construct? No, I think that Bone Construct should not be level locked, as in either make it just a normal single group mob and reduce the amount of drops that it has, or make it a raid mob at level 60. I did the entirety of the level locked content just doesn't fit this game very well. People just level up to 60 and then they're making level 20 alts to sit at the Bone Construct and kill it. That's what they're going to do. They're already doing it. People already have level 20 alts that they're outfitting with really good gear. They're going and giving them buffs from their higher level characters and then killing the Bone Construct. It's already happening. Like, it just, the whole thing just is silly. It doesn't need to happen. Honestly, becoming a beacon for people to come to is something I keep seeing. I like that aspect for sure. Yeah. I've had countless level 20s since alpha. Not once I was able to kill Bone Construct. Yeah, exactly. Right? You haven't been able to kill it. Why? Because people are basically locking it down. Like, it's pointless content. It's not doing what it's intended to do. So I just don't understand why we have it. Maybe just remake them as normal named for the dungeons. Yeah, I would say just remake them as normal named. Don't try to make them raid bosses. Just make it a very challenging, normal named for the dungeon. You know, highest level pinnacle boss in the dungeon. That's the thing, is it's not even in the highest part of Wormsbane. The Bone Construct is around the level 8 content, but deeper in Wormsbane you have level 10 to 12 content. So why is it not deeper in, all the way down there at the bottom? It's just like tucked away in a corner. The whole thing is just like, why? Why is this here? Weird. It's probably an unfair characterization, but it felt like Sean leaned hard into the difficulty mechanics. Nick was very memey. Yeah, Sean absolutely. Sean absolutely leaned hard into the difficulty mechanics for sure. Yeah. I think that he might lean a little too hard into it sometimes. Like, just making things difficult for difficult's sake. But yeah. It's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. Oh, the magic missile. the sorcerer of light. Wasn't that a classic EQ with Vox Nagy being level locked at 50 when Kunark released? It wasn't level locked at 50 when Kunark released, no. It became level locked at 50 later on. I don't remember what level, but they increased the level cap to 60, and then people started just slaughtering that. They were like one grouping it with their level 60 characters because it just, yeah, the way going from EverQuest, original OG EverQuest to Kunark, the power creep was not a creep. It was like a power leap. going from level 50 to 60. It was huge, huge difference. And then going from 60 to 70 was another huge difference. Yeah, the itemization and stuff in EverQuest got out of control very quickly. Like, very quickly. Hey, what's going on, Taste the Wine? How you doing, bud? Thing like clerics, wizards, spellblade, sparkly swords. I don't know. I think reasonable classes, reasonable light sources. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Almost feels like instance raid content is needed for casuals. So yeah, I think what they're going to do for the casuals for raid content is it's going to be where you collect items. So like you kill certain mobs or you do certain quests, and those quests will then spawn a raid mob for your guild or whatever to do. That's going to be the casual raid content. Then you're going to have the more hardcore raid content, which is going to be randomly spawning of mobs. So that's going to be two different types of raiding in the game. At least that's my understanding. We'll have to see how it changes, though. With Nick being gone, it will affect some of that stuff, right? It will affect some of that. So I don't really know. But I do know that Sean is okay with raids. Like, he likes raids, and he's going to put them in the game, and he wants them in the game. But he's less of a hardcore gamer when it comes to this game, where Nick was definitely more of the hardcore gamer, you know, like the sweaty player. So we'll have to see what happens with that. I think that's how one way the game is probably going to change. I'm just afraid there's going to be a group of level 60 just killing every open world content and keeping it down forever like P99. It's going to make me leave the game. That is absolutely going to happen right now. Yes. Yes. It's going to be hard. People are going to lock down any content that's worth killing. People are going to lock it down. And because they're trying to get it too. That's the thing, though, is it's like it's a hard concept to understand, and I get it, but they too are also trying to get the best loot in the game. So they're trying to kill it every chance that they get. You know, and it's awful for the casual player who doesn't have the same amount of time as some sweaty player that can just lock down content and do it all and like literally kill it all day until they get their item. So it feels bad, but they're doing the same thing you want to do. You just are unable to do it because you're more of a casual player. So I get it. Almost feels like instant content is needed for casuals. Yep. So we talked about that. Taste the wine. I noticed a few content creators were pretty negative towards Sean over the Nick situation, trying to portray him as the enemy of streamers or something. I don't know. I hope the situation blows over. I'm a huge fan of Sean, so I don't know where they're getting that information. I'm a big fan of Sean. Not that I didn't like Nick. I mean, I had nothing against Nick. I disagree with both of them on different parts of the game and their takes on it. But, you know, I don't know. That's why I don't want to get involved in the conversation of, you know, this person versus this person, or why one person. I just don't. It's a silly argument that I don't think needs to happen. I remember that. I was there in 99. Yeah, 1999. Yep. Yeah, I was there too. If I recall correctly, they put stuff like the red and white scales on the Cloak of Flames and on Kunark content. Specifically, wait, the COF, is that Cloak of Flames, or are you talking about something else? Specifically to remove the desire to make level 50 alts and camp those mobs. Yeah, I think they did change something like that. But that was way later on down the road. I think a Necro was able to solo Nagi during Kunark. Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing a Necro solo it, but maybe. I worry about Unity's ability to do raids. You know, making this game in Unity was a choice. Same thing with Pantheon. I said the exact same thing over there. That's a choice. Whether that's a good choice or not, I don't know. I think Unity can handle it, but you're going to have to make a lot of adjustments to Unity. You know, whereas I think something like an Unreal Engine can automatically just do it much easier. But, you know, I think Unity has the capability of doing it. You can make some pretty large games in Unity. I think a Necro is able to solo. Read that. Unity. What's your best 3-man combo? Is this it? This is definitely not it. No. I would probably go like Shaman, Shadow Knight, and then like maybe Archer or something right now. Something, or adding a Beastmaster. I don't know, something more DPS. The Bard doesn't have a lot of DPS. It's a lot more utility in a group. Now a Bard Charming it'd be very good, but you know, it is annoying to charm. But right now any charm class adds to any group. But yeah, I would probably go something like Shadow Knight because they can tank really well. They can do high damage, but they also have more utility to bring. And then the Shaman for all the utility plus the healing, and then a high DPS class would be really, really good. The issue is not that they're going to gear their main. The issue is when it's their second, third, fourth, or 10th alt. Well, yeah, I mean, that's always an issue. Yeah, I totally agree. They want the gear for whatever reason. They want it for themselves in the same way that everybody else wants it for themselves. It just might be your first character. It might be their 10th character. You know, I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm a very, very, very sweaty player, right? I am going to be probably one of those people that a lot of the community hates. I'm going to be honest about it. I'm going to be locking down mobs, and I'm going to be helping myself and my friends and my guild get those items constantly. Like, I'm just going to be camping mobs all the time. You need something tanked, I'll be there. I'm going to tank it to help you get it. People are probably going to hate me for that, but you know, they want the item, and I'm going to try to help them get it. I'm hoping to be able to help some of the casual players as well. Like, what I would like to see, and I think would be a lot of fun, is, you know, since I'm going to be playing a tank, gear out my tank, and my guild will be doing some of the top-end content, but the content that we don't care about anymore, I might still go back and help lower guilds push through that content, tank for them, help them out with getting their epic quests done, that kind of stuff, you know? Be like, hey, I'm going to make it easier for you. I will tank for you so that, you know, you have an easier time with whatever content. I would like to do that, but I don't know if it's going to be feasible or not. It depends on other people on the server and other guilds and how much competition there is and all that kind of stuff. So we'll have to see. Unreal would be heck for a game like this. You think so? Unreal has large problems optimizing large-scale people and NPCs. Does it? Yeah, I don't know much about that kind of stuff. Sadly, if that becomes the norm, I'm probably not going to play. And my guess is a lot of people will not either. I mean, and that's very fair. But I do think that's going to end up happening in the way that they're building the game currently. Unfortunately, that's why, like, oftentimes I advocate. That's a pretty good weapon right there. It's got int on it. Decent weapon. But yeah, I advocate for the little guy too. I really do advocate for the little guy. Like, I know that there's going to be raids that the casual players are going to be able to do. So they're going to be able to go after some things, and all they're going to have to do is summon the mob themselves. There is at least one raid mob in this game that you summon it. So you can get your guild together and say, we're going to get together on Friday night at 6 o'clock, and we're going to go summon this mob and raid it. We're going to do it however many times we have the materials to summon it for. And I think that's a great way to add in raid content for casual players. And it drops really good loot. Or it did drop really good loot in alpha. I assume it still does. So that's what they're going to do. Now, the big raids are going to be, or the big guilds, the sweaty guilds and sweaty players are all going to be like, okay, this mob can spawn anytime, you know, around this time or whatever. Everybody be ready for a raid call. You know, bat phone's ringing. You got to get on and raid at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's going to be those guilds too, and there's going to be that content for those people. So there's going to be both. There is in fact that raid in the game as well. There is another raid that is just random. You never know when it's going to happen. And they're going to want to have a bat phone to go do it. So there's going to be both. How goes it? 50. 50. We're 51. I ate 51. Been a while? Yeah. How you doing, Job? Welcome back. Welcome back. They did that for my Cleric Epic. I had to call my guild midweek at 3 a.m. Yeah. See, that's what I'm hoping to do for whatever server I am on. If they make like Epic type stuff like that, I am hoping that I'll be able to say, you need help with an epic weapon, I will come and I'll be the tank for you. You bring the heals, you bring the DPS, I'll bring the tank. You know? If I can level up alts and you need heals or you need DPS, I'm hoping to be able to show up and help out with that too. Like, I would love to be that person for the entire server to just do what I can to help out the entire server. Meanwhile, at the same time, I'm going to be working with my guild to do the top end hardest content in the game. You know, so hopefully we get a little bit of both of those things. This game isn't going to have instant zones for raiding. It's not, no. Not right now. Their plan is to not do instances if they can. But maybe in the future. This is a never say never situation. You know, they're not saying no to AAs. They're not saying no to instancing. They're saying we're going to try to not do that if we can manage it. So, well, we'll just have to see. I've got like 5 characters between 15 and 24 on beta, 500 hours between alpha, beta. Still can't decide on the main. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I hope you figure it out. You got a couple months to do it. Lockout would just solve everything and faster respawns. They could do a lockout maybe. I don't know how they would do the lockout on open world content. You know? Like, you could flag, but here's the thing with a lockout. In open world content, like, you tell me how you would do the lockout, I'll tell you as a sweaty player how I would get around it. Right? And I'm not trying to be like, you know, I'm a terrible person. I'm just telling you as a sweaty, like, I have been literally top end of raiders in these games. Calls at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're doing like, just like some of you have, right? I would tell you exactly how I'll get around your lockout timer, because I just don't know how they would do it and actually make it work. I just really don't know. I have had some buddies start, so I always make new characters with them, and that's awesome. I love that, Job. I love that. Like, I think that, you know, playing with friends is the best way to play these games. That is why I generally play with the same group of people. We're friends for 20 plus years, 30 years. We've been gaming. Some of these guys have been gaming together since EverQuest days. I started gaming with these guys in EverQuest 2, like 2004-ish, 2005-ish, something like that. And we've been playing games ever since. So some of them played in EverQuest 1 together. Some of them played Final Fantasy 11 together. And then some of us met in EverQuest 2. And we've met more people along the way that we've met from other games. Lockout have been done in EQ emulators, so it's not impossible. No. I'm not saying the lockout's impossible. What I'm saying is how to get around the lockout. You just can't loot, damage, or heal people engaged in the encounter. Okay? So you would make a second character, and this lockout cycle, I use this character. Next lockout cycle, I use a different character, and then I go back and forth. So I'm still locking the content down. I'm just using an alt. That's how they get around it. So sweaty players will always find a way to lock the content if they want to, right? And I'm not trying to, I'm not, you know, I don't know. Respawn is 30 minutes. Oh, you want to make it respawn 30 minutes? That would be too much. I mean, you could do that, sure, but then that content is not special anymore. Right? If it spawns every 30 minutes and people are just constantly killing it every 30 minutes, everybody's going to have the gear from that content. It's just going to be tons of the gear throughout the entire server. That would be really bad on the economy of the server. Like we can't. I mean, you could do that, but it would be ultimately a negative to the game, because then it's not special. It's nothing special to go after. Oh, it's going to be there in 30 minutes. It's kind of like, you know, I live in Charleston, South Carolina, but I don't ever want to go out to the beach. I don't ever want to go downtown in Charleston because I can always go. Why would I ever want to do it? You know, it's just like it loses its fun. It loses its flavor if you can always do it. Right? It's too easily accessible. So anyway, not trying to throw a wrench in your plans here. I'm just trying to say, like, we got to think outside the box on it. Oddly enough, the more you try to lock that out, the sweatier they might get. Yeah, that's 100%. They're going to get sweatier and sweatier. It would cheapen the experience, yeah. Punching a dragon with a bow in the face. Are you a ranger? Yes. No, it's just a graphic glitch. I'm using a cleaver and a dagger. You can't kill it more than once every 7 days. Can even put an account lockout if you want. Make the gear no trade. None of those things will fix the problems, though. Like, that'll stop you from doing it on your account with your character. But now, nothing on that mob, if it spawns every 30 minutes, nothing on that mob is special and worth going after, because everyone on the server will eventually have it if it spawns every 30 minutes. Right? That's the flip side of that. It makes it not special in any way. It trivializes the content. You know, okay, once you do it one time and you'll say, oh, it spawns every 30 minutes. Okay, well, I'm going to kill it every time I have the opportunity. And then I'm going to get the gear from it. And then now I don't ever want to do it again because I don't need anything from it. So now you don't want to do the content anymore. Nobody wants to do the content because everybody already has the loot from it. So it makes it to where it's not special. It doesn't matter what the lockout is at that point. Is that worse than sweaty players get it? Yes. Yes, I think it is worse. Why I think it's worse is because if the game is so easy and it's so easy to obtain everything, no one's going to care to play it. They're going to basically treat it as a single player game. You're going to level up your character, and then you're going to basically say, okay, I got all my stuff. I'm going to quit. There's nothing left to do in the game. Game's boring. No more content. Nothing to go after. I think it takes both sweaty and casual players to make an MMO successful, and balancing that is the hard part. So you need the casual players, because that's going to be your majority of players, to have a healthy economy in the game. Those casual players, though, need the sweaty players, so they always have something to go after. You look at somebody like, I use Elon Musk as my example when I talk about this topic. Everybody wants to be as rich as Elon Musk, right? So we're all striving to work hard and get to where Elon Musk status, money. You know, you always have something to shoot for. You're basically shooting for the moon. You're constantly shooting for the moon and whatever it is that you're trying to do. In a video game, that's exactly what the sweaty players do. They are the moon, and everybody else is trying to be on their same level. They want to do the content that they're doing, and they want to get the items that they're getting and all of that kind of stuff. So it takes both the casual and the sweaty players to make it successful. And that's at least my opinion of it. EverQuest Classic Loot System was perfect. They should keep it like that. Unfortunately, you can eBay items at that point. Yeah. The selling of items, real money trading and stuff, they're going to have to keep a close eye on that. It's like casual and competitive players and trading card games. Yeah. It's kind of like that, Nova, yeah. That's why AAs are important. No one wants to work 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah, I mean, AAs give you something to shoot for. That's why they added in AAs in EverQuest, is because it gave people something to continue to go after. You know, like, you always need to have a carrot dangled in front of you. If you don't have a carrot dangled in front of you, you will get bored with the game and quit and no longer play the game. So if they make that carrot easily obtainable and everyone can get it, then eventually everyone will quit because it's too easy to obtain. So adding an artificial time gate is better. I'd rather see people actually getting to do the content. If you're good enough to do it, why not? If the amount of gear is the issue, just make the raid mob drop 1 gear and make the good stuff ultra rare. It's less than a 1% drop. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm not trying to argue your point. I totally understand where you're coming from, right? And I get your point. But those artificial fixes are not going to be fixes. They might be fixes in your head, but then when you actually put them into game and into the actual game and into practice, they do not work the way that you're thinking they're going to work, right? There are always loopholes and other issues that arise from all of these things. And it's just an unfortunate side effect. You know, you want to buy the newest iPhone, you go to the iPhone store and you're the first one in line, you get an iPhone. You're the second one in line, you probably get an iPhone. You're the 1,000th person in line, you may not get an iPhone. They may not have 1,000 iPhones to sell you, right? If you don't even show up to the store and you go the next day, you're probably not going to get an iPhone. You're going to have to wait until they produce enough iPhones for you to actually be able to go and get it. Eventually, they might have a new iPhone that you can go and get. But at that point, there's going to be another new iPhone that everybody's wanting to get. It's the same concept in a video game. They only have so much content out there, and people are going to constantly want to do it until they have new content. You're just going to be stuck not being able to get the content that you want to get because other people are buying it out or getting it or whatever. That's just the way it's going to work. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and but that's a single player mentality in a multiplayer game. I want to be able to do the content when I want to do it, and I should be able to get that content all the time. But that's the reality of playing a multiplayer game or being in a world with other players. Nah, crap, I got 2. Is Gam there? Is he paying attention? So anyway, I totally get where you're coming from, and I want to be able to give you a good resolution to it. I want to be able to fix it or whatever. Unfortunately, I don't know how you can fix it. You know, I really hope, and I would love to see the devs come up with ways in which that they can fix it, but I just don't see a good way to do it without instancing. Instancing is probably the only way that they can do that. Which is an option, but a lot of people don't want instancing. So, you're not going to be able to have an open world game where it works. Even with lockouts and all that kind of stuff. It's just not, it's not going to work the way that people want it to, unfortunately. EverQuest also did this very well. They had high level mobs in starting areas, so you could see what your character could be, without work. Yeah. And they have that, that carrot in front of you. Also, the town system is good for that. Yeah. Have a server lockout for maximum sweaty. I mean, maybe. Make the content hard so you have to be good to do it. Well, yeah, it's going to be hard, but that's the thing. Casual players are not going to be able to do the hard content. Why are they not going to be able to do the hard content? Because they haven't done the other hard content because they got locked out and they don't have the gear to do it. Right? So, how are you going to do that super hard content? You need to gear up to do it, but you're already saying that the sweaty players are locking down the good gear mobs. So if they're locking down the good gear mobs, then you're not going to be able to have the gear to be able to do the hard content. It all works together. It really all works together. It's unfortunate. I think some people would be happier with Inshore. Maybe, yeah. Inshore is another game that's coming out. I haven't looked into it a lot, but what that Twitch individual is talking about works on Final Fantasy XIV because individual skill and learning issues. This game is mechanical issues. Well, You could do the lockout, yeah, in Final Fantasy 14, but that's instancing, right? They do everything based on instances in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, so I don't think they're going to be doing instancing. Raid zones are the only zones where I think instancing works, yeah. Which they might do. They might do. You can balance it out by requiring a key to open the instance, by key, anything you want. Yeah, they could do that too, but again, that's going to be accessibility. Are you going to be able to kill the monster that drops the key? Are you going to be able to do the quest that flags you for the zone, etc., etc.? You know, so it's going to be tough. The devs have a very challenging thing in front of them. However, with all of that said, a quote I will give you from Sean. This is directly from Sean. These are not my words. Sean said that not all players will be able to do or see all content in this game. It is very much designed so that the more time you put in, the more you get out of the game. This game is designed in that way. So you may not see content in this game, maybe ever. Like, you literally may never see a certain item drop, may never be able to fight a certain boss or NPC, because that is their design choice. They are doing that on purpose. Not because they're trying to not have people do the content, but they feel like players that put in the effort to do the content deserve to do the content. And if other players are not willing to put in the same amount of effort, then they don't get to do the content. And I mean, I know that sounds kind of harsh, but that's the reality. What kind of design do you think the devs want? And the why is important? Yeah, what I just said is what they want. Like, that's literally from Sean. I mean, it may not be that exact quote, but that's what he said. I think they could get around that with have raid mobs take 100 people to kill. Maybe, but, you know, again, they're trying to not have raids be 100 people raids, right? They're trying to get away from that. This game, however, if you muster up 100 people, you could probably kill anything in the game. Because it's just like the game is built around smaller, like single groups or smaller raids, like 3 or 4, maybe 5 groups at most. So 5 groups would be 30 people. So if you could throw 100 people at it and you could just zerg the raid, trivializes the content, and I don't like that. That's my reason for having instancing, is because it's going to be very easy to zerg content in this game. The guilds that are going to win are going to be the ones that have the most players. But then those guilds need to gear out more people to move on to the next content. So there's a positive and a negative to it. Typing before you're speaking, yeah. This exactly a one-to-one conversation, yeah. So that's their idea. You know, I'm not. You know, I'm the messenger here. Don't shoot the messenger. I think they will have to have instancing eventually. Maybe, yeah. We'll see. There's just no way around it. Raid mob zones, yeah. I mean, that might be a thing. They may have to make instancing. I don't know. And Sean has even said maybe they'll end up doing instancing. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will. We'll have to see. That's not the issue. Well, that's not the issue in your opinion, maybe. But if the barrier to entry to see anything is gaming 24/7, then that is an issue. That is an issue for you, right? That is an issue. Yes, I would not disagree. It is an issue, but it's not an issue for some players. There are people out there that like that competition. So it's not an issue for those people because they want to have the competition in raids. They want to first come, first serve kind of raid situation. Like, there are people out there that want that. You know, so what you find fun and what they find fun might be different things. But that, I mean, it's literally what the game is going to be. It like, I don't know what else to say. To barrier to entry, you have a dedicated 8 or 9 hours a day. Another thing, if you want a healthy game, 24/7 gaming, FOMO is never going to work and it will die. No, I think that FOMO will keep people playing. Absolutely think that FOMO will keep people playing. They're going to want to push harder and harder and harder to get to that thing that they want. I have really, really bad FOMO. Like, really bad. And yeah, like I always push super hard to try to get the thing that I want. Sometimes I push too hard. For a game that's already have an age player base, that's not going to work. I mean, yeah, in your opinion, it's not going to work. In your opinion, it's not going to work. No, I don't think anybody's angry with me. I just apparently my point is not coming across to some people, right? And in this case, it's literally like I'm not disagreeing with your sentiment. I know what you're talking about. I feel for you, but unfortunately, you are not going to have fun in this game. If you continue to think about it that way, this game will not be fun for you, but it will be fun for somebody else. Lost Dungeon of Nura after an example of instancing content done right. With points awarded for success as currency. Yeah, I mean, that's another way they could do it, is give you like effectively DKP. Every time you kill a mob, you know, you get some sort of points. Final Fantasy does that. I don't really like it in Final Fantasy 14 though, because then again, all you have to do is do the content X number of times, and then you get gear, period, end of subject. There's no randomness to it. There's nothing. You just get it. I would destroy my relationship with my wife and children before I miss a raid. I also have FOMO issues. Yeah. How many people do you think are going to stick around? I mean, if they can survive with 200, 500 players, it might survive. They can survive with 50 players. They've already talked about it. This game can survive on very, 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 very few players if it needs to. Like, yeah, like if you want to go into that direction, that's another topic of conversation, right? We're not talking about raids anymore. Now we're talking about how many players is needed for this game to quote unquote survive. For this game to survive, it doesn't need very many people or very many players, and to be successful. But what's the definition of success, right? Is your definition of success making millions of dollars a month? Then no, it may never do that. But is your definition of success what the game is already successful in some people's minds as it currently stands? It's already successful. It's got a lot of eyes on it, a lot of people playing it, a lot of people enjoying it. It is already a success. So that is the definition of success. One of the best things in Classic EQ, or EQ Classic, was how well done the dungeons were. Have you seen well done dungeons in this game? Yeah, one of my favorite dungeons is Grimtide, with many secrets and named mobs. Yeah, Grimtide is one of my favorite dungeons, and it's actually not even a very big dungeon. It's actually really small, comparatively. But there's some great areas like that are just awesome in this game. Yeah, I mean, I want everybody to play and enjoy this game and have fun with it. But, you know, the fact is, this game is not going to cater to every type of player. Like, and no game does, you know? No game is going to cater to every type of player. Have you done much exploring in Glint Hollow? When it first released in alpha, I did do some exploring there, but it was broken. It didn't work very well. So they took it out. Like it was in for like 2 or 3 days, and then they removed it. So I didn't do much exploring there, not a lot. But there is some sort of quest that you have to do to unlock something or another and get further in. It's like a tiered dungeon kind of thing. You have to do a quest to get to do something else, to get further in, to do something else, etc. Probably 12,500 subs is good enough. I mean, that would be, honestly, if they get over 10,000 subs, this dev team is going to be ecstatic. They're going to be like, this is amazing. This is way more successful than we ever thought it would be. Like, that is insanely successful to them. Like, they weren't expecting to have more than a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 people play this game. So, there you go. If they get 10,000, that's literally 10 times the amount of people they expected to play this game. If they get 20,000, that's 20 times more people. Like, I think this game's going to have 50,000 subs come June, sometime in June. Like, I really do think it's going to have a bunch. They're going to be struggling when this game comes out in June. It's going to be like, whoa, slow down. Now, how long those people stick around is a whole other question. Are we going to get 50,000 subs and they're going to stick around for a year while it's being built and goes up to 1.0? I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to get 50,000 subs. People are going to play it. It's going to be a huge influx of players in the beginning, and then it's slowly going to die off. I think the number of players logging in daily is going to go down. I think the number of subs may stay fairly high. But then as people complete content and there's fewer and fewer things for them to do, then they're going to be like, okay, I'm bored. I'm going to move on. I'm going to go play something else, whatever. So that's where that whole idea of a lot of content comes in. If they run out of things to do, that's what's going to kill the game before anything. So as long as there's a lot of content and they can keep adding new content and giving players something to go for, that carrot that I was talking about earlier, I think the game could be very successful for a very long time with thousands, tens of thousands of subs. The leveling is phenomenal, but the in-game, what's going to make it survive in 2 to 3 years of the in-game? So many MMOs fail there. EQ2 failed so hard in the in-game. The in-game was actually pretty good in EverQuest 2. I thought. I did the in-game for a long time with EQ2. There was nothing to do once you hit 50. There's a lot of things to do at 50. There was the dragon inside that pyramid dungeon. I forget what it's called. There was the giant that was down in Solusek, whatever it was called. They added in that that split paw dungeon. That was a raid dungeon. There was the big ice monster that was out in the ice zone area. That was another raid boss. There were at least like 4 or 5 raid bosses at level 50 in EverQuest 2. Tons of content, I think. I did it all the time. Yeah, I got 13 minutes on Speed of the Wild, 13 minutes on Berserker Frenzy. I have regen. 48. That's the big problem. People get bored too soon. They do get bored quickly, yeah. They do get bored quickly. I was a busy college student with not much free time, so I had to do, yeah. How do we get a cool thematic story-driven puzzle dungeon like Neck Castle in this game? I don't know, but I think maybe Glinting Hollow might be something like that. Glinting Hollow could be a story-driven kind of progression thing similar to that. So, on launch, I think there was 3 encounters, and the loot from them was worse than some of the group stuff. Well, I specifically remember that The ice monster dropped the best in slot wrist piece. It was all that like for tank gear. I was a tank back then. They had a full set of raid tank gear that was white, solid white plate gear. That was all better than anything else you could get in the game. So for me, I wanted to kill every single raid mob in that game and get that solid gear. That solid white plated gear. It looked awesome and it was amazing. So yeah. You played a dirge? Yeah, I don't remember what dirge gear there was. I had a box dirge that I played for our guild. And I literally just put them in a group for the hate song, the threat song, increasing song. And that's about it. Had them auto follow my tank around and tank mobs. That's what I did in that game. But anyway, I don't know. I think this game is going to be super successful. I think they're talking tens of thousands of subs starting in early access, which is way more than they expected. And I think that that the end game is going to be kind of lacking in the beginning, but it's going to be there. And also expeditions. We don't know exactly how expeditions are going to function. So expeditions could be really good. They could be really bad. There were only 2 dragons in EQ Classic. There were 0 dragons in EQ Classic in the beginning. Nagafen and Vox, I think, were added after the game launched, if I remember correctly. And then they added Hate and Fear later on. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that Nagafen and Vox were not even in the game day one. Maybe they were. I mean, I wouldn't have known. I didn't go down there until I hit level 50, which was like 6 months in. Maybe more, maybe a year in. It probably took me a year to get level 50 in EverQuest. Holy moly, that was close. Well, once you get down to a certain health, there's nothing you can do. They stay on you till your health comes up. Like, you got to get a lot of threat. Now, that's when you run. No, you can... We've trained down a couple times. I can definitely train all the way to the zone. Yeah, we could have done that. Anyway, better place, THJ, to be honest. I didn't like the hero's journey. I don't like it because they made that game very much a solo-driven game, right? They gave you 3 classes in one class. The idea was really cool if you want to play a single-player game in an MMO world. But I don't want to play that. I want to play a multiplayer game in an MMO, personally. They were. Nagi actually got soloed by 3 Necros. What? Necros was OP back then, and pets didn't take any fire damage. That's so silly. That's so silly. Yeah, there was a lot of balancing issues that EverQuest had to work out. They definitely had to work out some issues. Like, people have these fond memories of EverQuest, but they don't remember the pitfalls of EverQuest as well. And back then, we didn't have YouTube and Twitch and Discord and people spreading information instantaneously across the entire game. So it's a very different animal. We will never see EverQuest 1999 again, right? You're going to have a new, different game that could give you a similar feeling, but you're never going to be able to recreate what happened back in 1999 with EverQuest. Never, ever, ever going to happen again. I think they have leveling stuff down and most of the grouping stuff. I just hope we have a good influx on player consistently, so new people that join. I agree with you on that. Like, I think they have a lot of that stuff down. However, I think a bigger issue, and one that you aren't talking about, which I think is going to affect you more than the raid scene. Like, you might be thinking the raid and not being able to do that content is going to be what drags you down. But I think what's really going to drag you down is the twinking of characters, the ability to power level characters so easily in this game that once 6 months down, 3 months down the road, 6 months down the road after early access starts, very few people are going to be grouping anymore. It's all going to be power leveled people from level 1 to like 50. And then they'll start grouping again at 50 maybe. But it's everybody's going to be power leveled and twinks. I think that's going to be a much bigger issue than potentially missing out on a few raids. Because that's going to affect way more players. So I think they need to get a handle on that before anything else. Main EQ be Cleric. Yeah. Cleric is it's a good class. The response was Uncle Joe, but for THJ enjoyed because after POP, EQ2, and once I had kids, I could never go back. It was way to experience the game because I never could. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah. How would you fix the power level issue? Wiping out levels. So right now they have a couple things in place to fix the twinking issue. So like if you get level 60 gear and you put it on your level 1 character, you can't put like a huge two-handed weapon that just hits for 100 damage every swing. You're damage capped with that weapon. Your gear, your armor is also like AC capped. So you put on gear and you have 400 AC on your level 1 character. It's like having 50 AC on your level 1 character. It caps the amount of armor class you have. It still helps. It's still very beneficial because your level 1 character has the best gear in the game, but it doesn't make you a god, right? So on the next step beyond that is they need to make it to where buffs. If I take a level 60 druid and I put on a damage shield on a level 1 character, it shouldn't put a 30-point damage shield on the level 1 character. That's way too strong. Maybe make it like a 1 or 2 point damage shield, you know, and then have it the level of the character that receives the buff depends on how strong the buff is. You know, same thing with cleric buffs. You could take a cleric at level 60 and give a level 1 character a health buff and give them like 500 health. I mean, 500 health on a level 1 character is a lot of health. It's a ridiculous amount of health. The regen, same thing. You know, regen is just way too strong. So what I think they need to do is they need to cap the way that those buffs function, not necessarily making them useless, but make them where they're not as powerful on the lower level character. You know, still make them stronger than they would be if you were to have, like, if a level 60 cast a damage shield on a level 10 character, and a level 10 character can cast its own damage shield that gives it a 5-point damage shield. Okay, well then have the level 60 damage shield be a 6-point damage shield. You know, be a little bit stronger, so that it's still beneficial, but it's not overpowered. That would be what I would do to cap it, and kind of prevent people from doing that. It still makes it fun to twink your characters and makes it fun, and like it makes it strong to power level your characters so that you can level them faster, but it doesn't make them insanely overpowered, because if you make them insanely overpowered, then you're going to have one character with their power level buddy taking out 5 different camps of mobs that 6 players could not be able to do at level. So that's going to be way more disruptive to the game in the end with all these power level characters, which is exactly what I plan to do once I hit level 60. I'm going to go back and I'm going to power level a character with a druid or an enchanter or a shaman or whatever. I'm going to use some character and just power level my alt all the way up to 50 or higher possibly. And I'll be able to do it in a matter of like a week or 2. Like it's insanely good power leveling. So I think it's going to ruin the game way faster than any type of raid situation. If that happens, people are just going to buy power level for dollars. Yeah, they could do that. But if they do that and you get caught real money trading, your account will probably get banned. I agree. Twinks are going to be a massive issue. They're going to be a very, very big issue. Yes. Power leveling and twinking force people back into solo mode until in-game would suck. Yep, it's going to suck. It's going to be terrible. Gear wasn't an issue with power leveling. Stuff like druids, thorns was the issue. Yeah, that's going to be the bigger issue. Gear is the only one that they've actually put any sort of tools to prevent. Like the twinking of characters with the gear, they put those tools in place to prevent that, but they have not put a cap on any of the buffs. I like power leveling ability. I do too. I think power leveling is a fun thing to do, but it destroys the entire concept of the game, which is making this game a group-focused game. It completely removes that. So, you know, it's going to end up making it like EverQuest was, or World of Warcraft, or any other game where the low-level zones are completely barren of all players. The only... what the heck? There's a ad? Where did this come? I guess we were standing too close? I stunned it. I guess I was standing too close. I don't know. It's the roamer. That was weird. Anyway, agree or disagree with me, whatever. I think that's going to be an issue. Make the twink gear exceptionally rare. Fungi tunics should be dropping 4 times a day. I mean, that's not gonna make a difference. Over time, you're still gonna get a ton of fungi tunics, right? So whatever prevents camp locking, like for days, by rotating guild members and encouraging group play, I'm all for it. Yeah, me too. Did we not have the twinking back in EQ though? Yes, we did. Yeah. You're just saying that the gamer mindset has changed. The gamer mindset has changed, and we also had it back then. But back then, it was more difficult to do for various reasons, because you didn't know where to get the twink gear. There's just a lot of other things, a lot of other factors that you have to consider. But, yeah, I think absolutely people are going to be twinking and power leveling characters, and that's going to be extremely disruptive to your gameplay. The sweaty players are going to get at level 60. Then they're going to twink and power level their characters right past you while you're trying to level to 60, and they're going to take over your camps. They're going to take over your XP spots. They're going to be extremely disruptive to your leveling process, and people are going to cry about it. 100%. I'm calling it now. I'm going to say if early access starts June 1st, by, I would say, August 1st, people are going to be complaining and crying about power level characters taking up all of their camps within 2 months. I just like being able to get thorns and regen and solo to level 4 easily. Then I start grouping. Yeah, but in this game, you don't even need to do that. I could take the thorns and regen from a level 60 druid, and I could probably level up to 20 in a day by just like literally clearing entire zones of mobs. I could run into Wormsbane and just run in and start tagging everything at like level 5. Literally tag every single mob and clear the entire dungeon on a level 5 mob or a level 5 character with those buffs. And then people are going to be like, That's not fair. I'm level 10 with a full group, and we can only kill, you know, one camp down here, and somebody's coming in and clearing the... Yeah, well, I try to tell you. Try to tell you what the problem's going to be. %, what's going to happen. Sean said they have a play nice rule. If people are butts, they're going to get banned. Yeah, they have a play nice rule, but that's not against the play nice. They're killing mobs. They're using tools in the game. They're playing the game the way that they think that they're allowed to play the game. There's nothing in the play nice policy that says you can't twink your character and clear an entire zone. I can't go and just tag mobs and let the damage shield kill them. I can absolutely do that. It's 100% within the play nice policy. Are you gonna play on a boxing or non? I'm gonna try to. I'll be on a no box server. That's my plan. Do you think the enforcement will be there to make an impact on boxing bot accounts? I think it's gonna be tough. I think it's gonna be very, very, very difficult for the devs to police the boxing and no boxing servers. Very, very difficult, if not impossible. I don't want to say impossible. It's going to be very difficult. Doesn't that kind of mean the game is going to be bad long term? I worry that help. Sticky mouth, yeah, like that is my concern, is the longevity of this game, not because of the raid scene, not because of the content that's in it, but because of the ability that players have to solo or twink or power level. That to me is going to hurt the game more than anything else. And people can disagree with me on that. They might think that another thing is going to cause it. But I honestly don't think that the in-game raid scene is going to cause people to quit the game. I think that's going to be such a small amount of players that are going to be upset about that. They're going to be way more upset, like they are now, when a level 20 character goes back into Wormsbane and is camping the named mobs. They're already upset about that. And that's level 20 content. Well, it's level 10 content. And people are like losing their minds over that. Like, it's gonna be a way worse issue in early access. So, level locking zones is a whole other issue. Less play. I think there's a plan to combat the type of disruptive behavior with GMs, but not sure how well that'll play out. Yeah, I don't know how well it's gonna play out either. It's gonna be tough. Should they treat buffs like that? Treat XP gain with higher level characters, aka a level 60 can buff a level 40 and above. I mean, maybe, sure. I mean, there's lots of ways they could do it. It's just they're using Unity. Stopping boxing is probably impossible to stop, or botting. Both of those things are going to be very, very hard to police, yes. Boxing, botting, all of that stuff's going to be very difficult for them to police. People are currently doing it. They're policing some of it. It depends on the effort that people put into it. You understand human nature and can predict gamer behavior. Many do not seem to grasp it. They don't, sticky mouth. They don't seem to grasp it. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see what happens, I guess. I have not drank my water today, so I just drank some of my water for the day. My water quota is not good for the day. Yeah, unfortunately, people are gonna people, you know? That's just the way it is. And I hate to be the one to bring you the bad news. There's already a show Eminem available. Yeah, there is. Encrypt knows about it. They have broken it once, but I don't know if it came back. Like, I don't use it, so I have no idea. But Yes, there is a show Eminem kind of thing out there. People have already made it, and now the devs are having to fight against it. You know, every update, they're gonna have to come up with a new fix for it, and and each one's it's gonna be going back and forth. Who knows what's gonna happen? Enjoy the show for $15 a month. Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be an uphill battle for the devs. I feel for them. Like, the thing is that kind of gets to me and like kind of irks me, I guess, is using a mouse and keyboard macro is fairly easy identifiable and something that I think should be an accessibility feature in the game and allow people to use those kind of things, because I think it helps players be able to play the game effectively. Those kind of things, the devs are like, no, you can't do that, and we're going to ban you if you do it. And I'm like, okay, but people are literally just sitting there pushing buttons with their mouse and keyboard, and that just makes it a little bit easier for them to play. Meanwhile, you have very intelligent people that are programmers and hackers and all that kind of stuff that are making these really robust botting programs and show Eminem and whatever else they're making that are much more difficult to detect. And some of them are getting away with it. Some of them are not. And it's like, you know, we're fighting. You're going after the people that are, I don't know, being honest about what they're doing and not trying to cheat. They're just trying to make the game a little bit more accessible. You know, and I'm like, you know, maybe we should be focusing our efforts on people that are like literally cheating. But I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and they're catching 100% of those bad guys. You know, it's kind of like, do you want to go after somebody that steals $1 from somebody, or borrows $1 and doesn't pay it back, versus somebody that literally goes and robs a bank? Which one of those two things is more important to go after? You know, I think the person that robbed the bank probably should go after those people. The person that borrowed $1 from somebody and then never paid it back, not really a big deal. You know, kind of sucks that they lost $1, but whatever. Yeah. Bots are so easy to spot. They're getting pretty sophisticated. They're getting pretty sophisticated. The bots that are easy to spot are the ones that are not sophisticated, that are just, you know, minimal effort to do. Very minimal effort. I talk about these things, and honestly, like, I'm putting a huge spotlight on me by talking about them. So I'm putting my game at risk. I've already been in trouble. Not in trouble, but I've already been talked to about using mouse and keyboard macros while I'm playing the game. Literally sitting in front of my computer using a macro to push buttons. But I'm sitting here and I'm physically doing it. And, you know, they're like, nope, don't do that. We're going to action your account. And it's like, really? Like, I get it. I don't want people cheating. But good gosh, like, why are you going after somebody like me just so I don't have to hit 0.000000000 all day long? That's literally what I do, by the way. That's literally all I do, is I just hit 0.0000000000000. I've been doing it now for hours all day today. I'm pushing the 0 key on my keyboard right now. But yeah, anyway. Because you're pretty? I am pretty. Oh, so pretty. You don't need to interact with the client to do something like show EQ unless you do kernel level anti-cheat stuff. You're never going to get close. Exactly. You know? Exactly. It's the locks are to prevent honest people from being dishonest or whatever. So you can't use mouse button macro like a 12 button. I mean, it depends on how you use it. It depends on how you use it. You cannot create a mouse button macro that pushes a button for you. Like if you create a mouse or keyboard macro that you push the button and it toggles it on and it just repeatedly hits a button over and over and over and over and over for you, you can't do that. And I totally understand why. Like that's automating the gameplay. I totally get it. Like nobody needs to explain that to me. But you know, that's easily found, it's easily caught, it's easily dealt with. And those are the people that are really the ones getting caught and really getting in trouble. Whereas the people that are being more sophisticated with it are not. But they're a much bigger problem, I think. But anyway. EQ allowed you to make in-game macros, and I think that was good. Yeah, you can make in-game macros in this game as well, but they're not nearly as sophisticated as EQ. EQ had a wait action. It had the ability to swap out items and use items and all that kind of stuff. This game allows you to cast spells, sit, like any type of emote or slash command. It'll allow you to do those. But that's it. You can make a macro to manually press 0 so that the MS spacing is varied for a minute or two, and then just record that. There's a lot of ways. Yes, there's a lot of ways, Glyph. I've had the conversation with a lot of people about it. There's so many ways around it. You know, varying the buttons presses, varying the delay between how long you hold down the button press. Then there's like, do you create a mouse or keyboard macro using the software, or do you put it directly onto the hardware? All of those things, yes, right? I'm not dumb. I know how to do those things. But I don't want to go into that much hassle to do something very simple. It's just silly. Which is why they're fighting an unwinnable battle. That's exactly what I think, Glyffy. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Unfortunately, and I mean, I want them to fight it, and I hope they win, but it's going to be very hard. And honestly, they're going to end up catching and actioning a lot of accounts just because somebody created a macro that helps them push a button because maybe they don't have as much mobility as another player. That's where I get kind of annoyed with the topic. You know? Am I allowed to have a controller that has a rapid fire key button on it? The answer to that is no, by the way. I hope they have decent tools behind the scenes. They do. They have very, very, very good tools behind the scenes. Swanee's developed them. And he takes it very seriously. Swanee takes it extremely seriously. To the point that they came to my stream and took screenshots of me playing the game. Like, the whole thing. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. I have always played Necro. How do you feel they are right now in Monster Memories? Necro's pretty good. I think Necro's in a pretty good place. They have a lot of solo ability. They're decent in groups. In a full group with TTK being as long as it is, they're not great in groups, but they feel a lot like EverQuest Necros. They're very, very similar to an EverQuest Necro. possibly they have great tools behind the scenes. They may be able to catch a lot more than you think. Yeah, they can. Understanding those veterans of these spaces. Yeah, I'm sure they can catch more than I know of, right? Like, I'm not saying that I don't know that much about hacking and doing all this stuff. I know the basics. I know enough to get myself in trouble, kind of thing. But no, I don't know. What if I'm a disabled gamer who has use of one hand? Can't use them, Burl. Can't use it. So you're not in favor of a zero tolerance policy? I am in favor of a zero tolerance policy, but I'm also in favor of accessibility in games. And those two things kind of conflict with each other. Right? They really do conflict with each other. Like, I volunteered at a children's hospital, and there's kids at the children's hospital that have one arm or zero use of their arms, and they have to use things like their face or their feet or whatever to be able to do stuff. Those require software on the computer or whatever it is that you're using to be able to have them interact with the game. Well, what ends up happening in that situation? Now it looks like, on the game dev side, it looks like software is entering those keys, not hardware is entering those keys, because they're not using a piece of hardware. They're in fact using a piece of software that reads the face of the person so that they can press certain buttons, right? So it's a different interaction. Now, this is a very, 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 very small case of people, right? It's very, very small amount of people that are doing this kind of stuff. But it's a conflict, right? It's hard to say. Like, I want accessibility, but at the same time, you know, a zero tolerance policy is good. It depends. Like, I don't know. It's a hard topic to talk about. I don't mind talking about the tough topics. Again, I'll put myself in the spotlight to hopefully benefit everybody. I can tell you right now, I don't think Swanee is not a fan of Criddle. I don't think. Because I talk about these things quite a bit. And it's nothing against his capabilities. It's nothing against his tooling. It's nothing like that. It's not that I don't believe that he can do a lot of this stuff. I think it's going to be a very, very challenging road for them to do this stuff. The only thing I want them actioning is botting. I want to take... well, yeah, but you say botting. What's your definition of botting? Like, how far is botting? Is botting something as simple as having your mouse and keyboard press a button over and over and over and over? Or is it more sophisticated where, you know, you pull a mob to camp and your character automatically knows to target that mob and cast certain spells based on, you know, how far is the botting? Where do you draw the line? That's the problem. The line is ever changing and ever shifting. I know enough to know enough. What? I know enough to know that you can catch these things. You can catch a lot of things, yes. I'm sure there must be special exemptions if you email them. I mean, maybe, yeah. If I was a dev, yeah. I mean, I think that maybe they could do that, you know, make an exception for certain people. Make, you know, if you reach out, let them know what's going on. And then maybe they can flag your account. Hey, this person is going to be appearing that they are botting or doing something malicious. But then, you know, you're going to have one of those situations where marijuana is illegal, so I'm going to go to my psychiatrist and they're going to basically say that I'm allowed to have marijuana, right? You're going to end up with situations like that where people just like make up fake stuff to email the devs to say that they're doing something just so they can get away with botting. It's a I hate to use this term. It's a slippery slope. And I don't know how the devs are going to deal with it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. To me, botting is automated play. You no longer need to be at the computer. Okay. So, turning on a macro, like toggling a macro on and off, would be botting to you. Well, some players may need to have that feature to be able to play the game. Right? They may need to have that. All right, give me a second. One Girl Army, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm going to kill this and then I think I've got dinner here, so I'm going to check and see what's going on with that. One second. What'd you get? Wings. Wing. I like the way you get them. Buckets of wings. Okay. Anyway, it is 6:02, ladies and gentlemen. I've had a lot of fun chatting with you all today. It's been great. It's been awesome. It's been, fantastic. I really enjoy all these conversations. Enjoy having you here in the stream. But it has been 8.5 hours. I am going to go eat, and I'm going to rest my throat and my voice for the rest of the evening. But I will be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing some more Monsters and Memories gameplay, probably more of this. I don't know what we're going to do, but more of something. And we're just, have some fun and kind of enjoy that. So appreciate you all being here. I know we had a lot of discussion, a lot of debates. I appreciate all those debates. I think they're great. And I really like that nobody's getting heated, nobody's getting mad at anybody, and we're all just kind of talking about these things because I think they're important topics. But yeah, thanks for stream, very informative. Yeah, thank you for being here. Do appreciate it. Again, I'll be on here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Is there anybody we should raid today? I'm gonna try to start raiding some people in the community just for funsies. Let's get mad now. Yeah, don't get mad now. Oh wait, Goblin is streaming. The Goblin works. We're gonna raid Goblin. He does art for the stream. He does like a lot of the concept art. He does the buttons up here. He does a lot of that art, like the still picture art. So raid the Goblin works. So anyway, hang out with Goblin for a bit. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.